Greetings one and all, and welcome to day 2 of the Spa 12 Hours, powered by Hankook, the second round of the season of the Creventic Championship, the 24H Series, and we have not reached halfway yet. To remind you, it was a difficult day yesterday, but we did get all 5 hours in, and 5 plus 7 equals 12, so 7 hours to look forward to today, due off at 10 to the next hour. So we've got about 20 minutes of build-up to look forward to reflect and to try and work out who is likely to win, not only in the fastest class, the GT3s, but also in the various other categories as well. And some explaining to do about how these cars are being gridded up for their restart. So much was made yesterday of finishing on the lead lap. We have 6 cars by my calculation that will start precisely there. This is where this particular meeting sits in the European calendar. We started in March for the 12 Hours of Mugello. That again was split across 2 days, the back end of March here in Spa, clearly this weekend, and then in just less than a month's time, the first of 2 24-hour races on the south coast of Portugal, just up the road from the Atlantic coast. 10th, 11th of May for that trip. A brand new event is the 12 Hours of Misano in the early weekend of July, and now traditionally we head to Barcelona towards the end of the season. Well, it is absolutely the end of the season this year for the 14th and 15th of September. Again, a full 24-hour race. So lots to look forward to, including today here to complete the 12 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps. It's me, Johnny Palmer, joined in the Global Broadcast Centre by Peter Snowden. We'll hear from him in a second, but our third voice for the weekend is Diana Binks. You're not even on the grid because it's going to be a quick restart, but you can get us a flavour of how things look from the pit lane.
Morning, Snowy. Morning, everyone that's listening in. Yes, here we are at Spa. I'm not able to go onto the grid this morning. As you rightly said, a very quick turnaround. Teams are out there. They've only got 2 people from each team with the car. They're allowed to change tyres and use tyre warmers just because the conditions here are so changeable, as you probably imagine. So I think when I looked at my phone earlier, it was -1 degree on my phone, but it does say that snow showers are expected and sunshine throughout the day. Well, the sun has come out, but earlier on it was snowing. So if you can look out there, if you're watching on camera, you can see Michael Simpson from the 795 giving us a wave there. The guys are getting ready. Good atmosphere here this morning, everyone. Chatting to a few teams up and down the pit lane here to find out what their strategy is today. And they said, look, we're just looking to build on yesterday to do as much as we can. We've had time to reflect on yesterday's session and really looking forward today. But obviously, as everyone knows, the weather here is so unpredictable. So lots of challenges ahead for everyone, but they're all very much looking forward to getting back out there on track.
Thank you, Binksy. There'll be plenty more from you throughout the course of the day. And it's been a careful bit of movement, choreography to get the cars safely back onto the grid. That one parc fermé rule, which was certainly in place for Mugello, where you cannot change tyres, well, understandably, that through force majeure has had to be scrapped. But cars have not been refueled at all overnight, so that means that if you finished yesterday's part of the race with just mere dregs, a couple of litres in the tank, the first priority this morning, once we get going, will be heading into the pit lane, possibly missing out the team, and round the corner at La Source down towards the historic pit lane to the fueling area. So Spa-Francorchamps is the venue for this weekend. It always represents a challenge, whether in blistering sunshine or in absolute biblical downpour. And it's been snowy on the track. I've got snowy in the commentary box next to me. I've been wanting to crowbar that analogy in, but yeah, certainly if I had a fair choice of commentator this weekend with the weather, you're the man.
Let's move on, shall we? Very kind of you. Very kind of you. Yes. Named for the sporty covers. How good is that? Yeah.
I like
Should be
it.
on Ski Sunday. Yeah, interesting. I mean, a few things are allowed to do on the start here. Obviously, we can change tyres and stuff. Now, safety car behind. That's what we're going to start behind, I understand. There's lots of rules and regulations to what can and cannot happen because the cars are sort of in parc fermé rules, albeit on a track now. But there's things that they can do. But one of the main things is everything is obviously safety related. So tyres and things like that can be changed, and fire extinguisher pins got to come out. That kind of stuff. That's absolutely mandatory. The key thing is there can't be opening bonnets. because they can do anything safety related within reason under the rules. You can't do anything performance related, because that's an advantage. The cars must start this second part of the race, as you've rightly pointed out. We talked yesterday so much about 5 hours and 7 hours. We haven't even reached halfway. I hadn't really thought of it that way. I just did 5 and 7 gets into your head, and you're like, yeah, we've got an hour to go before we're even halfway through this race.
Yeah, the other thing you can do is change driver, though. So even if you finish with one particular driver last night, that doesn't hamper you heading into this morning. So that's another little bit of flexibility as we head back to Binksy. Where are you now?
I'm still in the pit lane, Johnny. I'm still in the pit lane. I'm still in the pit lane. Can you hear me? I'm still in the pit lane.
You are still in the pit lane. I can hear you, but I'm not convinced that the listener can. Oh, we can. Go ahead, Binksy. Yeah, you're coming through loud and clear.
Yeah, I wasn't calling on you. I was in the middle of having a photograph taken. But never mind. It's nice to hear your voice again. But as I said earlier, for anyone that's listening, the atmosphere down here is good. Everyone's waiting just to get this underway. And as I said earlier, the sun has just come up, but it's still incredibly cold. So I guess that's the thing that's going to make the difference to the teams. You know, it's getting the tyres, the heat in the tyres as much as they want. And that's why they're using, as you talked about earlier, the tyre warmers for this, which is unusual. It's force majeure. But not many drivers here today so far. Obviously, the drivers that are starting the race are out there in the car. But just having a look inside the garages, there's a lot of people huddled at the back, having coffee and watching the screens, getting ready. But as we say, 7-hour race still to go. So we'll have plenty from the pit lane for you during the weekend.
I wonder how Herbert feel, having completed yesterday's race with a 37.5-second lead, and they're going to have to restart with, the Lamborghini alongside. And that was the car trying to do the chasing. The Lambo quite clearly was on the wrong tyres for much of that latter stint, and it was hemorrhaging time. But amazingly, the Lamborghini driver in question, who was Nicolo Michelin, he was able to keep the car on the lead lap. So a reminder of where we are this weekend: 7 kilometres of highly challenging Belgian asphalt, and it begins with that massive descent down to Eau Rouge at turns 3 and 4. There's always been arguments as to where Eau Rouge ends and Radion begins. Radion literally means, in the translation, steep path. So to me, Radion is the uphill bit as soon as you've reached Eau Rouge at the base of the hill. No, he doesn't agree, but I mean, I'm purely going from the French translation. And Radion, that uphill bit, and it also includes the levelling out. The kink onto the Camel doesn't really have a name, but I'm grateful for anyone that might have a suggestion. We could rename it this weekend. Into Legcom corner, 7, 8 and 9, and then down the hill to Bruxelles, or the Old Rivage if you prefer. That continues to descend, and the dropping gradient, amazingly, from that route 9 to 10 down to 11, you can actually see the cliff face as you turn into Jackie X corner, and the track is at the top of that. Down into the double left at Pouon. It's only called turn 12 in this configuration. Always been 2 corners in my mind. Then Le Fagna, the right and the left, or Piff Paff if you prefer. Down into Campus corner at turn 15. And then the old track used to join, or in fact the new track joins to the old track at Curve Paul Frere, feeded in from the left-hand side there. Blanchimont incredibly fast, 251 kilometres per hour, slight dip in speed through the second phase of that left-hander. And whereas many years ago you used to turn left and right at the bus stop, it's now called the bus stop chicane, which completes the lap. 20 corners on this track map and a low speed of 65 kilometres per hour. It'll be even slower than that at La Source. In fact, it's not. 1 kilometre per hour, slightly more. But that is 7 kilometres of this wonderful circuit. Massive elevation change and a huge footprint as well, which means that it can be raining at one end of the track and perfectly dry at the other. Let's have a look at the starting grid, the starting grid of these cars then. 6 of them will start on. Now, we don't have the details on the graphic of how many laps have been completed by each, so I'll try and run that through for you. Herbert Motorsport, no doubt about it, 94 laps completed yesterday, and they will start. Well, Ralph Bone is underlined. We'll find out whether he's the starting driver in a moment or two. He'll start alongside RD Sainz, Cholet Racing Team, Lamborghini Huracan, 37.3 seconds adrift yesterday, but right alongside the Porsche for the restart. Then the Audi from Lance Motorsport and the Car Collection Porsche, they also have completed 94 laps, so begin on the lead lap. Likewise, CP Racing Mercedes, which had an up and then a slightly down and then back up again day yesterday. Mixed emotions for much of the American squad, but they'll be very happy to be starting from 5th position on this restart grid alongside the E2P Racing Porsche of Spain. They were 2 minutes and 31 seconds further down the road, and all of that has evaporated overnight. Then, in 7th place, the 71 Jutta Racing Audi. That's a lap behind. 93 laps completed for the Four Rings, and the Hoffa Racing Mercedes also, with its difficulties, it stopped on the track. It had a moment coming out of Blanchimont yesterday. Amazingly, they only lost 1 lap. Other cars to start with 93 laps to their name include the number 1 Haas RT Audi, which will start from 9th position once we get there. And in 10th place, the Car Collection Motorsport Porsche of Jonathan Hui, also 93 laps completed there. EBM, their Porsche number 84, has done 91 laps, so 3 back from the front row. Chanteloc Junior team Audi number 18 has done 91 laps. The ARC Bratislava Huracan is a fast car this weekend, but hasn't been able to keep the pace with the overall leaders, so they've got 90 laps and will begin in 13th position. MP Racing Mercedes, 89 laps completed there to start from 14th, and the Kessel Racing Ferrari is not likely to start. It did not complete yesterday's section of the race with significant rear-end damage after it spun at Eau Rouge, say safely, I think. Now onward, because these cars are grouped into classes as well. So the GTX leader is the 911 Racing Porsche. 88 laps completed there. It has an 8-lap lead over the 701 Vortex V8, the 795 Team CMR Ginetta, and the 702 Vortex will begin with 74 laps in the book. The front row for the Porsche Cup division, the 992 class, is very interesting because they are level pegging with another car, the Hans Weiss Motorsport crew. So 903 will start from pole, 92 laps completed on Saturday. 904 will be alongside, and the 972 also 92 laps completed. And then not on the lead lap, the 907 RPM Racing Porsche with the Krone Racing green livery, HRT Performance number 967, SRS Team Zorg Rennsport 927, the 908 Seb Lajou by Duvo Racing Porsche, the 988 MRS GT Racing car, Porsche Baltic, that's a non-AM driver lineup, but they're down in 9th place ahead of Baz Kooten Racing in the 925. I'm going to skip back to the GT4 cars now, because Lion Speed GP with their Porsche 718 Cayman has 88 laps completed. That's one more than the Bugera ZM Racing 416 Mercedes with 87 laps, but the same number for Bugera and Homofa Motorsport, so they start level pegging. 87 laps completed for the 419 BMW M4. Simpson Motorsport are laps behind, as is the Alfab McLaren Artura. And finally, the TCE class, there's a 2-lap deficit between the SRS Team Zorg Rennsport Porsche 718 Cayman. Remember, it's a TCE class, so includes TCRs, TCCRs and TCX machines, and predominantly actually it's TCX cars. And as I say, there are 2 laps between SRS Team Zorg Rennsport's Porsche and the CWS Engineering Ginetta G55. The race has begun. It started behind the safety car, so that's the reason why we're almost a minute into the 7 hours. We're likely to have, I don't know if this has been confirmed, but 2 formation laps yesterday, 2 formation laps I'm expecting today as well, purely for the starting drivers who may not have finished the race yesterday, should become accustomed to the current conditions. Obviously, they're not going anywhere near race pace, but this does give you at least an idea, Snowy.
Yeah, I'd have thought, though, I'll check the regulations exactly, but I'd have thought formation lap's kind of irrelevant if you're starting behind the safety car. because they are effectively de facto.
But they're race laps, agreed.
Yeah,
but we had
all the time.
we had
Yes.
2 formation laps yesterday, but the second formation lap, the race had begun. But yes, this is effectively a safety car start. Well, it's not even a safety car start. It is a safety car beginning the race, and it remains to be seen how long the safety car stays out for, because it could be half an hour, potentially, if the conditions are bad enough. I don't think they are, but there may well be 2 or possibly 3 laps behind the safety car, just to make sure that everybody is comfortable. And I'm sure discussions were being had last night and early this morning about which driver is best to put in the car, because with the greatest of respect, you want somebody who has a good feel for, you know, what the car's doing beneath them. And yeah, you might be burning pro and semi-pro time, but if it keeps the car out of the scenery, it's worth doing.
Or equally, and with equal respect, you perhaps put your slowest driver in on this bit where it's,
Why?
Well, it's behind the safety car anyway, so it's irrelevant.
But how long's the safety car going to stay out for?
Well, this is the point. We don't know, do we? So
I mean, I would put the pro in purely because if it's 2 laps.
But what if it's not 2 laps? What if it's 10 laps?
Well, then that's the benefit of hindsight.
Here we go, getting jeopardy again, exactly.
I mean,
So-
are you keeping your pro back for the final hours?
Precisely. Keep them fresh, get them ready for later. As you thought, it's different strategy. There will be some people up and down the pit lane listening to this, of course, just going, absolutely Johnny's right, and some going, absolutely Snowy's right.
I don't care whether I'm right or
I think
wrong.
it'll be more in your
I'm
camp than
stirring
mine.
you up.
I know
A real
you are.
treat.
I know you are. I know
So,
exactly what you're doing.
I'm also
being Machiavellian.
I'm throwing the question out to the listener.
Precisely.
What would you do, folks? And I mean, the answer may come from
Discuss.
the answer may come from the timing screen, although most of those drivers completed the race yesterday, so I'm not sure whether it's reset from Saturday's action quite yet. You would expect.
Well, how about this then? On the messages, on the race control board, race direct board, safety car in this lap.
So it's not 2
It's not
formation
even
laps.
2 formation laps, it's just straight out.
Nice.
There you go.
I like the style of that. It's got the race going early on.
So
And
at that point, do put your pro in. Yes. If it's only going to be 1 lap, absolutely right.
It's actually got the race going earlier than we expected as well. So bear in mind that we won't be now working our way to a 17:50 finish. We got underway more like 45. Thank you. Tim Gray's trying to mouth a number to me, which does not work particularly well. But anyway, 10:45. So I'm expecting, therefore, to be running through to 17:45. We are underway. In terms of a green flag, we've been underway for nearly 4.5 minutes, and right over the curb there for the RD Signs Lamborghini Huracan from Cholet Racing Team. That's not advisable. You want to stay off the painted parts of the racetrack for at least the next half an hour or so, because as 1 or 2 found yesterday, including Tim Vogler, I remember, in the 34 Lance Motorsport Audi, he just tagged the painted curb with the rear right tyre in the opening stages at Pouon, of all places, and lost the... Yes, we are green. I'd said that.
Yeah.
It's green, green, green.
Yes.
Good. Down the Kemmel Straight we go. And there's a massive lead already from Ralph Bone. So Paulius Pascavicius in danger here of dropping down the order, it seems, because that car... Well, now, Paulius, going back to which driver you would prefer to start with, they're in the 69 car. Paulius is the semi-pro. So they've decided to go with theoretically the quickest driver, despite Niccolo Michelin doing a splendid job yesterday to keep the car on the lead lap and on the track when his wet weather tyres had been destroyed by going on a dry line for so much of the time. Now this is a good dice nose to tail between 2 Porsche Cup cars. Question is the 907 actually on the lead lap within that division? No, it's not. It's a lap behind the Hans Weiss Motorsport crew. And another suggestion that I was coming up with is, did teams make a late fuel stop last night, or is that one of the first jobs to do today? And in the case of the Lance Motorsport Audi, they've favoured track position as the checkered flag flew last night over getting the car prepared for this morning, because after only 1 lap, that Audi is in, presumably desperate for fuel. So it has given up 3rd position and potentially the lead lap to get that car in, but they obviously wanted to make sure they were on the lead lap by the end of yesterday. So do we discount the 34 already? I wouldn't have thought so with Max Edelhoff at the wheel.
Unlikely, given the quality in that team of preparation, strategy, understanding, and drivers, and the fact they've also got almost just under 7 hours to go. So never discount a car of that ilk at this point. But it is a great start for Ralph Bowen and the Herbert. Just talk about laying a marker down. Starters you mean to continue.
The other thing that's worth noting is the pace of Ivan Jacoma in the number 12, because he's gained 2 places from the grid. So Paulius Pascavicius is the driver that's losing out a little bit. Charles Espenlaub rising to the surface too. Cream always rises and all that, and he's up to 3rd position and starting to pressurise the 2nd place car of Ivan Jacoma. Nice view from a great height if you're enjoying our coverage in sound and vision as the drone hovers right above La Source corner. You needed to have had a decent breakfast this morning to be wide awake, because the nature of yesterday's race, just suddenly basically stopping, and then you're hurled back into the scrap from the off this morning, and it possibly carries a little bit more weight because you've been working for 5 hours to get to this point. It's not like the opening bit of the lap where you almost feel like there's nothing to lose. You know, let's push because we haven't gone anywhere yet. We are 5 hours and a bit into this already, so some foundations have been laid by all sorts of drivers as the Porsche Baltic car does battle. So the almost camouflage green Baltic car, which has been started by Robertus Kupsikas, has in front Antti Ramo in the MRS GT racing car. Now MRS, Porsche Baltic, they all started on the same lap. Seb Lajou racing as well. 90 laps done yesterday. They are 2 laps away from the overall 992 leaders. Oh, but there's a big crash for the EBM Porsche number 84, which has come a cropper just before the right-hand kink onto the Kemmel Straight, and we go straight into code 60, because that is one of the classic incidents that we've had through the years at Eau Rouge and Raidillon, where a car maybe just kicks out the rear end, it pitches it into a spin, and the rotation continues all the way up the road.
There is a reason that I'm always a little bit wary of certain quotes from drivers, but there is a reason that the late great Ayrton Senna did say when they were talking about changing Eau Rouge, he said, if they take away Eau Rouge, they take away why I do this. And there's a reason for that. It's incredibly challenging, and it's caught this round. I did notice, by the way, Johnny, that our 10th position car, Alvaro Parente, in the E2P Racing Porsche, did start from the pit lane.
Did he?
Yes. It was on the track, and it's catching up. And at the moment it is. So the safety car is going to actually help them, because they are currently at, or that car, it's currently just coming through Blanchemont up towards the end of the lap. So they're going to be a little while recovering this EBM Porsche, I'm sure, and debris. Drivers out in okay, all in one piece, the most important thing. It's clattered both ends. The front end's pretty heavily damaged, but right rear end plate on the rear wing is damaged as well. There's a chunk taken out of that bit of carbon, left the wing on it completely intact there apart from that end plate, but driver walking away from it discontently to the medical car. That's just mandatory, it's just procedure, nothing untoward about that. He's walking there perfectly able, he's not limping or anything of that ilk, but it's just natural procedure. So drama almost immediately into this. What are we on, a lap in? Not
quite, yeah, just a lap and a bit.
But yeah, lap and a bit in, yeah.
We completed 94 laps yesterday, and we've done 96, so 2 and a bit laps. We haven't seen the incident yet, but it kind of goes back, now that we know that Adrian De Silva is okay, it goes back to that decision about which driver you're choosing to start. Was it the safer bet to put Martin Rump in that car? Or do you want to burn the AM time, which clearly you need to do to get it out of the way? Oh, out of the way, that's too disrespectful, because the AMs are obviously a key part to this race as well. But the semi-pros and the pros are limited to how many hours they can run. And it's very much a pro-am type of racing, the 24H series, where we embrace all drivers of all lap speeds. And that car obviously starting on wets, and that's now very evident to me as the front left wing is missing from the number 84 car, revealing a deeply grooved Hankook tyre. But was that a mistake from Adrian De Silva? Was that an incident that involved another car? We don't know at this stage, but the key thing is that the Malaysian is okay, someone who's been driving GT cars for several seasons. In fact, he's done the Spa 24 hours at least twice, possibly more. So he knows this place well, has driven in the Pro-Am division with EBM Giga Racing in 2021 and again at EBM Earl Bamber Motorsport as they were known 2 years ago in the 2022 edition. So you can't say that Adrian doesn't know this track. He'll know it in the wet as well. Maybe just one of those incidents where the car was half a metre out of position going into Eau Rouge, and the butterfly effect can send you further and further away from where you want to be. But we are purely in speculative mode because the only thing we've been shown so far is a very damaged Porsche GT3.
Well, a couple of things there I would say, add to that, Johnny. Absolutely right. Adrian's clearly not inexperienced at this circuit and conditions, so we haven't seen a replay or anything, so we don't know what actually caused it. But it's done some heavy front-end damage. Recovery, very swift. These cars obviously have a panel in the roof, and there's pickup points on the roll cage just on the other side, and the car is balanced perfectly, provided most of it's still there. In this case it is, it's been bodywork, but it hasn't lost an engine or anything. They'll pick it up on the truck and done. But from the damage it's done, it's obviously hit something pretty solid, pretty hard. So the recovery time now is going to be dictated by what they need to repair and how long that takes, getting the car off the track. Bit of debris, that's not too difficult to do. Ralph Bone, our race leader in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, brings that into the pits. Just seeing the 84 car back on the flatbed again. The front right is heavily toe out, in fact a lot of toe out, so that's where it's taken the bulk of that impact, and I'm suspecting that wing end plate on the rear right is where it's gone around, come back in again and just clipped it back again, and just as we said yesterday about carbon doesn't bend or fold, doesn't give, it just shatters, and that's exactly what's happened to that. So a bit of both ends of that car. I can't see that coming out again for maybe the next round. Should be out, but won't be this race. That said, we've got many hours, but I don't think that'll be coming out again in a hurry today.
It depends how absolutely determined they are to do it, but the issue is that car restarted not quite on the lead lap from memory. It had one or two issues yesterday. Started 11th and having completed 91 laps. So it was already beginning day 2, 3 laps behind as we go back to green again. And this strange scenario where the 12th placed car, according to the Lumirank numbers, battles with the 19th placed car, and but they're actually nose to tail and only 2.5 laps into the restart of the race. But that's again because Porsche Baltic had a worse day than the car ahead of it, which is the 12th place machine. 927 in 12th, 972 rather. Yeah, 972 and 993. So there are laps between these two cars, even though they're jostling for positions on the road right now as the Baltic car goes to the high side on the exit of Le Com corner. That was a fairly vulnerable place to be putting the 993 numbered car for Robertus Kupsikas, and now down the inside of Bruxelles corner, scrapping with Paul Meyer of Hans Weiss Motorsport, and 972 is up as high as 12th overall because this was the only car to keep the pace with the two Red Ant Racing 992s yesterday. So 903, 904, we haven't caught a glimpse of either of those yet, as now Kupsikas is very late on the brakes and wants to try and get at least one lap back on the 972. And that was a good move in the end. I feared that it might go skittering off towards the red and yellow barrier, but he managed to get the anchors on and keep control of the car right in the wheel tracks and through underneath, Snowy.
Yeah, he tried it at Bruxelles, didn't he? But didn't quite have the line. He got the inside, but that puts him on the right-hand side of the track for Jackie Eakes, which in the old days we used to call Rivage 2. How imaginative was that? But that's, as I said, that's a very tight one. So he actually went over to the right there, lined up there, having come out of Bruxelles, be able to do the sort of switch back across to the left-hand side and draw out level with the 972 in front, as at that point, and then just outbrake him in the wet down into Pouhon. But he just placed the car, and he's pulled away dramatically already. He's pulled out 4 or 5 car lengths already, and that's brought into play. 972 has now got, is that the Orchid car? 912
yes, it
right
is.
behind, Orchid car right behind, and the fact there's now 1, 2, 3 have joined that party. So it's suddenly hotting up in this. But 907 there, just a great run down there, and just scampered away. 5-6 car lengths easily now by the start-finish straight.
Now, what would you do if you're Paul Meyer? Because you've got laps on these cars. That it's not a true battle for timing screen position, but you are going to lose out to them on the road. Is it a case of just saying, do you know what, you're going to slow me down if I keep defending? And it's pointless defending because it's like lap cars trying to unlap themselves. So is Paul Meyer just advised to kind of drift over to the left and allow some of these quicker cars in this phase through? Or as a true racer, do you go, no, I'm just going to try and keep them all behind me?
No,
what's the perspective in a long race?
No, it's nonsensical. You race for position and nothing else. So where's the point in racing out of position?
Yeah.
Just let other people get on with it. Why be selfish and spoil somebody else's race?
Yeah. So 972 is ahead on the road, but is also more laps ahead as well. I mean, Meyer's completed 96 laps, and the cars behind him, one of which is that Baltic car, we've got 95 laps, 94 laps. So the Baltic car was 2 laps behind. It's now got ahead, so it's now only 1 lap behind the 972, but that's still a massive advantage for Hans Meyer and Hans Weiss Motorsport, I should say, and Paul Meyer driving it. And Meyer, sensibly, I think, has allowed now Ivan Jacoma to get through on the 972. Well, that was always going to happen because it's a GT3 car versus a Porsche Cup machine. What's happened at the head of the order? Oh, Ralph Bone came in to the pit lane for a stop. So that's taken him out of the race lead. And Ivan Jacoma, the 12, which is now stuck in all the Porsches, Porsche Cup cars, is the new race leader. So we've now had pit stops. Very early one from the 34 Audi. And since then, Ralph Bone and Paulius Pascavicius have pitted for Herbert and RD Sainz. And the complexion at the front of the field has changed again. That's the beauty of having a restart with 6 cars still on the lead lap, I suppose.
That, in turn, the Ralph Bone into 3rd now, having had that pit stop from the lead. That promotes Charles Espinal with the CP Racing Mercedes back up to 2nd. And he's 1 minute 19 seconds off the Ivan Jacoma leading car collection Porsche. 98 laps completed. And we're not even 20 minutes into this 7 hours of the second part of 12 hours over 2 days. Long way to go, and we can see how easily it can change already for Cup Car 84 already. That's out, sadly.
Yeah, still haven't had a chance to know precisely what happened there. What we haven't had is a message on the screen to say that incident involving car 84 and another is being investigated. So that rather suggests that the incident involved only Adrian de Silva, because it might be a penalty to throw to another car if it was affected by somebody else. On the other hand, of course, if another car was having a moment and Adrian's gone off in sympathy to avoid and there wasn't actually contact, that wouldn't then be investigated.
No, and contrary to my slight concern, there was obviously no particular extensive barrier repair required, damage, because as soon as that car was on the flatbed, they were almost back to green straight away. So it's obviously hit something hard and solid, but not moved. So that indicates, A, from the damage to the car, that it was barrier and not tyre belt, not tyres and conveying. That's what takes the time to repair and whatever. I think we've got Diana in the pits. Di.
It's E2P Racing, the number 90 that you were talking about earlier, and I've got Pablo Vergara with me. Pablo, we were just discussing, you started from the pit lane for that restart. Was that a strategy plan?
Actually, we had very low fuel, and we think we didn't have for more than 1 lap, so that's why we tried to avoid a code 60, which would have been very annoying for everyone.
I mean, it's a challenging weekend, isn't it? A lot comes down to the strategy and changing with everything that happens in that moment.
It's a survival weekend, basically. Yeah, it's been very difficult. And yeah, strategy, I suppose, is going to be key, and keeping your brain cold and focused on surviving and not doing any stupid things. But you know, sometimes even if you do it, it's unavoidable in this track.
Pablo, have you had to take a penalty for refueling that early?
Well, actually, I don't think so. We just had to get from the scrutineering area once the race has started.
Oh, of course, right.
So that's, I suppose, that the penalty goes in there.
No, it's just a question, because obviously once the race is started, we were just debating whether there was a penalty there for going in that early, but I'm sure it will play itself out if you don't know about it. He's the man. Pablo, on my final question, and it's just really about Spa, the circuit and this event here. How special is it? Regardless of the weather conditions and the challenges, how special is being here at Spa?
Well, it's always nice to come here. Sometimes it's not very nice because of the weather, but it's a challenge and it's a way of getting better and better in difficult conditions. And it's the same for everyone. So it's a beautiful track. The place is beautiful, and yeah, people are very welcoming in the area, and yeah.
From a driver's perspective, how much do you enjoy the challenge that this circuit brings?
I'm an experienced driver compared to most of the people that drive in here, but I think it's tough. It's tough. It's no tension all the time, and but it's very enjoyable. It's fast. Everything flows, and when everybody talks about Spa like they do, it's because of something. So yeah, it's a great place. Great place.
So would you say it's one to get on the list of, if you're a driver, it's one to have on the list to attend?
Pardon?
As a driver, is it a circuit to have on the list to attend?
Of course. If not the first, if not the top one of the top 2, top 3 by far. And it's not only me, it's everyone. So yeah, it's special because it's special.
Pablo, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Pablo Buguera chatting to Diana Binks. Well, Binksy asked a question. I actually asked her to do so because, to my mind, that is fueling the car outside of Parc Fermé regulations, and cars were smacked with 2 laps penalties overnight. So we'll wait to see. The two black Porsches were side by side as Ralph Bones just gone straight on at Les Combes corner and did take an advantage there. Now, one argument from Ralph will be, I was put there by a car, the number 90. He was in my way, Alvaro Parent, as I was looking to turn in at Les Combes corner. But the 91 definitely shortcutted the left-hand element of Les Combes and gained 2 spots. So we'll wait to see how that plays out as well. It's getting a little political right now in the 24H series restart. But yes, Pablo explaining to Diana Binks that the cars were in Parc Fermé. They went from the scrutineering bay straight to fuel. Therefore, the race for them has not restarted, and they're taking fuel before we get going again.
But they're permitted to do so if they take on a maximum of only 10 litres of fuel. So it's not a full refuel.
Right.
So if they're not going to make it, so presumably they were thinking they were going to take the start, the reason I hadn't got enough in to do a lap. So I'm guessing they've made an error, hate to say it, but they wouldn't have made that lap anyway. So they've got to put something in it to get it around, to get it into the race. They've lost their 10th position anyway because of that. So the penalty is already taken by the fact they can only put 10 litres of fuel in the car. Which won't last very long around here.
Well, it won't. But the next question is, how long do E2P, how long are they able to stay out on the racetrack? Because if they stay out for an hour, we know they've put a lot more than 10 litres in.
Exactly, that's the point.
But when you mentioned you mentioned to me off air, I think, about the pit lane is open, but it's surely only open once you've completed a lap, because you start on the starting grid, which is beyond the pit lane entry road.
No, the pit lane is open so that it's closed, it's red lighted, whilst the safety car goes round. Once the last car passes the pit exit, it goes to green.
Yeah.
So that's
a pit exit, but I'm on about how do you get the car into the pits when you haven't begun on the grid? Oh, anyway, this is all conversation that will be being had now in race direction, and there are stewards, of course, at this meeting who will decide whether the E2P car needs to take a penalty or not. But Pablo, he sounded either unsure or not wanting to say too much, and to be fair, he's here to drive the car very fast this weekend. He's not the engineer, he's not the strategist, so obviously doesn't want to comment on subjects or topics that are out of his jurisdiction or pay grade, you might say. But there's potential there for one of the final cars that restarted on the lead lap to lose yet more time. If they've played it perfectly and they've only put 10 litres in the car and you're allowed to do that, then, hey, no problems whatsoever. Now there's an issue, though, for the Lion Speed GP Porsche Cayman, which led GT4 overnight and by some distance, but already trailing damage, unrelated. It then had a very big moment and slide into Pouhon, and the gravel, although not as close as it used to be, is there, ready to catch a car, and that, sadly, is exactly where the GT4 car has ended up. It's Jose Garcia, the American, in the 424, which may well cause, has in fact caused another Code 60, yes. So it's not the morning for Porsches, either a GT3 example or now the Cayman, which is the GT4 leader, Snowy.
It was kind of inevitable there, wasn't it, that once it had gone, it lost the back end coming to Pouhon, as you said, clipped the grass on the inside, recovered that, and then had that, as we say in motorbike terms, tank slap. As it goes one way, it goes the other, and it just catches it down, and round it went. Although there's a big run-off area on the right-hand side there, it's a long way off the actual racetrack.
Yes.
But you've got to code city it in case somebody else does exactly the same situation and goes and collects it. So it's always think safety. It's always about the safety side. Despite motor racing being dangerous, it's all about the safety, particularly of marshals, anybody attending that now. So why would you have cars coming by at speed downhill into Pouhon when you're recovering that Porsche Cayman? It's had a lot of airtime this weekend so far, and they've just done it again. Once again, we've got Diana down in the pits.
Yeah, I'm with EBM, the number 84 Porsche 911 GT3R, and I've got Martin Rump with me just to have a chat, obviously, as they brought the car off the truck and in to the garage. Obviously, there's a lot of damage to that car if you can see it on the screen, but if you're just listening to us, there's a fair amount of front-end damage there. Martin, tell us what happened from your perspective. What does the team know?
Well, so far we know that we went out in Eau Rouge. It was a tough corner, lap 2. Tires were still a little bit cold. Yeah, just a hectic beginning to the part 2 of the race, and unlucky to end it like this. We don't know much more. The mechanics will need to take the car apart and see how everything is. But yeah, as for the regulations, we were on the truck and the car is retired. So yeah, that's really unfortunate.
Was it Adrian behind the wheel?
Yeah, that was Adrian behind the wheel. He had, going out to the grid, he had a bit of a feel at the track. Everything was fine. And then also on the green flag lap. Yeah, but in hindsight, would have been good to have 2 green flag laps. But I mean, like yesterday. But I think the track condition wasn't actually too bad. So yeah, I think it's just an unlucky moment. And Eau Rouge, it doesn't. Yeah, sometimes it's a tricky one. So.
Yeah, it doesn't take any prisoners, does it? Really?
Yeah, exactly. And it's the main thing is that EBM, the whole lot, they've been so hard working all weekend. We've had so many challenges. We've overcome everything, and we were so much looking forward to like a good end to the race, good 7 hours. And yeah, it's really unfortunate to end it like that.
That's a real shame, and sorry that you've had to go out so early. But was it an incident with Adrian on his own, or was any other car involved, do you think, or was it just one of those track situations? This
I don't know. We have to see when we get the data and the video from the car. I didn't really see the moment. I wasn't sure if it was on telly or not, but I just saw from the telemetry that the car was stopped, and yeah, that's about it.
And of course, we've got, under 7 hours to go, so you must be all of you incredibly disappointed. As you said, everyone's worked really, really hard. So I'm sure you'd like to still be back out there on track.
For sure, I would like to be, but yeah, that's racing. And I mean, what I can say from the positive side, I'm really happy with the team and how hard-working they are. And I'm sure they will have their share of good luck and also good results. And that's racing. You can't expect anything, and sometimes it's down, other times it's up.
Will you be back for Portimao?
We'll see.
You'll let us know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Not particularly committal there. Not sure whether that's because they don't know the extent of the damage yet, or just generally there is no deal in place yet.
I think it's how long's a piece of string at this point, isn't it? As you've said, Johnny, how badly damaged is the car? They've got to have an assessment. They can't begin to make predictions like that. Of course, we're back for the next race because that's quite close. What, 2-3 weekends?
I think it's only 3 weeks away.
3 weekends away. It's 3 weeks away. Yeah, it's a lot of work to be done. So, I think the thing is has it damaged the tub?
Yeah.
If it hasn't damaged the tub, then I would say that's entirely possible and feasible. If it's damaged the tub, that's a whole different thing because there's just so many more man hours involved in doing that and stripping all the all the good parts out of that car, putting it into a new tub.
Thing is, it's Earl Bamber Motorsport, so they'll be able to find a new car. What I wanted to get was a bit of a scoop as to whether they were committed to that weekend, the 10th, 11th and 12th of May, regardless of which car they might run. It will be a Porsche, of course, because it's EBM. And Earl and others associated with the team have friends that can potentially source another car, a brand new car, perhaps. But we'll have to wait and see for the official entry list to be released in due course. But yes, only a matter of weeks away for the 10th, 11th and 12th of May. This Code 60 does provide an opportunity to get a bit more fuel into the cars, but as we discovered yesterday, it's only 25% of your normal allocation under green flag conditions. So is it worth doing for that amount of fuel? If it's a lengthy Code 60 requiring track sweeps and whatnot, then you may even be able to get in not once but twice. The problem is it's such a long track and you're having to circulate at just north of 37 miles per hour or 60 kph.
On that note, Ivan Yakoma in the car collection leading Porsche has pitted a second time. So that puts Herbert Porsche just behind, and CP Racing down to third at the moment. I didn't actually spot the car collection car come in, so they've taken that opportunity. Normally one of the ones that pounce on such an opportunity is CP Racing. I'm surprised they haven't yet. So they're we've got a little countdown on the state element of the timing screen, which tells us how far away they are. So they're 3 minutes away still from that. So it looks like they're staying out. I'd have thought CP Racing would be in on that, or did they filled quite late, didn't they, at the end yesterday? So they've got enough fuel on board already. Yeah, because we were talking about that yesterday. They filled. You can't fill in the last 10 minutes of the race.
That's right.
But I think they did that quite a bit before. I think something like 18 minutes off the top of my head. They fueled yesterday, so that should be okay. 102 laps now completed. I say our lead car is on its out lap. That's Ivan Yakoma at the wheel of the car collection Swiss team in the 911. 2 pit stops completed. Currently running at... I was trying to guesstimate this yesterday, what sort of pace they run behind the safety car, and I said towards 5 minutes. Well, it's 4:02s for that last one, and Herbert Motorsport 5:26, 5:05s. Yeah, so it's about 5 minute lap.
Yeah,
compared
under
to
Code 60
under
rather
Code 60,
than safety car.
Sorry, my apologies. Code 60, not a safety car. Quite right. Which is where I misled earlier on when I said the number 90 car, of course, it was down to the safety car, because it isn't a safety car. Code 60. So under a safety car rule, with that car that started from the pit lane, the EBM car, could have caught up the back of the train. Of course, it isn't. It's Code 60 in this, so he's got to travel at 60 as well. So it doesn't matter where he is on the track. It's still relative. You're not catching up the train, is the point.
The exception there, though, it was a safety car.
It wasn't it, but it was to start with, wasn't it? Yes. So
as they joined from the pit lane...
Yes, so you're absolutely right.
He can catch up.
Mixed metaphor, so you're absolutely right. Yes, so under safety car rule, he could catch the back of the train, provided you're within reasonable pace. You can't go madly to catch up. That's the point, because that's
true.
It's back to safety again, and race directors tend to be all-seeing, all-eyes, and they see these things.
But again, you know, they're getting free fuel there, so that will have to be looked at, surely, because otherwise, they say, well, we didn't have enough to do a lap. That's probably true, but how much did they actually put in the car? How much were they allowed to put in the car? Even if it's 10 litres, you then are able to catch some of that ground back up again, because we began under safety car. So it's, I don't think for a moment they did have enough fuel for that opening lap. You know, they've clearly made an error somewhere and gone, blimey, we're not even going to be able to do a single lap of this Spa circuit. But as it's turned out, they've gone to fuel, they've filled the car, either a little bit or a lot, and then are able to tag onto the back of a safety car train. That's a big advantage.
Maybe Diana could turn detective and go back to that garage, the number 90 E2P Racing, and I know she had a good chat already, but just try and find out how much fuel they put in it. If anybody's willing to say, she may not get the answer, but she can certainly go and try.
But the 10 litres,
if you could, Diana.
The 10 litres regulation is there in black and white.
Yeah.
So if you go to E2P and say, did you put the 10 litres in and no more, then we can start to kind of clear that from our minds and think, we should be fine for the Spanish squad.
I think when the question's posed, body language will tell you everything.
Well, I was watching Pablo's body language when Binksy asked him the original question.
So I wanted to go back.
Will you need to take a penalty? And he sort of looked a little bit sheepish. So I don't know. There's more to that story for me. 6 hours and 24 minutes still to go, and the 91 Porsche that led from the off this morning dropping back to third because of Herbert's early pit stop. I was suggesting, you might remember Herbert pitted with about 50, maybe even 45 minutes to go as Ralph Bohn goes to the outside, then the inside of the GT4 Mercedes from Bugera. But yeah, they pitted with about 45 minutes to go, and I wondered whether actually Herbert might head back into pit road with 15 minutes to go to top off the fuel and not worry about losing the lead lap, because they wouldn't have done. In fact, they stayed out. They made sure they were the leaders overnight, which will have grabbed 1 or 2 headlines, and now have had to take a reasonably early stop as we got going again. And that swung the pendulum back in the direction of Car Collection Motorsport, Ivan Jacoma, Charles Espenlaub for CP Racing, number 85. And then Ralph Bohn is in hot pursuit of this white and blue Merc with the 002 positional light illuminated in the windscreen. These lumen rank numbers very useful for spectators and indeed commentators alike, because it helps to identify where a car is in the overall order. Now Seb Lajou Racing's Porsche has had a slight off-track moment at Le Com corner, and as it rejoins, that was the Speed Lover car, I think, going high. In fact, finding the inside line for the third element of Le Com corner. 908 is being driven by Jean-Francois Demorge. Did he go off on his own? Yes, he did. A little bit too hot at the end of the Kemmel Straight, but thankfully a spin that didn't take him all the way down the escape road.
Yeah, but it was almost sort of ballet, wasn't it? Just gently lost the back end going into the first part of the com, the right-hander. Got going again. But what's intrigued me is, Johnny, from that little bit of replay we've just seen, is it didn't appear to get back up to speed particularly quickly. And as you say, it hasn't bounced across the curb, gone through gravel, needs to check or reset anything. It's just a gentle, in fact, it's just a 90-degree rotation. It's gone no more than that. Couldn't even describe it as a snap. It's just gently rotated round, come to a halt and rejoined on tarmac. And even the curb there it is a slight undulation, but it's mostly painted. It's not a proper curb where you've rattled the car over, is my point, and can upset things. And just, it would be logical as a driver then to rejoin and just have a corner or two. In that case, you're going to go through the right-hander down the hill to Brussels and just have a feel of the car, just check it's all okay. There was no need for that. It was just get back on it and get it lit.
Too right. That was one of your strap lines, wasn't it? In the peak of your driving, I'll use the word career again. It's a loose term.
It is. It's a very benevolent term, yes. But yeah, if in doubt, flat out.
Yeah, that's right. Now, there's a little bit of trim trailing from the number 972 Porsche, which is the Hans Weiss Motorsport car. This is the one that was level pegging with Red Ant Racing overnight. Not sure what that is that's rubbing the ground, but it's certainly not slowing the car down at all. Maybe a slight bit of the under tray, which is dislodged. That car now heading towards Blanchimont as the Car Collection Porsche is heading into the final sequence of bends at the chicane. Jonathan Hui in the number 80 GT3 AM driver combination. So Car Collection have a Pro-Am car and an AM lineup, depending on which of the balances they've gone for before the meeting. So let's flesh that out. The 12 car is a Pro-Am because they have 2 AMs, a semi-pro, and Alex Fontana, who is the pro and theoretically the quickest driver. He will probably revel in these conditions just as soon as he takes back over from Ivan Jacoma. And then the Car Collection entry, AM entry, is the number 80 car for Antares O, Jonathan Hui, the current driver, and Kevin Say, who are all AMs. So 3 AMs make a GT3 AM lineup. 2 AMs, a semi-pro and a pro, is equivalent to a Pro-Am division. If you have more than 1 pro, then that would put you into GT3 Pro, but we haven't got any of those cars this weekend. We did at Dubai, but the focus firmly put onto Pro-Am and AM combinations. And it's great for me to see how the AM can improve, even within a weekend, actually, because the amount of track time that all of these drivers get through the various private test sessions, free practice, then qualifying, and as an AM driver, you might be lucky enough to get a full qualifying session to yourself, 15 minutes, and then all of this race time as well. So if you didn't know the Spa-Francorchamps circuit intimately before this weekend, you will come away just knowing every single contour of it, and that can be so useful moving forward, whether you plan to do the 12 hours of Spa-Francorchamps again, or maybe even the 24 hours, which takes place later on in the year as part of the GT World Challenge series. So through the double left-hander at Pouon, 9.04 is the Michael Haverens Red Ant Racing 992 leader. And is this the...
It's the 80 car collection Porsche entry.
GT3, that's why. Okay. Yeah. I wondered why it was so much faster, but it's not another Cup car.
Sorry, Johnny. It's taken best part of half, 2/3 of a lap to get past it there because of those conditions. In the dry, the GT3 car is infinitely quicker over the lap, not necessarily in a straight line at some point. Some of the the 992 Cup cars, they're just as quick in a straight line because they've got less aero hindering them in the straight line. So, and that was beautifully driven there by our 80 entry. It was Jonathan Hui at the wheel of that. Very sensible, not taking any risks, and say not messing up somebody else's race. Once again, it seems to be my gig today, doesn't it? Once again, we have Diana in the pits. Diana.
Wanted me to find out about the E2P Racing number 90, and they did take full fuel, and they have had a one-lap penalty, as you rightly called earlier. So they've accepted that's what happened. So they have, they will take that penalty now. Well, they've lost a lap basically. So, but it was full fuel, as you mentioned. They also said to me, could I reiterate that in Mugello, I think something you mentioned yesterday, that there was a problem with the car. Apparently it was the aquaplaning that caused the issue for the car to go off on the track at Mugello. So I just thought I'd mention that while they mentioned it to me.
No, that's good. Yeah. Well, we never got to the bottom of that, and we never actually got to the bottom of Tracy Krone's incident either, but that's fabulous. That I'm quite happy to have said the wrong thing, because that's then forced E2P to go to you and say, no, that wasn't the case, this is what happened. So that was entirely down to the wet weather, not the mistake of the driver, and I thought as much.
And they said, look, they're loving the coverage, and thank you very much, but they had been listening to it and thought, oh, we must mention that next time we see you. So, yeah, good to know. We will get a chance to speak to Tracy Krone a bit later. I've definitely spoken to him already, and I had a chat with him the day before, and I think I said to you yesterday, Johnny, and for our listeners and viewers that have only joined today, he's absolutely delighted to be back. He did have 3 cracked ribs and 2 bones in his back where he said he was uncomfortable getting out of the car, but he's been passed fully fit to get in and out, and he said it's absolutely fine, he's feeling good, passed fit to race, loves Spa, absolutely wanted to be here, and said that he does get more injuries while he's skiing than he does on racing events. So I thought that was good, but yeah, looking well, and they were all happy, but we'll get a chat with him a bit later, hopefully.
That'd be great. I had no idea his injuries were that bad. So ribs, and vertebrae, bones in his back. Ouch. So it's obviously it's not been that long since Mugello. A matter of 4 weeks. So to be able to heal up in that time, he's probably still feeling. Because the thing with rib injuries is that they may no longer be broken, but still incredibly painful, and you just don't get the mobility. I wonder how he's feeling in the car, because the belts are often so tight over your shoulders and then your ribs as well. So amazing that Tracy can be back so quickly. To the E2P point, they probably just said to Di, oh, well, we're loving the coverage, but it's a shame you've got Johnny Palmer back on with everybody else, because he tends to get everything wrong. And I did yesterday, but thank you E2P for pointing that out. So purely down to track condition and the amount of puddles on the Mugello racetrack. And as the brake pedal was hit going into turn 1, that's a very high speed approach into a tight right-hander, and the car just speared left and straight into the barrier. Have you raced at Mugello?
A very, very long time ago, but you're absolutely right, it was just exactly a month ago this weekend, exactly the same date. So
but Mugello, in terms of track has not really changed, has it? So do you remember that really high-speed approach to turn 1? I mean, the straight is like a kilometre in length, I think. Not entirely straight, because it's a little kink to the right and a little kink to the left. But then you properly hit that brake pedal to slow the car for turn number 1, which is a U-bend. And then the sweepers begin. But I'm not sure whether you ever saw that incident, but E2P all of a sudden were off the road, in the barrier. It had actually bounced back out and towards the racetrack and done a lot of damage to that car as well.
Driver.
Yeah, well, the driver actually got out and walked away. The Tracy Crone incident was a separate one.
Sorry, yeah.
In the 907 RPM car, and that really did beat Tracy Crone up pretty badly. But he's back to fight another day. 6 hours and 15 minutes to go. Now it's very busy on this section of track from La Source down to Eau Rouge and Raidillon. And the Orchid Racing Team Porsche Cup car, together with Jutta Racing's Audi number 71. They just missed out on the lead lap late last night. And Jutta Racing's Lucas Sundahl, who completed the race yesterday. So he's effectively stayed on board for this morning and now is about to be lapped by Charles Espenlaub on the Kemmel Straight. Who's this to the high side? That's the 91 Herbert Porsche as well. So the CP Racing Mercedes and the Herbert all-black Porsche are fighting for timing screen position there. They're second and third and only separated by the laps down Audi, which clearly is not going to make any space for Ralph Bone. Why should it? Because Lucas Sundahl's trying to get back towards the lead lap. So we have this scenario, so common in a race that is of this length, where you've got cars of very similar pace, but they're not necessarily all on the same lap. And again, does the Audi look to try and untangle itself from the Mercedes and jet off into the distance? Well, not if Charles Espenlaub has anything to do with it. And Charles, how much is he being told on the radio here? Don't worry about the Audi. Do focus on the Porsche, because we want to try and stay ahead of Ralph Bone. The 69 Lamborghini Huracan for RD Sainz. That took an early stop for Paulius Pascavicius, number 69, a little earlier. And 4th place for that car, as the Mercedes now goes underneath the Seb Lajou 908, which rejoined after its slight off-track moment at Les Combes earlier on. And the Mercedes now into some clear air towards Blanchimont corner. But the Audi's keeping pace with these two. This snowy is frustrating for the Jutta Racing Audi, because they're right with the pace of the 2nd place car and the 3rd place car. But this Audi is how many laps behind? Car number 71's done 106 laps, and Charles Espenlaub's about to complete 108 laps. So that's the frustrating thing, is that Lucas Sundahl is now 2 laps behind the Mercedes, even though it's just as quick as it.
I might have got a little bit more to the bottom of Martin Rump's reticence on whether that car will be out again at the next round at Portimao. We forget, of course, and they just updated on 24H Series themselves, actually, to put a little post up on Twitter X. Thank you very much. Saying that, bear in mind, the team overcame a big crash in FP1, which we'd forgotten, and started in 42nd with a spare car loaned by Lion Speed GP. Hence livery, and ended part 2 in 15th place. So it was a loaned car that's now also been damaged. So I'm guessing that's probably why there's discussions yet to be had.
Okay, because I wondered whether Martin was getting the question confused and thought that Binksy was asking him, will he be back for Portimao? I was more interested in whether EBM might be back for Portimao. Yeah. But it's a question as to whether they can source another car now, because the rental has not been treated too well, and they might have a bit of excess to pay on that now as they return it to said car hire company, i.e. Lion Speed. Here's Diana Binks. What have you got this time? Actually, before we get to you, Binks, I'm just going to talk you through a quick moment or two ago, because Ralph Bone to the high side of an Audi. Now, that wasn't for position, because the Audi is 2 laps down, remember, but the Porsche's trying to at least get ahead of it, so it has clear line of sight of the Mercedes, which genuinely is on the lead lap. The Porsche number 91's in 3rd, the Mercedes in 2nd, and now you can say what you were going to say, Di.
I was just about to tell you that the 719 9 and 11 Racing, the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup came in. I asked what the problem was because they took the car into the garage and they said they'd had a bit of a power issue, so they just wheeled it in, did some checks, and it's gone back out on track. So whatever it was fleeting, but obviously they've lost a little bit of time, but they're back out on track. That's the 719.
9 und 11 in the GTX category. Thanks for that. Tim Shearbart, yeah, in the fueling area now. They had a big advantage overnight and have so far managed to hang on to that. GT4 is very interesting for me because we do now have a new leader, and that's all because of Jose Garcia's moment in his Lion Speed GP Porsche. Do we think that Porsche is running again now? It does have a green spot next to it, which rather suggests that car's back out on track. But remember, it ended in the kitty litter at Pouan after a lurid spin. And that car has taken a bit of time to be towed to a safe position, maybe all the way back to the paddock and rejoin the race. But consequently, it has lost the GT4 lead. Let's home in on this fair fight, this absolute scrap for second and third now, because these cars began the day on the lead lap. 94 laps completed yesterday. Mercedes being driven by Charles Espenlaub. It's not for second, it's now for the lead of the race because Ivan Jacoma came in on that lap for fuel and possibly to do a driver change as well. So forget about the 12 for the time being. 85 now leads the race, the 91 car for second. And this is very impressive to be almost 6 hours into a 12-hour race. And the leaders are quite literally nose to tail, Snowy.
Yeah, and just watch them come out of the source there. They're up at Le Combe by now. But 91, the Porsche, Ralph Bowen, just coming out of the source and taking a very tight line, swerving over to the right. If I didn't know better, I'd say he was on dry tyres trying to keep them cool, or wet tyres trying to keep them cool, which is no point in. It does look like the Porsche at the moment has got the pace overall over the Mercedes in front, Charles Espenlaub. They're up against an Audi now on a back marker. They're going to catch that. They're coming out of Bruxelles down into Jackie Eakes. One corner you've got to take really, really careful. And you've got a back marker a little bit loose on the back end there for Charles Espenlaub. CP Racing lost some traction coming out of Jack Eakes there. He's tucking in behind the Porsche. We've got a 908 rotated as well at the moment and not rejoining at the moment. That's a Cup 2 car, isn't it?
Jean-Francois does not like that corner because the 908 skidded off to this part of the track only about 3 laps ago. So he's lost it again at Le Combe, Jean-Francois Demorge. It's the Seb Lejeune car, and now he's going the wrong way down the track on a blind bend, which I never like to see. The marshals are saying, well, saying stop. Because
no, they were waving him forward. They were actually waving him forward, yes.
But they didn't, the marshals standing where they are didn't know there was a gap in the traffic. Anyway, there was, the other side of the wall. And so maybe they were saying, if you're going to do that, do it now, as quickly as possible, rather than being in two minds. Now he's got the indicator on as if he's at a T-junction. And gives way to the right, and now rejoins. Yes. Snowy's despairing slightly alongside me, and I feel his pain because when you have a moment like that, you want a driver, I suppose, to be particularly forceful in what they're doing, and that didn't appear to be too confident. Anyway.
Change of lead. The Ralph Bowen just got past Charles Espenlaub into the bus stop, dived down the inside, got the job done. I said that Porsche was slightly quicker.
He did.
Now I think the point is now. Porsche there lost a little bit coming out of La Source. That's put the Audi on the outside. Into Eau Rouge is not necessarily the place you want to do unless you're Mark Webber on Alonso years ago. You'll remember that. What I'm intrigued to see here, Johnny, is will the Porsche pull away from the Mercedes on this lap? It's got about 2 car lengths coming out of Eau Rouge. That might be a bit of traffic, but I did think that car looked more planted on the previous lap.
I think Espenlaub thought the game was up there and didn't really fight the position. He stayed well over to the left, into the bus stop chicane, and perhaps realising that the Porsche in this phase may well have been given fresh tyres in the last pit stop. The Mercedes hasn't stopped this morning. So that rather suggests to me that Espenlaub, his tyres are starting to, well, certainly the peak performance will have gone a long time ago. We're nearly an hour into this restarted race, whereas the Porsche will have fresh, grooved Hankooks. And I think that could explain the difference in speed at this stage. Theoretically, it's a heavier Porsche compared to the Mercedes on fuel, not necessarily on the balance of performance and on base weight, but more fuel on board that Porsche. And I can imagine that Charles Espinal surely isn't that far away from needing to make the CP Racing's first pit stop of the day.
I mean, technically, heavier car might help in these conditions a bit more with traction, a little bit less optimal in the drive, but it might have an advantage. How much of that, it doesn't. Only the team will really know the nuances of that car enough to know if it does make a substantial difference or not. But I think that the key bit now, as you say, is the CP Racing Mercedes got to need to make a fuel stop fairly soon. We're just coming up to we're 3 minutes off the first hour of the 7 today of this 12-hour in total. Ralph Bowen has pulled away 4 or 5 car lengths. To be fair, Charles Espinal was held up a little bit with the Porsche there through the slower technical part of the circuit, i.e. I think he said Rivage, Bruxelles and Jackie Ickx, not Rivage 1 and Rivage 2, they used to be. I'll be
listening to this who know exactly what you mean and have not got a clue where Bruxelles is. But
all those people listening in the care homes, you mean?
I'm glad you said that, rather than laying the blame at me. But yeah, I speak to so many people in their teens and early 20s who've not got a clue where Rivage is either, so I'm sort of stuck between two difficulties there, a rock and a hard place. Let's go with the current names. And it's nice to have a corner named after Jackie Ickx these days, I feel. Curve Paul Frere, the famous motoring journalist, which that's a name replaced Stavelot, but lots of people will know it as Stavelot forevermore, of course. So down through the Jackie Ickx corner goes Jonathan Hui in 7th position, the number 80 Porsche from Car Collection Motorsport, as that car looking to try and stay in the good positions within GT3 AM. Remember, this car actually ended up starting the race from pole position yesterday. That was after 11 different teams were given grid place penalties because at least one of their drivers in the combination was not present at the driver's briefing, the mandatory driver's briefing for all. And Creventic and the 24H series came down pretty hard in that respect, and who can blame them, because everyone must be at the driver's briefing to soak up all of the crucial information, especially on a heavily affected weekend with the weather. And there may well have been a meeting of drivers this morning too to discuss how the race was going to be restarted. In the end, we didn't technically have any formation laps, but we did have one lap behind the safety car, and then and at the start of that safety car lap, the race began. So we've had one yellow flagged safety car lap, and since then we've had quite a number of code 60s. We managed to get through 10 code 60s yesterday in only a 5-hour race. Just get you the latest stats for today. Yes, it's the one safety car and then 2 further code 60s already this morning. We've had only 59 minutes of the restarted race. Just before we get to half distance, here's Diana Binks.
Thank you very much, Johnny. I'm with Team CMR, and Michael Simpson's just jumped out of the car. Just this morning, how was that restart?
Slippery, yeah. You don't wake up normally on race morning and see snow. We went conservative and put a lot of tyre pressure in, so it was actually all right. It's better than it was yesterday when the deluge came. But really good. The car's phenomenal. I mean, we were all over the GT3s. I mean, in the rain, got a bit of top 3 car on track. Just unfortunately, yesterday we had a hub failure, so we lost best part of an hour. But I really think would have been top 5 overall because it runs so well. It's got some proper grunt, as you can hear. Just an absolute joy to drive it. So I had a great battle there with the ARC Lambo, one of the Mercedes, and I overtook him in a GTX. So life in the old dog yet, so I'm happy with that, yeah.
It certainly is. Looking at what you achieved yesterday, what were you looking to build on today, or what will you be looking to build on?
Well, GTX, it's, the cars are, run by amateur teams more, I'd say. The Vortex is a wonderfully quick car, but sometimes can be fragile. So even though we'd lost that time, the race is never over. So I think a podium is very possible. And who knows, if we can put enough pressure on the Porsche, who's many laps ahead, you never know. It's a spirit of endurance, and that's what the 24-hour series is really good at. So you just keep pushing. And the team, CMR, they're our Ginetta agent in France, sell a lot of cars for us. Did a great job. Get the car back, recover it, hub change, and out in less than an hour from stopping on the Camel. So now we're optimistic still.
I mean, you're very involved with Ginetta and you've done a lot of development with the cars. What is it about this car that makes it so special, and why is it such a good car to race?
Yeah, well, we're really good at making homologated cars in GT4, but we get a lot of clients, especially in the US, who just want something fun, lights, proper engine, aero, with no regulations. So, and that's what the GTX category is around. And we've taken orders to run in a French series. A lot of the race resorts you see in America, like Apex, they're looking at the cars. So it's a bit of fun, and for a fraction of the cost of a GT3. So, it's probably a third of the price, and I went past most of them then. So my job is normally win on Sunday and flog it on Monday.
We're not doing that. Finally, Michael, let me just ask you about this Spa race circuit. What is it about this that's so special?
I mean, for me, I've got a lot of, I love nostalgia, and just driving in through FRANCORCHAMPS village, the hairs stand up, and you just don't get elevation changes like this, camber changes. I mean, coming down from the corner from No Name, that's practically a ski run, and it was this morning. So it's just a special place, and I've never known a driver, doesn't matter what the condition, not like Spa.
It is special, and from a driver's perspective, when you get it right, when you get that win here, it must be so sweet.
It is. The full lap, you know you're on it. So if you're not getting out of the car with your eyes on stalks, you've underdriven Spa. But it's a pleasure to be here.
Great quote from Mike Simpson there. Always worth an interview. Thank you, Diana. But what a lovely little quote from a driver there, an insight to what he said. If your eyes aren't on stalks driving this circuit, you haven't driven it properly. Yeah. Brilliant.
No, he's always great for a quote, is Mike. Just that kind of very dry sense of humour, but typical of Yorkshire, I suppose. And he is also, as he says, very ensconced in the Ginetta business model, I suppose. As he says, he drives the cars very quickly, but he's also now a key part of the whole company.
Well, head of motorsport, basically, for them.
But he also sells cars.
Yes.
So that's outside of that remit, I would rather suggest, but he's trying to sell them within the motorsport industry. So, yeah, that title does rather suit. Meanwhile, the 967 and the 993 Porsches are absolutely together. Whether that be the case on the timing screen, Robertas Kupsikas in the Baltic car wanting to get in front, but that wouldn't give him the road position on this particular car. Again, the mix-up, the churn that yesterday's part of the event provided means that we have to keep looking at the timing screen to work out whether these are actually on-track battles or just for road position.
Talking the timing screen, Johnny, the gap between our race leader and second place, Ralph Bone, and Charles Espinal, Porsche and Mercedes between them, is now 8.5 seconds, and there's some 3-second difference in lap time. So, as we slightly predicted, a couple of things. I think the Porsche just looks quicker in these conditions at the moment. That's changeable because the conditions are going to change. Really obvious statement, but just as it is now, these probably a smallish window. Oh, and another one of the Porsche there, 993, and that is its car number, not a 993. Just straight on at coming out of Le Combe, actually dropping down into Bruxelles by the look of it, but get back onto track again before the next part. And also that fact that back to the first two, Charles Espinal, we're convinced that car's going to need fuel soon, so it's probably light at the moment, but I'm not quite sure where its tyres are at this stage. And because what you did say there was a sort of inevitability about it of Charles Espinal let the Porsche through, as in there's no point in over defending for the sake of it, because you've got to race for position, but you've got to be realistic about it as well.
Well, especially because they're in different phases of their pit stop cycle. The Porsche's already been in this morning. I'm convinced that the CP Racing car, well, actually, it is being shown as having stopped once, and of course that pit stop column has been reset overnight, so it doesn't take into account any pit stops that took place yesterday. Ralph Bone over the line in the lead and has just done the fastest lap of the day. That's not necessarily the fastest lap of the weekend, and I don't think will be, because we had a dry line yesterday.
Yeah, there's still 11 seconds off that. It was Pierre Caff at 2:26 yesterday. We're on a 2:37 now. That said, actually, Alvaro Parente in the E2P Racing Porsche just set the new fastest lap a 36.9. GT4 BMW, that's number 438, just stopped just after Le Source. So doing alt control reset. We can always tell by the lights going on and off. Marshall coming out to that. That's the Simpson Motorsport BMW. You can always tell it because it's very plain. Literally, it's just white with its requirement on. Off it goes again. So, odd place to stop there.
But sometimes when you change down the box and then, you know, the engine potentially can stall or the electronics can fail at La Source because everything is at such low speed. And then when you hit the loud pedal coming out of the corner, nothing's there. Crucial car in the garage, Snowy.
Car collection. Got the number 12 car. That was an earlier race leader, Ivan Yakoma, in the pit now. That's dropped it down to 14th already, and they're doing some work on the rear end of that car. They've got the rear PU completely off that car, so something's in there on the left rear suspension. They're doing something. Our cameraman, I guess that's Seb. Thank you very much, Seb. Has just got into there for us, getting a long shot, keeping out of the way of the mechanics working on it. There's a brake disc and caliper on the garage floor, and a lot of space there. So that has come off there. So there's something a bit further down the line. It looks almost like potentially drive shaft stroke gearbox end. There might be some issue with that Porsche. Maybe Diana's down there to find out. Diana, are you down in the... Thank you.
Dennis is the engineer, so I'm going to have a quick chat with him. He's kindly come out to have a chat. What's happening with the number 12? Obviously, we can see a lot of work going on at the rear of the car.
Unfortunately, we lost the drive shaft. We saw it yesterday already during a pit stop, where we had a bit of grease in the rim, and then it's getting more and more during yesterday's race, and also now in the intervention brake. When we fire up the car, it was also more grease in the wheel housing. We hope that we can survive, but unfortunately it broke quite early, so now we have to change. We prepared already a completely wheel carrier with a drive shaft, so I think it's fixed soon now. They put on the bodywork again, and then we can go out again.
I mean, clearly you've got a good team here with you. They've worked pretty quickly and pretty hard, and obviously you had the parts ready in case situations like this occur.
Oh yeah, because we saw it already yesterday. So yesterday we were hoping it's just a bit of grease which came out, but then in the morning we were a bit afraid, to be honest, to lose it. So then we prepared all parts that it's quick, but yeah, still the car is hot and you need a bit of time, and it's not easy to go into such a hot car. So it takes anyway a bit of time, but should be fixed now. We lost, I think, 4 laps now. So yeah, hopefully we can get back. So let's say the Pro-Am podium is still possible. We have still 6 hours of racing, so let's see.
Spa very much always presents these challenges.
Yes, for sure. Unfortunately, we were in the lead, so wasting a bit or burning a bit of driving time for the Bronx. We kept the pros, Yannick and Alex, for the end of the race. So, but now they have to fight back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dennis Furlerman from Car Collection Motorsports, and they had some bad news regarding this car yesterday, or in fact overnight, Friday into Saturday, when they had pole position taken away from them, and now further dramas for the rear of the number 12. Likewise for the 69 RD Signs Cholet Racing team. They're running third on the road, Paulius Pascavicius, and thankfully the car has suddenly fired back into life, but that was a full reset by the looks of things for the Lithuanian driver. And Paulius is going to lose, well, at least 30 seconds, maybe closer to a minute with that difficulty. He was expected across the line at the end of lap 115, around about now, and he's only just getting going. I was just trying to work out where on the track that was. Maybe in the...
Bruxelles.
Oh, on the outside of
Yes,
Bruxelles.
on the outside there, yep.
That's why I couldn't place it. I, for some reason, thought it was coming out of Campus corner, but there's a gravel trap there these days rather than the extensive asphalt area where Paulius had ended up. Yep, you're spot on with that. Exit of Bruxelles and down into the left-hander at Jackie X. So he's going to potentially lose out a few places, including to Tim Vogler in the Lant Motorsport Audi. There is snow in the air. There is definitely snow descending on the Kemmel Straight. I'm familiar with this earlier on in the season, and I'm sure we've had a WEC race meeting affected by snow. Well, that was at Silverstone, though. We definitely had snow on the Saturday morning a few years ago, as the Ginetta G56, number 795, heads into Le Com corner. Windscreen wiper on, but to clear snowflakes rather than raindrops. You never can guess what Spa-Francorchamps going to chuck at you next, Snowy.
Well, it wasn't something I was expecting us to be able to have to cover today. I thought Charles Espinal being involved in a drag race was one thing, but I thought that was breaking news. But snow along the Kemmel Straight, that's pretty different. I have to say, I did do a 2008 British GT opening round at Alton Park. I remember going out for the warm-up in the morning on stickered slicks.
Yes.
And I know he's probably listening. Piers Maserati, or who that is, was actually crew chief at the time. And they sent me out on stickered slicks, and it was snowing. I went down through Cascades, and I can't tell how many armfuls of lock there were trying to keep the thing off the greenery. And that's at like 20 miles an hour, and it was just ridiculous. And I just radioed in and just said, "This is absolutely pointless." They were just like,
were you trying to turn left at Cascades, doing the full circuit?
Yeah, trying to do the full circuit. And it's just like, this is absolutely pointless. It's just too great a risk. There was no point. I'm not sure we even got the stickers off the slicks, to be honest. It was that cold.
Unbelievable.
And I think Pierre did come back and just go, "Fair point, mate. You're in it." I was like, "Why did you send me out in this?" It's just like, a brand new 140 grand's worth, whatever it was, of Aston GT4 car at the time. It's like a risk-reward ratio. Now, that Lamborghini has got going to the RD Signs one you just mentioned at Bruxelles, the number 69 entry. It has got going, Johnny, but it's going very, very slowly. And in fact, it's just pulled onto the grass. I think that's at Blanchimont by the look of it. It's got as far as that. And I've got a feeling that car's not going to make it back to the pits. Well, it looked like it was going to get there slowly. I'm not convinced it will now.
The worry there,
which could be a code 60. Parked on the left.
It's moving. It's indicated as a slow car, but it's not moving now. And if anything, that's better, to be on the grass and at least not on the racetrack, because the worry there, heading up to Blanchimont, is that it's a full commitment corner and you don't necessarily know what's further around. As that rim looks intact to me. The tyre is still inflated as well, as far as I can tell.
It's going again now.
Move away.
He's got it moving again. There is some damage just after the front right on the door and sill area there. There's no sort of reference marks on the rest of the car. Great camera work here, zooming in on the car, very, very close up, showing us every detail of it, so you can really have a good look around the car and inspect it. But there's that little bit of damage, as I say, on the front right, just after the wheel by the door there. Nothing really obvious. The
Cholet Tourist Board will be very happy, though, with this little bit of visit cholet.lt, Lithuania. I forget now where the Cholet is the third or fourth biggest city in Lithuania, but it's certainly a place on the up. I looked it up because it's a strange spelling to an English speaker, and I wanted to make sure that the pronunciation was correct. But it's pronounced Cholet, and alongside that was then some various informative videos on a popular video website telling you that it's a great destination to visit. They've got a nice cathedral there, and it is in northern Lithuania. I still haven't got my answer. I think I'm going to go for the fourth largest city in the country.
Well, wherever it's from, it is stopped again. So it did stop, get moving, and stop yet again. So I think this one may imply its terminal. We've got the number 18 Audi into the pits.
Yeah, the 18 Santalock.
That's way down the order. Yeah,
Santalock Audi. Yeah. That's the Pierre Caffa car.
Been the fastest car of the first part of the race.
Yes, they got the fastest lap, didn't they, in the opening 5 hours, and they made the crucial top 15, which you said they would, and they did not disappoint. We're into part 2 of the race. 117 laps now completed when you total it all up, and Herbert Motorsport are the race leaders with Ralph Bone at the wheel of that 91 Porsche. Charles Espinal for CP Racing is in second, number 85. And in third spot, the Lance Motorsport Audi of Tim Vogler, which is a further lap back, waiting to see where the 34 car is in regard or in reference to the 91. It might be just about close enough. I just need Tim Vogler to complete another lap, and that's going to take a longer time, of course, because we're now under code 60 for the recovery of the Lambo. Fourth position for a fellow Lithuanian squad, Jutta Racing. GT3 Pro-Am, number 71 for Lucas Sundal. Alvaro Parent in 5th position, Portuguese driver at the wheel of the Spanish team E2P Racing. They, remember, took a 1-lap penalty heading into this morning's part of the race. It wasn't technically overnight, but right at the start, because they suddenly realised there wasn't enough fuel in the tank and, in fact, decided to brim it, or at least take their full allocation before the race began. And that is outside of the permitted regulations, and therefore E2P have had to take a lap. But actually, they're still only a lap away from the Herbert Motorsport car, because if that had not happened, they would have begun today's part of the race on the lead lap. Car Collection Motorsport, Jonathan Hui in number 80 is in 6th, ahead of the RD Sainz Cholet Racing Team crew for Paulius Pascavicius, but it remains to be seen whether that car stays in 7th. I would argue it's going to tumble out of the top 8 now, because it stopped at Blanchimont. Haas RT's Audi number 1 for Tim Muller is in 8th spot, the 3rd best of the Audis. In 9th position, it's the Santalot car, which has just made a pit stop, and Elia Earhart taking that car round into the fueling area as well, number 18. First and second in the 992s as we go back to green now, so that was a relatively short code 60. The 903 leads the 904 in the 992 division. Remember, Class 992 is for Porsche Cup cars exclusively, and it's Redont Racing, the Belgian squad at their home event, who are bossing that class currently, first and second. But Hans Weiss Motorsport are not too far away. A fellow Benelux team, and Mark V. Eldik of the Netherlands in 972 is running Redant close. They're 3rd in category. Porsche Baltic with Robertus Kupsikas, number 993, is in 13th place, ahead of Kenneth Heyer in the 11 Hoffa Racing Mercedes, 14th. And then Matteo Lorena in the 44 ARC Bratislava Lamborghini, 15th. And the HRT Performance, number 967, Porsche, is 16th. Page 3 of our current standings reveals Nick Johnson in the 907 RPM racing car in the all-green Tracy Crone colours. We're hoping to hear from Tracy Crone later in the day. Heiko Eichenberg, who drives the SRS Team Zorg Rennsport Porsche, is 18th in 927. Then it is MRS GT Racing for Antti Ramo, number 988. Jean-Francois Demorge, 908 for Seb Lajou by Duvo Racing. Wim Mulders in the Speed Lover Porsche's 21st, ahead of Marcel van Berlo for Bas Kooten in 925. The MP Racing Mercedes, number 58, is 23rd. And it's another 992 AM Porsche that completes the top 24. Hankook Competitions car, number 911. That's a very good Porsche number. 25th is the Orchid Racing Team, and Lauren Mishbash is the current driver. Then the number 12. Now, 12 is back in the race. It obviously had to go in the garage for lengthy work, and the rear wheels and indeed brakes were being removed from that car. Need to get to precisely what the issue was there and whether they've actually solved it. Do we know?
Drive shaft.
Sorry,
drive
yes.
shaft issue.
Of course, because Dennis Verleman came on and spoke to Binksy. There's a lot going on here in the commentary box, but thank you for reminding me. Bulgaria ZM Racing, number 416, and Adam Lashko drives the 27th place car. Hamofa Motorsport, number 419, Mark Verhoeven. Then the Lion Speed GP GT4 car is in 29th place for Dennis Bone. 9 und Elf Racing, the GTX car, is in 30th position for Martin Schluter. Then it's SRS Team Zorg Rennsport, Heinz J. Kroner, number 127. And in 32nd place, Colin White in the CWS Engineering 178. 33rd is the next of the GTX cars, Lionel Amrush in the 701 Vortex V8, ahead of GDL Racing's Mark Ko in 969. HY Racing's Bruno Barbaro is in the 169 car, 35th. Then it's the 795 Team CMR Ginetta G56. We heard from one of their drivers, Mike Simpson, not so long back, but it's Freddie Tomlinson currently driving. Then Neuhofer Rennsport, number 985, 37th. Simpson Motorsports BMW was stopped on the exit of La Source not too long ago, but Charlie Robertson got going again in 438, and he is 38th, ahead of the now retired EBM Porsche. Big crash for Adrian De Silva at the top of Radeon, and Holmgard Motorsports, number 902, 40th position for Magnus Holmgard. NK PP Racing by Bas Kooten, number 992, is in 41st, ahead of Arno Gomez for Vortex in 42nd. Alfab Racing, Eric Behrens, number 400, is 43rd. And the Kessel Racing Ferrari did not restart today. That's why it says 0 laps next to its name. It ran yesterday, but there was a big crash for Nicolo Rossi. And now big drama for the 911 numbered car. This is the Hankook competition Porsche for the Korean team. And Hankook competition on the Hankook rubber, as everybody is. And Stephen Show, in the snow flurry, has left the road. And even worse for him, the car is absolutely embedded in a very deep gravel trap.
Yeah, I think what he's done there, Johnny, is it's gone, as you say, and the close-up we've got of the right rear wheel and the right-hand side of the car is that I think he's tried to reverse it out because there's a barrier right in front, and unfortunately that's just dug it in and brought all the gravel up around to the leading edge of that wheel, the rear tyres there, so it is well and truly. And looking at the angle and judging like quickly, it looks like the left-hand side is completely in the gravel. There's not even a wheel on the track, so I think we're going to have a code 60 very, very quickly to get this out of the way. So snow, gravel, rain. Welcome to motor racing.
I know, and welcome to Spa-Francorchamps.
Indeed,
it all
so
comes as part of the challenge, and everybody signed up for this. There's no backing out now, quite literally no backing out now for Stephen Show. Do you like that?
Very
Code 60 Code 60 hits, and that's a prime opportunity as the marshals attend the scene to remind you as to what has happened so far today. Well into the second hour of today. Therefore, we are nearly 6.5 hours into this year's 12 hours of Spa, and the marshals, together with the tractor unit, have done a splendid job to get Stephen Show out of the gravel and hopefully back into the race with as little delay as possible. That Hankook car was, I think, on page 3 of our standings when I read them all out, and is trying, obviously, to get for a podium result within its category. The 911 spinning at turn 7. Turn 7 is... Was that the inside of Lecombe corner then? I'm just still trying to work out where that is. But 5, 6 and 7 tend to be the Lecombe complex. So Lecombe out.
And what he's actually done, we just... It's unfortunate.
So there was a spin.
He's got his spin. He's rejoined from the left-hand side of the track, so he hasn't even gone off into the gravel. He's moved across to the right-hand side, and then he should have flicked it round. Easy to say sitting here in a commentary box, not in the car. Should have flicked it round on the track, but it's moved forward. Racing cars don't have a great deal of lock, unfortunately. They've got a bit more of an orbit than they have a lock. It's not designed to work in a small window, and it's driven across the track and into the gravel the other side. So it's sort of compounded the problem in the first place. He got away with the spin and then put it in the gravel.
I'm sure Stephen, in a few weeks, looking back on that, can chuckle, but at the moment he'll be so distraught. I mean, we're laughing at his predicament. Can you actually flick a car round when it's got traction control? Are you on about just flicking the steering wheel from lock to lock as quickly as possible? Or
No, but a boot full of power, because you can adjust the TC as well, so you can wind it down. They'll have multiple settings. So
you turn the TC virtually off.
Yes.
And then deliberately get wheel spin.
Yeah.
Well, don't just explain as if it's obvious. I don't know.
Sorry.
The people listening are genuinely interested.
You're quite right. I mean, it'll vary. Something like be 8 to 12 settings. Of how much intrusion there is, if you like, of traction control. Same with ABS, and that's why these modern cars, which didn't have this kind of thing 20 years ago, let's say, it's developed enormously. That's why, no disrespect, but AM drivers can get up to pace in them much quicker, because you can apply all these systems to start with, and get them time and seat time to get comfort, and then a good driver coach will teach a driver, an amateur, how to wind that down. So it's quite a safety net to start with, but it just gives them that comfort that they haven't got from being a pro driver doing them all the time, because they've got a proper job. They're sitting at a desk during the week earning money to go racing. Sensible people, as they should do. But a driver coach then will do that and sort of to wind it down and show you the differences, and you go to various places and try things, and that's where the data is just beyond helpful of sitting there. It does this, cause and effect. So if we do this, go from setting whatever to this, lower, higher, etc., it'll have this effect, and it's very readable on a laptop. You can see it on a graph, and you can interpret it, and you just then that's just more experience. You get to drive the car and learn what it'll do.
This is not the first time I've said this, but the Seb Lejeune Porsche has lost it at Les Combes again, I'm afraid. The 908. Is it still Jean-Francois Demorge, who is really struggling with that part of the circuit? No, Gilles Blasco now has taken charge of that car. Maybe it's the car that doesn't like turning in at Les
When
Combes.
it happened the second time when you mentioned it, I thought, that's odd. It's unlikely for somebody to be, I was going to say, that inept. I don't think he was being.
But you're going to be more wary, aren't you, the next time you arrive on that
Precisely
that
so, exactly. So you'd learn from it. And then, as you say, for the same car to do it again with a different driver in it would tend to point towards there's an issue with the car and not the driver. So that would suggest something in the order of brake bias.
Mm-hmm.
It's got too much rear bias. You put bias onto the rear. This is when I say bias. This is the pressure that's applied when you press the brake pedal. How much pressure arrives at each of the four wheels. So ordinarily in the dry, you have a much higher percentage at the front because you have obviously weight transfer. The car dives, and you put a lot more pressure on the rear brakes aren't a lot. In the wet, what you don't want to do, especially in a Porsche, being a rear engine car, and the engine does hang out the back over the rear wheels. It really is a rear engine car. Obviously, that's a pendulum effect. So the moment you brake and add any kind of turning angle in, steering in, it's a pendulum effect, and you put the weight transfer in. So the back of the car is higher, so it will want to rotate. So you put more bias onto the rears to make the back squat a bit more and take it off the front. That would suggest there it's possibly got a bit too much rear bias on if two drivers are having the same problem at the same point. And it's the end of a long straight. So it's a high-speed straight. They're probably doing 250k in one of those, about thereabouts. So
I mean, they are fast down the straights.
Possibly a bit more. So it's a considerable amount of speed, and if you've got your braking at the wrong ratio and it applies too much onto the rears, you've only got it might not even need to put any turning direction in. You might just go anyway, and it would suggest that it probably is. So I think they're fighting that car.
Maybe so. And how much can they change during a pit stop? Do they want to be as quick as possible and not be a little bit here and there? I mean, is brake bias something you can control from within the cockpit as well?
Oh,
the twist of a dial?
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
That's sort of seconds to redress.
If it's working properly, that's my point. So it may be slightly defective. That's what I'm suggesting. That I wouldn't have thought two drivers would have the same problem without the engineers highlighting that. They'll have data as well back in the pits, and they'll be able to say, right, let's see where it is. They can read brake pressure tolerances, that kind of thing. I've had that kind of issue before where we had something in a GT1 car. It wasn't here, it was Barcelona actually, where in Lissa Storm, where I said that it was far too much rear bias causing the issue, and it turns out there was virtually no pressure at the front, and it was locking the rears, and something had failed. Basically, it was a valve in the system that had just failed, so no matter what you did, the car didn't do what it would do ordinarily, and at a thick end of 180 miles an hour, that's it's attention grabbing,
I'm sure. but until you know that there is a genuine problem in the system and then how to solve it, then you're kind of a little bit in the dark. You just know something's wrong, not necessarily what it is specifically, and diagnosing it is one of the big issues.
Yeah, and as drivers, we've got all these, we say as commentators, we've got so many screens going on and different things, reading, whatever. As drivers, you've got a lot going on, and we just forget, and it is their job, as Nick David would say, it's your job. But you are sitting in a racing car doing 100 and something miles an hour a lot of the time, covering a lot of ground, and that takes up quite a lot of time and mental process to do that. Which is why the really good drivers, the top drivers, the real pros, they're using a very small amount of capacity to just drive the car. So driving the car is relatively easy, i.e. you want a driver that can drive at pace normally, like it's just That's just quite normal. That's what we're doing, yes. What capacity have you got left to read a race, read strategy, feel a car, understand radio messages? And if it's we often used to do this with young drivers when they join a team. We deliberately on a test session at obviously lower pace, let's say 7/10, so not in a race, but we'd ask questions at various parts of the circuit just to see if they were distracted or not. Not enough to put the car into a situation. In fact, sparring, I remember that in the Lister Storm with Creation when I drove for them in the 24-hour here, first time round on free practice. Part of the deal was to set a time of this, which was 2:25. I can remember at the time because that was just race pace. But do that, but complete one entire lap talking on the radio and describing that was called a radio check for altitude. What it really meant was the team wanted to know, can you drive a car at this pace and still talk to us and absorb information and feedback information? And so they say, can we have diff temperature please? And you were like, sorry? And you're middle of Blanchimont or something at 180 miles an hour and you've got to scroll through a dash. And if you've got to the bus stop and hadn't done it and they were like, still waiting, you're like, I'm still braking.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to stay alive here.
I mean, surely there isn't necessarily the brake capacity, even of the greatest drivers, to do a corner like Blanchimont as fast as possible and then also do other things. They were testing your ability to departmentalise and say, I'll deal with that in a moment. Because you could do it on the main straight, for instance.
Yes, and process multiple bits of information, but and to see, and equally, I won't say who, but he was a world champion in that car and a British GT champion. You can work out the rest. This car being a Lister Storm, just in case you've missed that, as to who the driver might be. And his response would be, if you were asked sometimes you'd be deliberately asked at the wrong point to see how he reacted, and his response would quite often be, let's just say, Anglo-Saxon.
Yes.
As in, don't bother me now.
Yes.
And that was also another measure of your confidence. Yeah, we might ask you the most ridiculous question at the wrong part of the time. If you are not confident enough to tell them to wait, I'm busy, or even just ignore them, that's your problem. What's more important, driving the car or, posting a letter, as it were? Oh, yeah, this is the information. And then you fall off the track. What's the point?
So an ability to spin plates.
Two-way test.
And park things until a more
not
appropriate
park it,
point.
hopefully. That's the idea.
We're under code 60 again, and I was just trying to work out precisely why, because there's a pickup truck on track, and they are rolling the tow strop out from the front of that to, now a Porsche that is black and gold, or is that the Audi? It is the Porsche, because Jason Hart's name is on it.
Yeah.
This is the 91 car, and a big question mark as to where Ralph Bone has got to. Ralph Bone off the road from the lead of the race. Charles Espenlaub is now gone into the fueling area. So, unless I'm very much mistaken, Tim Vogel is about to cross the line as the new race leader, because off the road, and very uncharacteristically for Herbert Motorsport, they are potentially out of this race. Ralph Bone, Herbert Motorsport, up against the barrier. When I say out of this race, it's difficult to tell how much damage is on this car because it's well behind where we can see the debris fencing and also the tyre wall between us and between the car and the vantage point, our vantage point. But because the grass is so wet, so sodden, this is going to be tricky to recover the car. And what we don't know is how much damage is on that front right-hand corner. So this 12-hour race of Spa-Francorchamps is now going to flip around entirely. And Tim Vogler, restricted to 60 kilometres per hour, is the next car expected across the start and finish line as it is being pulled out. Well, it's completely covered in grime and mud, but it does look straight on the front right corner. So let us hope that the 91 car, you can't even identify it as 91 on that right side because the number panel is absolutely splattered with mud. But I would think this car can rejoin. Ralph Bone has stayed on board, and every credit to the track crew here at Spa-Francorchamps for this extrication, which is a little complex. They didn't want to get the 4x4 onto the grass and mud either, for fear that that might get stuck there.
Yes, it's a bit of a long shot. We can't quite see where that is. And it's, It's not poo on, but I'm not trying to work out where that number 91 car is. It doesn't seem to have connected with anything. I just wonder if he's been caught out by a back marker as to where he's just had to take avoiding action, let's just say. I'm not blaming anybody there, but that might be what's happened. In the meantime, while we're trying to ascertain that, Diana Binks has something for us down in the pits.
It was just to really add to what you were saying, guys. A few of the teams here are telling me they're sort of, on strategy, they're sort of struggling with the tyres, because obviously the conditions are still, you know, pretty cold out there on the track, and that's causing a bit of a headache at this point. I know we've got quite a few hours to go, but it's just because of the conditions keep changing, and I guess some teams have got more tyres than others, so we'll just have to keep an eye on who's got what, you know, at that point. But that's the sort of general feedback here in the pit lane.
Well, there's no restriction in terms of how many tyres you can use, but the difficulty is how many wet weather tyres have Hankook actually brought with them in their various articulated trailers. So that is definitely a question mark, and it might be that they are saying to the teams, this is your allocation for the rest of the day, use it as you will, but we simply cannot provide you with any more. That might be, again, a story to pursue. Because, I mean, Hankook will have been closely looking at the weather forecast for the weekend, and clearly we're coming to Spa, so they surely have to expect that the whole race might be run in wet conditions. Someone who's been very fast so far this weekend in the RPM Racing Porsche, number 907, is Nick Johnson, and he's now chatting to Binksy.
Yes, he is. He's just literally jumped out of the car. Nick, first of all, let me just ask, are you satisfied with your performance so far?
Yeah, well, you know, it's very difficult. It's like one of those things where you kind of have to, you know, look at the rewards versus, you know, how much you're going to, you know, sacrifice, right? So, you know, with the weather condition as it is, we decided to kind of stay out on the range. I think there was one point there about half an hour ago they could have gone to slicks, but you probably, you know, would have to go back again like 15 minutes later, right? So, and then I think we had a, you know, pit stop here just about 5-10 minutes ago. That was probably not the best since another code 60 now, so we lost a lap because of that. But otherwise, I think performance-wise, we're running, you know, top 3 performance-wise as far as speed. So, you know, we'll see how it goes there. You know, if the weather stays better the rest of the day, or if we're going to keep doing this. But I think we have a pace for, you know, top 3. We might be tough to catch those guys that leading right now, because they've been very, very fast in any condition. So, but I think we're satisfied so far. We just basically here to make sure Tracy's okay as well, because of what happened in Mugello. We wanted to make sure he could drive and was okay and all that kind of stuff. So far everything is good.
You just mentioned Tracy there, and we've not had a chat. We've not had a chance to have a chat to him directly about how's he getting on.
Oh, great. I mean, you know, we haven't had a lot of time to practice either, right? Because of the weather on Wednesday. And then nothing on Thursday, and then just straight into the, you know, practice on Friday. So he maybe did like 7-8 laps before the race started. So he's basically getting up to speed in the race now, because we didn't really want to take any chances in practice there with the, you know, the conditions. So it's okay. You know, as I said, we're here to kind of making sure we get back, you know, on track again after what happened in Mugello, because we know we have, you know, the pace, we have the team, we have, you know, the car behind us. So it's we're going to be fine.
And how much do you enjoy being back here in the Spa 12 hours?
Well, Spa is obviously always fantastic. One of the, you know, premier racetracks in the world. The weather on the other hand is maybe not the greatest, but that's what you get at Spa this time of year, right? You almost have to come middle of the summer if you're not going to have this. But otherwise, you know, facility is fantastic. You know, the track configuration is awesome. So, you know, it's still fun to be back.
Thanks, Nick.
Thank you.
Nick Johnson talking to Diana Binks, and the next job on your list, Binksy, will be to head to Herbert Motorsport to try and find out precisely what happened with Ralph Bone's car and whether they think it's okay. Well, they're sending it back out into the race, I think, or certainly around for fuel. So it might be that they've massively got away with one there. It was off on the grass. It was losing time, but then, of course, the code 60 came out. So those cars that it was fighting with on the racetrack were hampered to just the 60 km/h speed limit. And actually, the recovery took not too much time at all from the pickup truck that arrived on the scene, very swiftly indeed. They've surely lost a lap. Well, they will be losing a lap now that that car is in pit lane, and unexpectedly. They weren't due for fuel, but you might as well top it up whilst you're there to get as much value out of this unexpected pit stop as possible.
And Johnny, we didn't establish why the car went off, but do we know where it went off?
Turns 12 and 13. Now,
Piff Paff then to the end of
yeah,
Pouon.
It looked like the exit of Piff Paff or Le Fagne, as one of the two Red Ant racing cars has gone a little too deep into Bruxelles there.
So the approach to that, Johnny, sorry, I think I talked over you there, sorry, Johnny. The approach to that is very fast on the exit of Pouon, and it's not terribly wide down there. So they've had a grassy moment. I mean, the car, you say, it's gone to refueling area. It's going to be back in the race. One thing it absolutely does need is a jet wash, to say the least, because we know it's car 91 now, but the fact it's covered in dirt, you can't see the 91. You said on one side, you can't see it on the other side of the number panel either. But it appears to have had a miraculous escape from hitting any of the scenery. It might have had a little bit of a country tour, but not managed to touch anything, mercifully. So we'll see where that falls up. But they must have lost a lap, as you say, Johnny. It's currently listed as in third, but as is the Land Motorsport car. So that puts at the moment, the second and third are in the pit lane being refueled. Of course, that'll all shake out in a minute. But the car that's leading is the 85 CP Racing Mercedes.
Yeah.
Charles Aspinall at the wheel. And what a star he's been this weekend in that car.
And remember, on Friday, where they qualified, it was basically just inside the top 20. And
so it was 18th, wasn't it, I think?
They were behind so many of the Porsche Cup cars. I'm going to confirm that for you in a moment, because scrolling through the various bulletins, I'll have a look for the published grid for yesterday's beginning of the race. Provisional starting grid, yeah, that'll be it. Allow that to load. But to come from that far back, and clearly there was a problem with the car, because it shouldn't have been behind so many of the Porsche Cup cars. 85, it started 24th on yesterday's Part 1 grid, and is now leading the race after well over half of it.
So 6 places further back than I thought, at 18th. I thought it was just inside the top 20. It's actually quite a bit outside it, 2 rows back. So,
and ahead of it, teams like NKPP Racing from the Porsche Cup class, HRT, Bas Kooten, Homeguard. Clearly things were not right with the CP Racing Mercedes, and I don't exactly know what the issue was that they were fighting, whether they just weren't able to lay the pace down in one of those particular qualifying sessions. The problem with 3 doses of qualifying, 15 minutes each, is that if one driver can't get the tyres into the window, just can't get the car to perform, you then pay for that through the other 2 sessions, because it's a 3-lap average, unlike conventional qualifying. But I do like it. Now, having spoken to Nick Johnson very recently, it's the commentator's curse from Diana Binks, perhaps because that car is slowing down dramatically in 907. Not a place you want to be going slowly, into Blanchimont corner with the hazard lights flashing. Tracy Crone himself at the wheel and heading into the final chicane. I'm sure Tracy's going to pit with a problem like this.
Yeah, and obviously very experienced Tracy, and he's taking the... he was on the left-hand side of the track, leaving the racing line for the approach to the corner there, then partway through, while it's clearly checked his mirrors, moved over to the right-hand side of the track, which is logical to let people have the run-through and the exit, and into the pit lane, Tracy Crone in this Porsche. So, a lot of debris on the track.
And we're under code 60, I think, because of it. So is that an indication that Tracy Crone's had a big moment at Blanchimont, and that was him recovering? Or is this something...
Is that from the 91 car? No, Tracy Crone's car. It's in the... It is the Crone car that's done all that, and it's been turned and rotated into the box for some work done there. So all its splitters and grills at the front completely occupied with grass at the moment now. So again, it looks like another one's had a hairy moment, and we're getting a long shot across the track there. The amount of grass and mud and debris and various bits of detritus on the track there. But what is really obvious to me is not just what's on the track, but how narrow there's a bit of grass there the other side before it's actually a concrete wall. No tyre barrier, no conveyor belting, i.e. nothing soft to impact, which takes a while to repair, but makes the car a bit more survivable. But again, it looks like Tracy Crone has had a bit like the 91 Herbert car, has had a massive moment, and whilst he's picked up debris and lost a bit of time, got away with no impact.
Amazingly, I didn't see the left-hand side of that Porsche, but it did seem to be reacting well to Tracy's steering input. But the car quite possibly has swapped ends twice or 3 times over, heading through Blanchimont corner. There's no tyres on the inside of that bend because it's far less likely for you to actually find that concrete wall, I would suggest, although Tracy had a very good go at it a moment or two ago. The tyres are all on the outer edge of Blanchimont because it's much more likely for a car to spin and then towards the outside of the bend. And sadly, over the years, we've had some big contact with the tyre and Hankook barrier through turns, what will that be, 17 and 18, 19 and 20, the final elements of the chicane. Weather in the distance does not look too promising, it's fair to say, here at Spa-Francorchamps. There have been little gaps in the weather through the course of Saturday, and in fact we had a nice dry line developing through much of the racetrack in part one of this year's 12 hours of Spa, but we'll have to wait a few more hours yet for things to improve from the skies. There's definitely some damage on the nose of the RPM racing car. Nick Johnson is there inspecting as well. He's actually chatting to Tracy Crone, who's just clambered out of that RPM car, the 907, and having a chat to Nick Johnson, who's his long-time co-driver. They've been racing with each other for 25 years or so, and Nick, I'm sure, will be desperate to know precisely what happened, but it's definitely glanced the barrier. That's the reason why the scarring is there on the front left of the front of the car.
Well, he's got away with a very, very light kiss there. There was a great zoom in of the camera into our garage there on the front of that car. The car livery, obviously, which is will be a vinyl wrap, more than paint, more than likely, of the lime green and blue, and that's just peeled off, and you can see the grey sort of primer, the base colour of the car is underneath. My point being, it's taken off the layer of the finish and not done any heavy damage. The actual panels look straight and intact, so it will have just kissed. But I'm sure we'll get a debrief at some point, and maybe Diana will be able to go and find Tracy Crone at some point and have a chat to find out literally from directly from the man in the seat at the time. In the meantime, the clear up takes the bit longer with the they really are leaf blowers now, not just on the front of a tractor. So our marshals out there on a live track, and I know we're code 60, but all the drivers keeping to the right hand side there, completely out of the way. Let the marshals get on with it. Everybody's benefit. I thought the one behind was on his phone. He's not. He's on a mobile.
No, he's not.
On a radio, sorry. Chat obviously to race control, race director, keeping everybody informed of a lifetime update.
You'd sooner have his job than to have your back to traffic with the hairdryer strapped to your back, because you wouldn't be able to hear anything nor see anything. So holding the radio is the job I'll take. Thanks very much.
Now I know Nick Damon and Joe Bradley are commentating on karting this weekend, but Nick will just let you know, Nick, there is gaffer tape being used on the Tracy Crone car, RPM. That's getting, and I like the fact that it's not black or anything like that. It's colour coded to the car. It is lime green.
Than that though, but it's certainly chucked a load of turf onto the road, and for a lengthy stretch of it as well. So this could be a reasonably long code 60 in actual fact, whilst the track is made safe again and to return a lot of grip to it. The Orchid Racing team Porsche yesterday left the road and scraped the barrier, and still all those red marks on the back of the 917 are there. Rather sending a very nice paint job askew, unfortunately, or again that'll be a vinyl wrap, but that car looking pristine when we started yesterday. It looks a little second hand at this point, but you would expect that after such an endurance race as this. We are venturing our way towards the end of hour 7 of a 12-hour meeting, but a split race, remember, 5 hours yesterday, and we are not far away from completing 2 hours now on Sunday morning. So whilst the clear up continues heading out of Curve Paul Frere and into Blanchimont, we can grab this update from Diana Binks.
Yeah, I'm still, you've been talking about the 907 and Tracy Crone, and Nick Johansson's just come back out to have a quick chat with me. You've had a chance to chat to Tracy. Obviously he had his helmet on. I knew you didn't want to talk to me. What did he say to you about what happened out there?
No, I mean, he basically got hit from behind, right before Blanchimont. We looked at the video, and he's basically going on race line, and I don't know what car was behind, to be honest with you, but something hit him just straight from behind him, turned him, and that's where you see the damage on the front nose here. So there was his first out lap, so he was probably still getting up to speed, and somebody else was in the car that was already up to speed. So it was a big speed difference, you could tell that. But he was just on the race line, and obviously if you're going to pass somebody, you need to kind of pass off the race line, right, kind of thing. So I don't know exactly what happened, but it's unfortunate. But the guys get it back together here and to go back out and see what we can do.
Looks like superficial damage.
Yeah, I think so. Unless we get out there and see that the radiator or something has a crack in it, because it sits right in the front there on the Porsche. So I don't think we can really see that till we get back on track again. But otherwise, it looks like more cosmetic stuff, and hopefully that's the case.
Yeah, there they are. Just the car is back out on track. Thanks very much, Nick. And sorry about the pronouncing of your surname. I got it wrong completely, but my apologies.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, Nick Jonsson. You know Nick Jonsson. I think you said something different, but hey, we're all friends here. If you just call him Nick, it's a safe bet, I suppose. Code 60 continues, and thankfully the 907 RPM racing car is rolling again. Tracy Crone still displayed as the driver. I know he got out of the car to speak to Nick briefly. This will answer my question as to whether you can leave the pits coming out of La Source, and there are cones there, so it forces everybody into the historic pit lane. I've been waiting for that answer all weekend. Binksy telling me that Tracy got back into the car. So, hey, you fall off the horse, you get back onto it. And he was already doing that after his big crash at Mugello through no fault of his own. Racing again at Spa. He's had another. I mean, that incident just now would force me into a darkened room for a couple of days. But no, I'm going to go back out and I'm going to complete my stint. Tremendous.
Yeah, so thank you, Diana, for getting to the bottom of that. But being hit from behind, we don't know by which car. But Nick Jonsson telling us that very helpfully. So not Tracy Crone's problem at all, or fault. But being hit from behind at Blanchimont and rotating and getting away with that is quite lucky. So we said superficial damage at the front of the car. We spotted the raced gaffer tape going onto the car. But the more important thing is, I think, if it's been hit from behind fairly hard, what damage has it done to the back end of that? So those Porsche engines, obviously right out of the back there, the exhaust system there. If you push the exhaust system forward, it can pinch it, and that can make sure gases don't come out very well. So we will see. And Diana Binks is with erstwhile race leader Charles Espinel. Shane Lewis is in that car now. Diana.
Charles, you've just handed over to Shane. So let me just ask you, how was that restart for you this morning?
Oh, fine. It obviously the conditions are tricky. I got to honestly say that's the first time I've ever started a race in snow, but it's been great. Before we go any further, I got to wish happy birthday my beautiful wife. Today, she's with me here in the snow, and we're enjoying the day. So anyway, happy birthday to Jessie.
Oh, happy birthday, Jessie.
We're CP racing, we're doing what we're doing, and just trying to maintain. And we have honestly a little difficulty with the tire in the drying condition. Some of the other cars can do a little better and maintain that rain tire longer than us. And yesterday we were forced to go to the slick tire because it was drying.
Why do you think that is?
We're a little heavier, front engine car. We kind of tend to use the fronts a little. Those guys can use the rears a little more, and rain, we're pretty good, but when it starts drying, they can stretch that Hankook rain tire out a little more. So it's a little tricky for us, but we've gotten lucky on a couple Code 60s. The guys have been doing great pit stops, and we're going to do what we do and keep digging to the end.
I mean, it's really tricky, isn't it? Because the conditions are just so changeable, and it's hitting you every 5-10 minutes. We've got something different.
Yeah, I'm actually having a really good time. I know Daniel, our team manager, and Michael, our strategist, they're like, pulling their hair out. But for me, I'm having a really good time. Obviously, Spa's a beautiful area, beautiful people, enjoy the series, and happy to be here. Wish it was a little warmer, but the changing conditions, actually, that's endurance racing, so we love it.
How satisfied are you with your performance?
I'm pretty happy. For an old guy, I can still get around pretty good, and we kept it on the track, and we did what we needed to do to manage those tires. So I'm really happy with my performance, I got to say. Pat myself on the back.
What's the biggest thing? What's the biggest challenge for any driver here on a race like this when it's a situation that we have?
Well, obviously it's the changing conditions. So we were debating when Shane got in the car just now, do we put him on a slick or a rain? And with the condition, he hadn't been out there yet, so he doesn't know what to see yet. So, for everybody, it's the same. And you know, for some drivers, you know, some of our friends in the 91 car, they hadn't been here yet, so they've only seen this place in the rain. So for them, it's challenging too, you know, and you know, that's endurance racing. Once again, it's really cool, and everybody has to deal with it. Some of us deal with it better than others, and we'll see what happens at the end.
Now, just talking about Spa, the Spa circuit itself, for any driver or aspiring driver that hasn't raced here before, what would you say to them as to why they should come and race at Spa?
It is absolutely one of the best tracks in the world. I mean, natural elevation, it's up, down, left, right. I mean, it truly is a flowing, high-speed track. And we started coming in 2013, and we've been here every year since, and I hope to come here many more years in the future. The only thing that nips it for me as my favorite track is the Nürburgring, and obviously that place is just weird. So, but it is an excellent track. I tell all my friends in the States that we race, you got to go drive Spa, you got to drive Nürburgring, top two for sure.
Thanks very much, Charles.
Thank you.
And happy birthday to Charles's wife.
Jessie.
He gives her a big hug. Jessie, it's Jessie's birthday, so happy birthday to Jessie.
Too right. Well done, Big C. Chatting to Charles Espenlaub, who's loving it, but he says that some other people in the CP Racing crew perhaps not, because they're having to stay one step ahead of the game. And at certain points around this track, in its current state, actually you'd favour a Porsche Cup car over a GT3, because talking earlier on about maybe you'd favour a car that's heavier on the fuel load, because that's mechanical grip versus aero grip. And when it's this greasy, you can't necessarily get all the aero grip out of these cars. Whereas the Porsche Cup cars, they don't have much of that at all. So they're fully focused on going fast down the straights, like the Kemmel and that run into Blanchimont, and then just hanging on as best you can through the twisty bits. So that Porsche Cup car is actually able to stretch its legs a little bit over the Mercedes briefly down the hill and towards Eau Rouge and Raidillon. Mercedes looking a little faster though in the command, or Shane Lewis in its command, as they head over the top of Raidillon and onto the Kemmel Straight again. The 001 flashing in the windscreen of the CP Racing Mercedes LEW for Shane Lewis, and he'll now be able to get by that Porsche Cup car in the braking area. It's the 972, which was neatly placed overnight, car 972. It's an AM lineup, but they have been looking very good all weekend long. The Hans Weiss Motorsport crew, Paul Meyer started that, and 972 has since had, I'm sure, another driver into it. Just scanning down the current standings. And we'll get to that in a moment, but they're fighting the two Red Ant Racing cars. 903, but 904 currently leads that class. It's Ralph Popalars finally found the Hans Weiss Motorsport car, 972. So Ralph took over from Paul Meyer, the starting driver, earlier today. Still the same top three in the 992s. 904 leads 903 for 992 honours, and then the first of the 992 AM cars is that car from the Netherlands. Brief glimpse of the 127 Porsche Cayman, which heads along the straight just before it opens up onto the Kemmel in this densely wooded area of the racetrack. And the two Ginettas have found one another as well. The nose really diving on the 795 car around the outside of the CWS Engineering version. And as Mike Simpson says, this G56 Cup car sounding absolutely glorious as well. Mike said that was a quick car, and it certainly looks the part heading to the end of the Kemmel Straight and now into Bruxelles. It's a real shame they had that hub problem, the hub failure yesterday, which has put them back in the standings.
Yeah, and two different generations of Ginettas there. So you said Mike Simpson in the sort of pseudo works one, as in he works for, he's head of motorsport at Ginetta. G56 Cup car, the Colin White, the CWS car, the black one, is a G55, and I was talking to Colin at Dubai back in January, the second round of this series, and he was saying that he's getting his eyes on a 56 to upgrade and move up the grid a bit. I think they've had a lot of good work out of this car. It's been a good workhorse for them, this particular model and that particular car. I think he's got a couple of others. He may even have a 56 already, just haven't debuted it in Creventic yet. Creventic being the series organiser of this Hankook 24-hour series?
I'm sure he has somewhere, and it's one of the big decisions he has at the head before each racing weekend is what car are we taking out this time, because he has a big stable of them. Colin White from Glastonbury in the southwest of England, home of the world famous music festival, but he has a world famous motorsport outlet. Always used to drive a kind of big executive type coach everywhere, and that was converted to put cars in the back. He used to be a big name in national hot rod racing as well, Colin White, on the short ovals of the UK and slightly further afield, sometimes to the Benelux area, to race his bigger ASCAR type based machine. But he then found his way onto the larger circuits, courtesy of the Toka package, actually, that supports the British Touring Car Series, and has raced within Ginetta's ladder system for several years now. But loves to get his teeth into longer distance races also, and nice to have two Ginettas here. Maybe that's a growth area for the rest of the season, with the Team CMR crew with their G56 Cup as well.
And Colin White, very much a man who's hands-on, gets his hands dirty and gets involved in there and works on the cars, to the point proven perfectly at one of the interviews at Dubai with him, when it was the car was immediately behind us. We're just in the pit apron discussing what work has been done on the car, and we're just running through a couple of bits of that. And don't you need to, doesn't it have a power steering issue? You need to change the belt, did I hear? And he looked at me live and just went, "Thank goodness you said this. I'm supposed to be doing that. Got to go." And he literally turned round, and it was literally hands in, as in that being told, that was on his job sheet. And he'd like, "I shouldn't be here talking about this. I need to go and do that. Thanks." And
but the fact that he'd completely forgotten until you reminded him.
And that's a definite back to the studio moment.
I love it. Well, he was never going to be interviewed any more than that. It was a little bit like the interview he gave Diana Binks yesterday, which started with hello. Then he said goodbye at the end of it, after one or two very valuable comments, I hasten to add. As that car continues to pound round, what's the latest on Herbert Motorsport and precisely the position they've rejoined? They're down in 7th position now. Scott Noble did take over from the driver at the time, Ralph Bone, after he left the racetrack. And we're still trying to establish precisely what happened for Herbert Motorsport to create that code 60. May well have been a reasonably high speed off, but thankfully the car slowed sufficiently and in time to not hit the barrier, we think. But often when you slide off the racetrack and onto the grass, you actually gain momentum because the grass is holding so much moisture, and you become a passenger then. But and he will have been clenched in the cockpit in readiness for something to hit pretty hard, and I think he might have got away with it.
Well, it's a phrase I've used before, and which is on wet grass. Yeah, motor cars pick up speed, race cars pick up speed, and it's not just a phrase. It really is the case that because it's wet, you've got no grip. There's less resistance, and this is always the danger of exactly these conditions where the track's greasy, and it's so easy just to get a place a foot wrong, or wheel wrong, catch a curve, run a bit wide, misjudge somebody in front, have to brake a bit different, or change direction, i.e. take yourself out of where you think you should be, and you suddenly get onto the grass, and that's when it becomes exponential, because suddenly the car, the most horrible sensation I can assure you is running wide off track in a race car and getting onto the grass, because it all goes quiet. Because you lift off because you don't want any power input, you want to actually get almost like dead throttle as much as possible and hope to rely on steering. Don't touch the brakes immediately. The worst thing you can do, it's like in snow, hits the brakes, the car locks up, and then you're just sliding. So you take away the one function you've got, steering. So you've got to be disciplined, lift off, hopefully they set up, but it all goes terribly quiet compared to being on the racetrack, because the engine noise has dropped, and it's just all you can hear is rattling across the grass, and hopefully you don't get the next noise, which is connection with something slightly more solid, and you get away with it.
Often from onboards you hear that very gentle clinking of gravel inside the suspension, and then bang. But it is a matter of waiting, and maybe the bang doesn't arrive, but sometimes
calm before the storm.
Sometimes you sort of know where you are in relation to barriers and other things, and you know for a fact that you're going to find them, and then it's a question of how big the impact is going to be. But incredibly, that 91 car, despite being absolutely covered in mud, it's still got some speed. So clearly there's not a lot of damage, if any, to that 91 car. I assume they've cleaned the race numbers, because in all seriousness, that is something that needs sorting out before the car heads back out onto track, because the marshals need to be able to identify that is the 91 car. The marshals don't, I'm sure they do gradually learn the liveries of the cars through the course of the race, but they need to know categorically that XX car has just had a moment, just spun and continued, just, I don't know, breached the track limits, and the only way that they can properly identify it is through the number panel. So if that is covered in mud, the team very likely will be told at the next pit stop, please make sure that your numbers are visible and on both sides of the car. We had at Qatar during the opening World Endurance Championship race some damage to, I think, one of the Toyotas. Or no, it was one of the Porsches actually, some damage to the side pod which took the number panel with it. And actually the team were instructed to come into pit lane and sort that out. And they, rather than stick the number in its usual place, they had a sticky number which they just then put on the car just ahead of the rear wheel arch. And then the race officials were happy once again. But it was an extra pit stop in order to do that necessary work.
Great battle for 5th place, Johnny, between 80 and 90. That's the car collection Porsche and the E2P racing Porsche. Antonio Sinera at the wheel of that one, and it's their lap there on the same lap, 2:36.1 and 2:36.7, so not much between them as they cross the line. I think that's just been reversed in the favour of the second of those two cars, Antonio Sinera in the E2P car. I think's got ahead of Creventic in the car collection motorsport. I think I just saw that in the background. But they're only a few paces behind. In fact, now they've come through. I was just about to say this. They're now right with the leader, race leader, which is Shane Lewis in the CP Racing Mercedes. Now, this is where their intel will tell you they are actually a lap down. So this is where experience and a team crew helps you enormously. Don't get embroiled in a race. Let him through exactly on cue. Shane Lewis just blends slightly to the right and almost let the Porsche through. That got behind a cup car then. But he does need to get embroiled in this battle, and it's against the instincts of a racing driver, because you can't teach drivers to drive slowly. But this is part of the skill of an endurance driver. This doesn't matter. Let him through. But natural instinct is like, do what? Let him through? Not on my life. And it's like, yes, you absolutely must, because there's no point. They're a lap down, so it's going to take them ages to come around again. Don't worry about it. Let him through.
And also, in an attempt to defend the position, you're going to lose lap time.
Precisely. Yeah.
And the grand scheme of things, you know, it might feel good at the time, but then when you look back on maybe missing out on the race victory by 5 seconds, you'll be thinking, why on earth did I fight a car that was a lap down?
For one corner, it's a short-lived emotion compared to an overall win. Absolutely.
Yeah.
There's a metaphor for life.
It wasn't it just, hey, you get all sorts of things from me and him during a 12-hour race. And we'll be focusing on, I don't know what next, stargazing, perhaps. There's quite a lot of debris at the start of the Kemmel Straight, I noticed.
Yellow as well, I've noticed.
Yeah, so is that a bit of razor tape, not from the Krone racing car, but from similar cars that have suffered damage so far, and that's steadily peeling off?
Not steadily, it's actually quite a lot of it's coming off already, isn't it? That's been out for what, 10 minutes?
Oh, on the Krone car, yeah. No, I was trying to identify the other tape, but yes, true. They've had to do a bit of taping up on that car as quickly as possible to get Tracy into the race again.
Noticeable there, Tracy Krone, as he came out of Le Combe, so you've got your right, left, right, the 3 sections of Le Combe, so the last bit being a right-hander on a brow. You then drop down the hill to Bruxelles. He's moved over to the right-hand side, not to let any traffic through, but as if he was going to try and keep the tyres cool again. Now, there is almost the inklings, a haze of a dry line starting to appear on that part of the track. So maybe that's why he's moving over to the right, just to keep those tyres nice and cool. And certainly down at Pool 1, it's definitely a dry line through there. So I'm not sure what's happening on the weather forecast. I'll have a look at my radar in a minute and see what's like to go. We're just under 5 hours to go, Johnny. 4 hours 50. So virtually all of yesterday's race to happen again now, as it were. Tracy Krone definitely keeping not just out of the way of traffic, he's definitely having to run onto the wetter, cooler, or the wetter parts of the track that therefore will cool the tyres. Yeah, most emphatically he's doing that.
And that was a useful tool for you and I yesterday to try and work out who was on what tyres at various points in the race. It was the RD Sainz Lamborghini, and there was another car at it as well, not sticking to the conventional lines, but instead seeking out the cooler and wetter parts of the racetrack. We do in certain areas now have a dry line developing. This is earlier than I expected.
Developing, Johnny. I would say now fortune favours the brave, and if where your pit window is now, depending on which team we're talking about, I would say at this point, from a driver's eye point of view, and it's always down to the driver, and quite often I remember being asked this, what tyres should we run, and I remember it coming back to me on the radio, well, you're driving the car, you tell us. It's then also your responsibility, but I would say this is a slick option within the next lap to 2 at the maximum. If it stays changeable like this, it'll dry out that little bit more, and I would say potentially if you're in a pit stop window now, it's probably worth a risk with a pro driver, which you're probably going to have at this point of the race, put them on a slick and seeing if there can be any competitive advantage gained. It's a little bit risky, but I think it's potentially worth it. There's enough of a dry line around that circuit now to get the best out of those tyres.
Nothing ventured, nothing gained is the old phrase, and sometimes you need to push the risk a little bit in order to get ahead of everybody else in your class, of everybody else maybe in the race overall. Obviously the flip side of that is the next time we see a car on slicks might be in the barrier, so but you can only really test it out, and the skilled drivers, even if it is the slightly wrong decision, should be able to deal with that. But I mean, it's very dry coming out of Campus Corner and into Curve.
That's my point. If it's about now, you do it and you put your skilled driver in. Absolutely no disrespect or deference to any AM drivers. Just may not have the experience. That's all it comes down to.
Or the car feel. I mean, that's just a fact.
But what's going to happen is if you put a pro driver in the car now with slicks on it, if this continues to weather as it is now, the track's going to come to you. So by the time you've got the tyres in, that track's come to you, and you might just play a blinder. As you say though, Johnny, if it goes the wrong way, it's 0 to 0 in the space of a corner.
Neck and neck between the Lance Audi in the white and blue colours and the Ginetta G56. Can that break a little later in the hands of Freddie Tomlinson? Well, he tried. The 795 Ginetta is not on the same lap as car 34 because Max Edelhoff is either just off the lead lap or he's going to be too far away from the CP Racing Mercedes, I think. So they are a lap and a bit away from the Merc that leads the race. Jutta Racing's Arūnas Gesiauskas in the Audi. There are actually 3 Audi R8s, second, third and fourth now, stacking up behind the 3-pointed star that is bossing the race to this point. But it could be a very good podium for Audi should things go slightly awry for CP Racing. Haas RT is the other car, so it's Jutta, Lance, Haas, and then the first of the Porsches in the hands of Antonio Sainero for E2P Racing, number 90, as that car comes back from having to take a penalty, a 1-lap penalty, because they were desperate for fuel before we got going again today. So the first job on their list this morning was not even to get the car onto the grids, but instead to fueling area, separate, remember, from the main pit lane. So you have the Grand Prix pits where the majority of the pit stops are being done, the driver changes, the tyre changes, and then if you require fuel, you have to, as everybody will do, go round on the inside of La Source, down the hill through the historic pit lane, but then there's a separate fueling area there with a speed limit of only 20 kilometres per hour where you can take on extra fluids to power you through the next stint and then return to the racetrack just beyond the Eau Rouge Radeon complex. So car 34 running in 3rd position, hunting down the Arūnas Gesiauskas Audi. And that Audi's just done its best lap of today, the Jutta Racing car, number 71. They've really come back in style, having started the second part of the race a lap down compared to the top 6 cars. 71 was the first car not on the lead lap, but they can't be that far. I think they are actually level pegging now with CP Racing. So a really good effort from the crew at Jutta. The car was started by Swedish driver Lucas Sundahl, who's the semi-pro, now in the hands of Arūnas Gesiauskas from Lithuania. He's the AM, and Lars Viljoen, also in the 71 car, the British driver, set to potentially take over at the next pit stop. They just have to be wary of how much they're using Lucas Sundahl there, because there's a driving limit across both days for the semi-pros. Nose of the 34 Audi dipping as it slows for Bruxelles corner. Part of that is because it's a downhill approach anyway, but also because of the phenomenally efficient brakes on these GT3 cars. Dr. Johannes Kerkhoff, Tim Vogler in this car as well, the 34 car which has been entered into GT3 AM, as Viggo Dalmo, the Norwegian driver, and current pilot Max Edelhoff. And now at Lefania corner is the Simpson Motorsport BMW, which continues the descent down to the lowest part of the circuit at Campus corner, turn 15. Now, Max Edelhoff has proven to be a big talent, particularly this weekend, the 28-year-old from Germany. He was given this car late on yesterday to get as far up the field as possible, and made sure that the 34 car began after the same number of laps, 94 completed yesterday by the race leader, race leader overnight, Herbert Motorsports Porsche, and the 34 car was only on the second row as we began this morning. And it's still in contention, potentially for a race win, depending on when they are next due to stop. But 4 hours and 45 minutes still left on the clock will produce an awful lot more action yet, Snowy.
It certainly will. It's a long way to go. We think about this. Most of the people, the public, understand Formula One, which is at best 2 hours long or 200 miles thereabouts, often an hour and a half, an hour and 40 race. So, explaining the concept of 4, 5, 6, 3, 6, 12, 24-hour races seems unheard of. And we've got got 2 and a bit Grand Prix to go yet in terms of what that people understand most of the time. So it's a long way to go in this, and so much can happen. We saw it at the very start of the race with the E2P racing Porsche that did about a lap and a half, and that was it, and it went out just because of the conditions there. And that's one of the things of endurance racing, the many layers. It's not just strategy and car and different drivers, but it's what the weather can bring. And we're in one of the most changeable weather condition areas of the world, in the Ardennes forest down here, end of Belgium, nearly into Germany. Say Nürburgring is just about 60 k's away across the mountains, and it can appear absolutely fine one part of the circuit and not another, and you can be on the wrong tyre choice, and it can change everything so quickly. At the moment, though, the ones that are absolutely acing it is Shane Lewis at the wheel at the moment of the CP Racing American-run team. I'm sure, Johnny, you've seen this, but if you were to go into their transporter, and at the back where you have their crew area, where obviously they can sleep during the 24-hour race, etc., it's basically like being in NASA. They've got bunk beds purpose-made, beautifully made. I say absolutely bespoke, tailor-made. But they've all got, it looks like it's like a Apollo mission with the American flag on, and each of the names like it's at NASA. It's quite unbelievable. And there's various on the lower bunks, on the floor that's one above, there's various pictures, which I can't describe as they are because it's a family show, to try and put drivers off, so that some drivers have put them there against other drivers in the team, so when they lie back and look up, they're put off and aren't able to sleep as much, even into team fighting. How about that? Bit of psychology for you.
We're talking about people in various states of undress?
Potentially. I did have a sneak preview at the...
when were you shown around their trailer? I've never got this invitation.
There you go.
No, when?
Nürburgring a couple of years ago.
Why was I not invited? I mean, I know I was up to various antics
this is not for me
2
to answer.
years ago. I might have been slightly indisposed, in fairness, but hey, you could have told me that you were going into their truck. I would like to have seen this NASA-esque environment with added nudity, perhaps.
It's the decor that got me.
I see. Well, hey, whatever gets you through a race weekend, I suppose. Here's the number 11 Mercedes with the windscreen wipers still working a touch. That might be to get rid of a bit of grime, though, on the windshield. And you were talking yesterday about not wanting to do that too early because it'll just make the whole situation worse and smear the screen. But that windscreen wiper is still being used by the number 11 Hoffer Racing Mercedes. It's Maxi Partel driving that in 14th position. And onto the Camel Straight goes the 438 Simpson Motorsport BMW in its all-white livery. So down to the Le Com corner, where there is now sunshine for Maximilian Partel. So this seems like a different world compared to the snowfall we had earlier today. Still, though, there's a lot of grease out on the racetrack, and Partel's just suddenly found that, thinking, I'll put the car here on the racing line. Oh, no, that was a bad idea. And nearly went straight on at Bruxelles. So you've got to be wary as to which bits of the track are drying and at what speed.
Yeah, classic example there of a little bit of turn and understeer, and then just caught it and just snap power oversteer, wasn't it? So the car losing the front end and then losing the back end. And that's, I'd love to see an onboard of that, the amount of steering correction that was required on the, to keep that in a relatively not quite straight line, but keep it on the grey stuff, certainly.
Bugera ZM Racing Mercedes, how are they getting on? They were the GT4 leaders, they still are, and that is because of the Lion Speed spin. You might remember the Lion Speed GP Cayman ended up in the gravel trap at Pouon corner earlier today. That lost them the GT4 lead, and it presented the opportunity for Bugera ZM Racing from the United Arab Emirates to put their Mercedes right up there. Alia Koloch now driving that, and she is posting some decent times in the 416 Mercedes. 2:49 last time around. The second place GT4 car doing 2:48, so Lion Speed aren't going to get any closer to the Mercedes if that continues, with identical lap times near enough from both of those very different GT4 cars. But remember, they're balanced according to the global category, similar to GT3, just not as advanced cars, smaller rear wing, less aero, a little less power as well, but nevertheless truly rewarding when you get a lap just about right in the GT4 car. Daniel Gilloise in his Orchid Racing team car, just heading in and out of the Jackie X left-hander. Still, this car with the windscreen wipers working hard, and that car is 6th in the 992 AMS.
Yeah, so I don't quite understand why the wipers on that, because there's no spray, nothing in front of them, and it's not raining, so.
Been left on,
yeah,
just too busy doing everything else.
I'm not quite sure why, that's all. They know best, they're in the car, so they obviously understand it more than we do. But so the Vortex is coming up behind that, not got a wiper on. It's almost as if that wiper's stuck on that 917, or you can't find the switch.
Well, there's that too. It doesn't appear to be smearing the screen too badly.
Which is my concern, John. That's the point. If it's not just, it doesn't matter if it's running unless it does any harm. That is detrimental.
Now, there was a loop for the NKPP Racing Porsche, more than a loop at the start of the Kemmel Straight, because it's clanged the concrete, both the nose and the tail of that car. That is the 992 numbered
and
Porsche,
that might
is it
explain
not?
the yellow debris we've seen, Johnny, because that's just about where it started. The car is predominantly red with yellow markings, so that might be what we've seen on the left-hand side of the track, or right-hand side of the track, left, looking back down it. So the car rejoins, all right in front of, and moves across. Is there anything that comes off the front of that car? I think that debris has actually been cleared. I think that was earlier. Very, very distinct dry line into Le Com now, particularly into the braking zone in the right-hander. So was it 908, the Porsche that was having the constant problems there?
Yeah,
yeah, that shouldn't have any issues there anymore.
Seb Lajou Racing by Duvo, and both Jean-Francois Demorge and Gilles Blasco have had half spins at the top of the circuit into Le Com, but we haven't seen the 908 in that predicament lately. course, commentators' curves will hit very soon, and we'll see the 908 car partly sideways into turns 5, 6 and 7, but keeping it on the straight and narrow for the time being. And Gilles Blasco is in 8th place in the 992 AM part of the race. Still trying to look for the NKPP car. I think that's a long way further down. Yeah, it is. Gijs Bessem, and he actually pitted at the end of that lap where he had, or was there, it was in fact at the out lap. 28 seconds, no, that's the drive time. 28 minutes rather, the drive time. So it was either before an out lap, or sorry, before coming into the pits, or immediately on the out lap that that Gijs has had that moment at the start of the Kemmel. And it did seem to be a fair old thud into the concrete on the right. First of all with the front of the car, then with the back of the car, and now he has rejoined. Actually, that area might still be Armco. It becomes concrete further down the straight, but at least with the metal barriers, they do give a touch rather than hitting bare concrete when there's only one winner.
Yeah, absolutely. Unless, of course, the barriers, it just varies slightly. If you get between posts, then the Armco does give a little bit. But if you buy a post,
oh yeah, a
little bit less. But it's kind of academic compared to, as you say, contrast and compare between Armco and concrete. Concrete just doesn't give at all, and it tends to do a lot of damage quite quickly.
Unless you're on a street track sometimes, and they use those concrete blocks, and the blocks themselves can be pushed back, but they must weigh about 5 tons each or something. So you have to give them a fair old thud to move them, and the car will start to bend before that happens.
As you say, there's only one winner, isn't there? And it's usually the concrete.
Yeah. 927 is another instantly recognisable car, as in it's in the sort of purple tones. That's the SRS Zorg Rennsport car with the Get On Track sponsorship, Renn Taxi, as it says on the side. SRS Zorg Rennsport are regulars at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Let's have a look at some of the class leaders within the lower classes then, and the subcategories, because Gilles Courtois in the 701 Vortex V8, this brand new 2.0 Vortex, is in the lead of GTX. It was for a period of time the Ginetta G56 Cup car, and then the 911 dark green Porsche that Mike Simpson made reference to. The Porsche is very fast, he said. Well, at the moment it's not leading the GTX category because Tim Scheerbart and others in that car have struggled of late. Meantime, in the GTX, sorry, in the TCE division, the 178 car, which is the CWS Engineering Ginetta G55, is being driven by West Midlander Daniel Morris, and that car leading the TCE and TCX class. Just heading down the hill into Bruxelles for Colin White's mainly all black, but with the teal detailing down both sides, and still looking pretty straight, that car, as you would expect for a class leader. Bugera ZM Racing with Alia Koloc drives the Mercedes AMG for the team from the UAE, although with strong ties to the Czech Republic. And the GT4 leader has changed again, and this was mainly down to the bad luck for Lion Speed GP, because their Porsche Cayman really was dominant on Saturday for all 5 hours, but a moment early on today saw that car spin at Pouhon, and now we've got difficulties for the 795 Team CMR Ginetta G56. It's still Freddie Tomlinson driving it, unless they've just done a stop, and this is the outlet.
It looks like Mike Simpson's helmet.
Right. That's very good identity if you prove to be correct. So Mike was chatting to Binksy not long ago, and we reckon Mike Simpson back at the wheel of this car. Well, they've already had a hub failure on this, and now Mike's chatting to the marshals about what he should be doing next in the Ginetta. We were trying to run you through our various class leaders then, but obviously we've brought a halt
60
to that.
because of this. It is Michael Simpson, yep. So parked at the side of the track. Is that coming out of Le Com? Parked on the right-hand side, coming down the hill? Potentially it is. I think that could be the exit of Le Com.
Yes, is the short answer to that, I would reckon, but just beneath shot the route into Bruxelles.
Yeah.
Entering the pits is the CWS engineering car as the leader in TCE, and here's your GT3 and overall race leader, number 85, CP Racing's Mercedes. So everybody now restricted to 60 kph, including Shane Lewis at the wheel of the CP Racing car, around about 37 miles per hour, and this is painfully slow, particularly if you are in need of a pit stop, because it's going to be a long, long wait before you can get access to pit road. Now, there is a story bubbling which I think we've just about got to the bottom of. We'll deal with Mike Simpson's off-track moment. He was coming out of Le Combe, minding his own business, didn't really have anybody in front or behind him, and then all of a sudden the Ginetta seemed to lose power, and Mike reacted to that very quickly indeed and pulled to the right-hand side.
Yeah, instant, wasn't it? Straight over the right-hand side, and he also switched it all off, if you notice. So, but he's going to get it towed out of the way, hopefully.
So we're talking about CP Racing, who could be, well, 2/3 of the way through to a very good result this weekend at Spa. But it's our understanding that this is CP Racing's final event with the 24H series, because a long-time competitor and just an all-round nice guy, Charlie Putman, is retiring from certainly 24H series racing. It remains to be seen whether CP is going to retire entirely from motorsport, because they have a big part to play at the Nürburgring Nordschleife in the 24-hour race. They've run in that race many times before, together with NLS events as well. But this is going to be the last ever race for CP Racing with Creventic, because of a big decision, and clearly not an easy decision for the team to be making. So we will follow that up. We have not necessarily a great surprise for them now, because they're probably listening to this, but more on that to follow, because of their incredible loyalty over so many years to this championship. But also, this could be an amazing result for CP Racing as we wave goodbye to the American crew, who have spent so much of their racing time over here in Europe. We can't speak too soon, because we've still got a 4.5 hours still to go, a mere 4.5 hours still to go, but they're in a great position, and wouldn't that just be written in the stars as they sign off from the 24H series to take one final victory. Yes, they've been keeping that story rather quiet from us, and we were unsure as to whether we should be mentioning it or not, but I've now had confirmation that we can talk about it. And Charlie Putman, together with Charles Espenlaub, Shane Lewis, Joe Foster, those names really rattle off the tongue without you needing an entry list in front of you, and that will be a big loss to the series, Snowy.
Huge, and I'm almost devastated to think of that. They've just been such great supporters, but not just in terms of always being there on track. Team, you can have that. You could say the same for Colin White, and he's always there one way or another in this Ginetta. The whole sport and this series is littered with that. But they've brought a whole different dynamic to this series, as others have as well. But it's one of those things where, as a pit lane reporter, when you're doing it, and Diana's doing it this weekend, but as a pit lane reporter on this series, you could rely on them completely. If ever you went to their garage, you'd always get a positive response. Their view was always, the answer's yes, what can we do? It was never some teams at the right moment, and understandably in the heat of battle, don't want to talk right now, or may not know the full story, therefore don't want to put something out, and there's lots of various reasons for that. Never with anybody at CP, from any of the drivers' wives. Jesse's birthday today, happy birthday, because they're always there as well. The wives have always been with them with these drivers at all the meetings. But it was an absolute rock solid. You could go in there, get the answer, whatever. What else can we do? Dubai this year, it was obviously fairly hot at one point, and I was walking by the pit lane, just stopped outside just to listen to some notes and to the booth, or I think yourself or Bruce will say something. And the next thing you know, I think it was Charles Putman actually, is suddenly there, and he's just a tap on the shoulder, and there's a bottle of cold water for you, unsolicited, but it's just like, you're out in the sun. Yeah, you've got to look after yourself, and it's just like that level. From that bit alone, the fact that they happen to be, I mean, they're quite good drivers as well. I'm going to get shot for that one. They're very good drivers. They're a great team. And I don't even want to say what they're doing at this point, because I don't want to tempt anything or spook it. But you know, what a shame, what a great loss to the series. I hope they don't pull out of racing in total and that they're focusing on something else yet. But I know Charles, who is eponymous, named after him, CP Racing, he may just want to not do any more. But they've been such a cohesive team over the years.
It's not just what they do in the race weekend. There's also an awful lot of travelling, of course, because they're still all based in the US, as far as I know. So that's a transatlantic flight. One to get here, one back again every single time we go racing. So it's a big investment, not just financially, but that's a massive
the car
part
on the
of
team
it as
is
well.
actually based in Europe, but obviously that's kept here. So they're not freighting that around the world, quite apart from the long distance Asian races and Middle East races. Sorry, but no, they still got that travelling. We've seen it before. It's not a small flight. We don't balk at it, but when you've got a 2-hour flight to somewhere, Monza or whatever it may be, it's a day's travelling before you know it. They've got 2 days and then recovery, and they've got businesses to run. At the end of the day, that pays for going racing in the first place.
Yep.
And families.
So I'm sure this is not a decision they've reached in a hurry, and there's been much consideration. But it'd be great to catch up with Charlie himself to find out whether there's actually any truth in this accusation. I'm sure there is, and to find out as well whether that's it for motorsport entirely. He's going to find it so difficult to stay away from a racetrack, isn't he? So maybe they are still planning to do a little bit here and there. But by the sounds of things, this will be their final 24-hour series race. You're missing nothing on the racetrack. We're still under code 60 because the recovery of the Ginetta G56 Cup car for Mike Simpson, number 795 for team CMR. And that car stuck between Le Combe and Bruxelles. They've organised, though, recovery of that. So hopefully, it being towed away fairly quickly and efficiently, we will be racing in the not too distant future. But this is our 8th code 60 of the day. Well, bear in mind there that the safety car start to the race is actually also listed as a code 60. So technically speaking, or accurately speaking, there have been 7 code 60s plus the safety car at the start of the race, making 8 different cautions. And the Ginetta G56 Cup car is now on the back of the truck being taken away from Bruxelles. And the car and the team we've been talking an awful lot about, CP Racing, have taken this chance to put 25% worth of fuel in the car. Came in as the race leader. And I would imagine the Jutta Audi's not quite close enough at 60 kph at least to take the race lead, at least at this stage, even with that Mercedes stopped in the fueling area. Not spoken a great deal about the little McLaren that is sported by Alfab, the 400 crew. Not their first 24H series race, but yet more variety for one of the little cars from Woking, Snowy.
Yeah, I mean, just great to see them out there. You say I think they're right down at the end of the pit lane, so I don't think. Diana said she'd like to try and go and chat with them, but I think the radio won't quite work as far as that. Why she hasn't been able to interview them, but it's great to see a McLaren out there. They do build again a lot of customer cars. BMW, Porsche, Audi seem to get it. So nice to have a British car out there. And I was just thinking that a few minutes ago, Johnny, looking through the list, it's a predominantly German marque-dominated series. I think I got those in the right order, didn't I? Yeah,
that's good. It's
the top 12 cars are Mercedes, Audi, or Porsche. And it takes the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini Huracan that's currently running, it's in fuels at the moment, currently running 13th, to be the first non-German manufacturer in this. And then we go straight back to Mercedes, Porsche, obviously lots of GT3 Cup 992 variants. And in fact, it's then all the way down the order. It takes until 29th overall, with the CWS currently a Ginetta G55 in 29th. Just behind that is the Vortex, which is very French. Then we're back to almost Germans, and we've got German manufacturers, that is. Michael Simpson, so we've got a question mark over that car. Remember the 795, that's a car that stopped abruptly coming out of Le Combe and pulled over to the right-hand side of the track and is being recovered. And then another Vortex, and the McLaren Artura GT4 car that we just mentioned. That's Daniel Roos at the wheel of that at the moment, Swedish run. Alfab Racing, and of course we did have a Ferrari of Kessel but didn't get very far in the first part of yesterday. Got caught out by the aquaplaning at Eau Rouge. So very, very German manufacturer biased, which tells you a lot about how the Germans go about manufacturing their cars for race cars, but to sell on Monday as well to amateurs. Mike Simpson mentioned that about the car that we can see on the flatbed now, the 795 Ginetta G56 Cup car that's just pulled off to the side of the track. It has been hopefully returned to the paddock. Now, one of the things they do encourage in this series is very much to get the cars back. You're not allowed outside assistance, so i.e. you can't go and the driver can work on the car, and marshals can move any number of marshals can move the car to a point of safety for obvious reasons for them and other cars on the track. When we say outside assistance, what we mean by that is that the driver can have a toolkit in the car, and if it's an alt control reset type thing, I exaggerate for code. Drivers are not known for being overly technically minded sometimes, enough to drive the car quickly, but there's nothing to stop a technician engineer going to the side of the track and quite literally shouting directions over the barriers and saying, no, unplug that, it's the red wire, do that. A bit like an unexploded bomb thing, don't move that one, but connect this one. And there's nothing to stop them doing that, provided the driver does the work. So they can carry a very small tool set in the car, if required, if you need to, and just do the absolute basics. So, if a belt were to come off or something, they can get it back. And in the length of a race like this, we've still got 4 hours, 18 minutes to go. You're hoping something there like Mike Simpson's Ginetta that can come back to the pits, be sorted, and get back again. And you might think, where's the point in that? Well, there's a lot of data gathering still, and if the track dries out and you haven't done much, you have got a driver that hasn't had much dry running time, you can cycle that driver through, collect that data. You've got that for the next time he's in a car, like, oh, hang on, might not be for position, it might be 5 laps down, it's irrelevant. You've got the data on that driver that for the next meeting you go, actually he's really good at this, or you're good at high speed corners, not so good in slow speed, or whatever it may be. It's data, and teams rely on that invaluably, and this is, we think they just get out on track and off they go. That's the bit we see. There's so much preparation goes on in the background, much like yourself and I, Johnny.
I'm not so sure about that. I just rocked up 5 minutes before we went on air and started talking. The difference with this race and, say, for instance, Le Mans, is that Mike Simpson's car is being returned to the paddock on a flatbed. He can continue in the race, and that's very much outside assistance. You can't do that at Le Mans.
No.
So the car's now on a flatbed. It'll use some of the internal roads at Spa. It'll be delivered back to the crew. They'll get it in the garage, and, of course, that lap that he was partway round won't count.
Yeah,
but they will be allowed
perhaps
to...
I didn't quite... When I say outside assistance, nobody else other than the driver is allowed to work on the car until it's back in its box. The series organised here make a point of helping you get that car back. They won't touch it, do anything, they won't...
Oh, no, they're not going to do anything,
but they will get the car back to you to encourage the team to work on the car in its own box, but it's got to get back there.
Yeah, the repair work will have to be done in the garage, but of course it won't have got back to the garage and the pit lane under its own steam because it's been craned away. Side-by-side Porsches. The 907 is the RPM racing car. The 80 GT3 car collection motorsport machine with its all AM lineup is still, 972 fully sideways on the Kemmel Straight. This is not a nice place for Edwin Schilt to be sitting. He was on an outlap as well, so is that cold tyres? Maybe the wrong tyres being put onto the Hans Weiss motorsport car, but Schilt sideways to oncoming traffic, and let's hope everybody is adhering to those double waved yellow flags onto the Kemmel.
We can just see with that car 90 degrees to us, you can see the camera shot, they've zoomed in, that the splitter in the front area is covered in grass again. Looking further back, all reversing back across the track in front of the CWS Ginetta. There's had to jink round it then, so might have been better if we waited for 3 cars to go by, just saying. But if you look at the grass in the background, you can see the blend line of the pit exit there, and it's that kink you said on the top of Kemmel, so it's past Radion, you've got the kink as you come out there, you've got to say to the right of the blend line there. I think what they've potentially done is, it looks like they've just clipped the grass on the right-hand side and swapped ends with it straight away.
Yeah, it's definitely a good theory. And surely they put that car on slick tyres if they did do tyres during that stop, but the problem is the grass is still so saturated and very, very muddy as well, just as soon as you get through the top layer of turf, so it won't take much to spin that car, and on a very fast part of the circuit as well. Never like to see a car sideways at the high speed section of Spa. but thankfully any contact was avoided, and the double waved yellows tell the drivers they have to be ready to slow down and potentially stop under double waved yellows because that car was in strife. Anyway, we held our breath and everybody has got through that moment without any damaged race cars and, more importantly, damaged drivers. 967 turning right now at the first corner. That's Linus Diener for HRT Performance, and they're still in the top 3 in the AM part of 992. So the 992 non-AM driver lineups, here's the order. It's Red Ant with their 903 car ahead of Porsche Baltic. Tremendous effort so far from, well, a couple of their drivers, including Domas Radonis of Lithuania. The 993's just got ahead of Edwin Schilt because Schilt came in for a pit stop. I would expect Porsche Baltic to pit stop in sympathy in the next probably 20 odd minutes or so. But in the meantime, Baltic now into the top 2 in 992. Third position of the non-AM lineups for 992 is the sister Red Ant car then for Peter Guelinks, and the 904 running in third position. Then the 992 AM leader is Hans Weiss Motorsport and Edwin Schilt, despite his spin. So that was another big moment that we didn't point out at the time. They are actually their category leader, and Schilt even more so wanted to get back into the race as quickly as possible to defend that lead. Patrick Gruter is second in 992 AM, the number 927 car for SRS Team Zorg Rennsport, and in third position in 992 AM is that Linus Diener car that we just saw turning right at La Source. He'll be virtually at the end of the next lap by now. 16th position for 967. Not quite at the end of the lap, now at Campus and Curve Paul Frere. Fastest lap of this part of the race, just offered by Gregory Servet. And Gregory's one of the AM drivers, but that part of that will be down to slick tyre now on a dry track surface, and the times are really starting to tumble. Lots of green and one purple lap time, showing me that the track is in the best possible condition to this point, as more bodywork falls off the back of Edwin Schilt's car after his spin and presumably slight glancing blow with one of the barriers, either left or right, at the start of the Kemmel.
Now that purple you just mentioned, that fastest time, that's the 9th place car, Yannick Redant, in the Red Ant.
Well, it is
Porsche.
now. It wasn't when I mentioned it, but
it's a 2:26.0, which I think is actually, I'm sure Pierre Caffer did a 2:26 something yesterday. It's in the same second, but it's unlikely to be quicker because it'd be a 0. So I think that's a new fastest lap of the event, if you like, yesterday and today's race, which would be logical that it's really, really dry. So that's what I was suggesting, what was about 10-15 minutes ago, it was the time to get onto slicks, if provided the weather stayed continuing this direction, was the right thing to do. Pit straight, absolutely bathed in sunshine now, as the bridge says Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps across the track. And it's, I mean, Diana won't be a bobble hat soon, she'll be down to a bikini in the pit lane.
2:23.
Diana Bikini. There you go.
Oh, nice. See what you did there. The fastest lap yesterday from car 18 was a 2:23.2.
Oh, okay.
So we're not
quite there yet.
But we're at 2:25.
That's Red Ant again. She's knocked down from a 20, taken another 6/10 out.
Oh, I think there's scope for us to go even faster than we did yesterday.
It's Pierre Caffer again in the Santaloc Junior Audi. It's done that 2:25.4. Sorry, the next one just below it is Red Ant on the timing screen. That's why I misread it. My apologies. So yeah, 2:25.416 for Pierre Caffer in the Santaloc Junior Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo 2 to give it full title.
And it was, according to this, lap 50 for the Santaloc Junior team. Now, that felt later on in the race than lap 50, but of course, Santaloc won't have completed anything like the distance that the overnight leader had done, which was 94 laps by the end of yesterday. Santaloc had their problems here and there. So on that car's 50th lap, it managed that 2:23.2, which stands as the fastest lap of the weekend so far. But we've got 4 hours and 10 minutes and change in order to try and beat that. 972 working its way through Les Combes and turning right rather than left to follow the old circuit down the hill into Bruxelles with a rather battered right-hand side, or very crunched rear right corner for 972. So Edwin Schilt, if that happened during that incident, has been in the barrier quite firmly, not feeling the need to stop quite yet, because the thing is, Hans Weiss Motorsport don't want to give up the class lead. They are in front in 992 AM, and as long as that doesn't get any worse, they'll be all right. But the problem is there's a lot of flapping artificial bodywork there.
Yeah, and of course airflow over that is meant to be fixed, so air will get in it and pull it and just continue to weaken it. And we've got just over 4 hours to go as well. But there's also reference damage marks on the front of that car as well, so it looks like it might have kissed twice. So it might have gone in forward and just kissed and then slapped the back quite hard. The danger with the Porsche there is that if the bodywork's damaged there, if it's gone in rearward, that's one thing. If it's gone in forward and slapped the back, you're going to have damaged the wheel rim and potentially drive shaft gearbox issues if it transmits forces down the rear rim. If it gets it nice and square, the wheel might survive it, but it transmits forces down the drive shaft and into gearbox, which will cause a problem later on if you don't look out. I have no experience with this, I promise you. Just don't mention 997s around Bucharest.
When you say I have no experience, you mean you have complete and utter experience?
Correct.
You're talking in opposites.
Absolute authentic, yes.
A little sarcasm or irony or whatever it may be. I always get those mixed up. Nose to tail down the Kemmel Straight, though, for an Audi that is being driven expertly well by Pierre Caffer, and you can just tell from the body language of this 18 Ravenol Santalok Junior Audi that it is setting purple times here, there and everywhere. Quite easily the fastest car on the racetrack right now.
Well, Alex Fontana in the car collection 992, languishing in 20th. I say that advisedly because he's just set the fastest lap of the race at 2:22.6. Just bear in mind that the GT3 lap record, not a 992, a GT3 lap record around here was set in the 24-hour 2 years ago at 2:17.4. So that's still 5 seconds away, which I know is a lifetime, but how this track has evolved, we haven't seen anything quite like this yesterday or today. So it really is drying out. We're not quite on the 4-hour mark to go, 4:07. That's the time, not a car number. So the new benchmark set at a 2:22.6, Alex Fontana. The next quickest is our third place car, which is the Gregory Survey Haas RT Audi. That's on a 2:22.9. So quite a few getting into 22s. Yannick Redant, we know, into 23s. Whereas our race leader, Shane Lewis, on a 31. Utah Racing on a 31 as well. We mentioned Gregory Survey already on a 2:22. That's in third place.
Again, I wonder how long the tape on the front of the 907 Porsche is quite going to last, because it's starting to peel off, as we suggested it might. Two more Cup cars towards the end of the lap. They were right together at Blanchimont corner. And the Cup division doing really well to be as up as high as 9th overall, and just in behind the Santalok Audi now. So it was in the top 15 by the end of yesterday. It's now in the top 8 because they will have kept Pierre Caffer's driving hours as much weighted to today over yesterday. And how long, I wonder, can he be at the wheel of the car? Well, he can't do any more than 2 hours in one go. And then when you've done a 2-hour stint, you have to take 50% of that stint off as rest time. So 2 hours on, 1 hour off. And I believe for a pro driver like Caffer, you can only do a maximum of 6 hours of the 12 anyway. Gregory Survey looking very pointed and aggressive in the number 1 Haas RT Audi 2. That's moving all the way around the road as he tries to buy a bit of track space. And Gregory Survey, who was late to the party in qualifying on Friday, the car stuck at the end of pit road as the green light flashed on to signal the start of the session, but Haas RT did eventually join that, and they were able to set some good times in Q1. So Survey is now the fastest car on the racetrack, and he's down to a 2:22.1. So that is now faster than yesterday. We were 2:23s on Saturday, 2:22.1 for Belgian racer Gregory Survey. So it's now over to you, Pierre Caffer, to offer some sort of response.
And if anybody can rise to that challenge, I'm sure it'll be Pierre Caffer. Our last column, as in the last lap, recorded on our timing screen, live timing. Our best is obviously in white, and it's just illuminating all the time like a Christmas tree in green light. Green means something getting quicker and quicker. The purple ones are the ones that are really watching. So it's Gregory Survey in the Audi in 3rd position, and Pierre Caffer in the other Audi in 8th position, that are trading purple sectors at the moment. The honours go to the Haas driver, Survey, at the moment with a 2:22, and exactly as I say that, Pierre Caffer crosses the line at 2:21.468. So as I said, these two are absolutely trading times. Now, where is Survey on the lap? He is currently sector 2 at the moment. Sector 3 completed. And Caffer has gone slightly quicker in sector 1, so sector 2 and 3 already. And in fact, he is up just a 10th on sector 3 at the moment. But 2:21.468 is the new fastest lap of today, and indeed the entire weekend of these two halves races, 5 and 7 hours Saturday and Sunday apiece.
McLaren Artura, which made its debut in GT4 competition last year at the 2023 edition of the Daytona. Well, 24 hours. Of course, this car didn't run in that race, not eligible being a GT4, but it did run in the Michelin Pilot Challenge, making its debut at the start of last season. So into season 2 of competition, and Alfab getting their hands on a very attractive car, particularly in the, well, it seems to be a kind of the livery to go to at the moment. Black and all gold, and I realise it's revisiting a colour scheme from the 70s, but there are at least 3 cars in this field.
Yeah, the Herbert car is similar, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also Jutta Racing's Audi,
yeah,
gone with the black and gold as well. Should make a song about that, black and gold. Into Stavolo, Curve Paul Frere goes the Santalot car, number 18. Pierre Caffer still pedalling very swiftly indeed. Miro Konopka as the ARC Bratislava runner, number 44, is in 14th position. And 7th in the GT3 AMS, as now the Lion Speed Porsche Cayman, which was the GT4 leader, it's now 2nd in GT4. That car coming down pit lane with Dennis Bone at the wheel of that. And Lion Speed will have been quietly confident starting today, laps ahead of their other rivals in GT4, but it just goes to show that you can't bank anything, particularly with 7 hours of motor race still to go, and you're leaning on 1 lap's advantage. Well, that has now flipped completely in the other direction, and Lion Speed are trying to catch the Mercedes of Bugera ZM Racing, and they've got some ground to make up yet. They're hoping for a bit of a hiccup from the United Arab Emirates team. David Vasecki, the Czech, now back in command of car number 416, and here indeed it is on the dry line. You driven one of these GT4 Mercedes?
No, only a modern GT4 Aston, but the Mercedes apparently is meant to be the kind of the go-to car, especially for an AM setup, as in it's just consistent, got no vices, and the Aston is a pretty similar, I wouldn't say it's the same car underneath, but there's a lot of shared architecture, shall we say.
There are strong connections with the engine, aren't
certainly.
there? I mean, it is effectively a Mercedes engine, I think, but just adapted by Aston for the GT4 car. But, I mean, the similarities for me is that both front engine, the balance of the car may well be similar. And what Mercedes specialise in, they certainly did when they brought the 2020 Evo GT3 car out, was that it's very AM driver friendly. as in it's supersonically quick. It also gives you a bit of warning as to what to do before it does it. So you've got the chance.
Yeah, it's got no vices. Yeah.
No vices. So, but it's not going to snap on you like for instance, I hear Porsches, because of the positioning of the engine, might do, and you have to preempt the lose. Whereas the Mercedes is slightly more forgiving.
It's an acquired taste. I mean, sort of front-engined, mid-engine. It's fairly predictable. You say the Porsches have got that pendulum effect of the engine hanging out over the back, and they're therefore very light on the front and very susceptible to fuel load changes, because obviously fuel cells at the front there, so it transforms the balance of the car enormously, which then has different effects on tyre degradation, and it's a very acquired taste to drive a Porsche, and those that get it right and get it extremely well. I was lucky enough to drive one in GT3 European many years ago, and it was very different to anything else in certain states. I remember testing at Dijon. We've got the big fast sweepers out the back, and it's just changed of direction on fuel loads. Different fuel loads were just absolutely phenomenal.
Now, talking about GT4, the Mercedes leads, but the leaders at the start of today were Lion Speed GP, and then there was an off for that Porsche at Pouhon corner. So that'll be certainly a question for Dennis Bone, although he wasn't at the wheel of the car at the time to deal with that and other things. Here's Dinah Binks.
Dennis, you've just jumped out of the car. How was it out there on the track during that session for you? I know there's been a few things gone on. We'll get to that in a moment.
Yeah, it was in the beginning very good actually. I was out on rain tires till the end now, and so yeah, coming to the end and the track getting dry, it was really hard for me. I got a lot of sliding at the end because you saw the tires, they are off. But yeah, I think we're in P2 now, that's good. They just overtook us on slicks, so I hope we'll keep up on them now on slicks. So yeah.
Yeah, we just saw the wet tyres come off the car, and obviously they looked like slicks by that point, and obviously slicks on the car now. How much is the track evolving?
The track is dry now, so you can. I think it's the right decision to put slicks on now. There will be no rain anymore, so yeah, I think it's good.
And what's the traffic like during the race at this point? I know we've still got quite a few hours to go. How are you finding that?
Can you repeat? Sorry.
Managing the traffic at this point on the race, how are you managing it?
I was managing it just okay, I think. It was all right. We had a lot of close action. We were really fighting hard with the McLaren once. He went off the track then, and so I could overtake him. So I'm very happy with that.
And the balance and the handling of the car, is it easy to drive, or are you fighting it?
Oh no, it was all right. I just had to turn down the ABS and all the stuff, the electronics, to get them ready for the dry track. But it was all right.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you too.
Just before Dennis disappears back into the garage, it didn't necessarily have to get it to air, but I'd be interested to hear what Jose Garcia, his American teammate, said to him after his stint. Jose started the race and had one heck of a tank slapper into Pouhon when the conditions were really bad. It was probably in the snow, and that's what left that Porsche Cayman in the gravel at Pouhon and caused one of our early Code 60s. So I don't know whether Jose's around, or maybe Dennis can offer a bit of comment about that, but it does mean that they've lost their class lead in GT4 because of that problem. And amazingly, the car is still running. It's carrying a bit of damage, but Dennis Bone getting out of it and rejoining the racetrack. They're in second in GT4. We are under Code 60 again, though, and this is because of a problem for the number 58 Mercedes, which is the MP racing car for the Gostner family. Real enthusiastic crew of mainly family members. They obviously bring engineers and mechanics with them, though, as well, for this pristine Mercedes, or what was. It's looking rather weather-beaten now. And Marshall's giving the 58 Mercedes the instruction to reverse out of the gravel track because the stones have become fairly compacted with all of the wet weather we've been having. It's Karina Gostner doing that, and they were giving her clear line of sight to reverse onto the asphalt in a tricky place on the race circuit, which is at Le Con corner. Now looking to locate a forward gear, and she does that. lifts the clutch, and away we go with the windscreen wipers still working hard. So MP Racing back in the race. Code 60 set to be lifted fairly shortly, and we'll go back to Binksy.
Johnny, I was listening to what you said and obviously took that as my cue to go and find Jose, who I have at line speed, GB.
Brilliant.
Jose, we were talking, and the commentators were talking about the off that you had earlier today. From your side and behind the wheel, how did you feel it? What could you tell us what happened?
Yeah, I mean, basically the conditions were mixed. I mean, you had some rain on one side of the track, you had some snow on another, and you had some dry places. I felt that there was a bit of a dry line being developed, so I took probably the wrong braking line, and I hit the white, basically the line, lost complete control, and just really managed to try to keep the car away from the wall, which I think was the key. Unfortunately, we lost about 1.5 minutes on the gravel, but it's obviously much better than hitting the wall. But it was very scary and very difficult to keep the car in a straight line.
I can imagine it was just a moment that you just had to react so quickly to, and as you say, luckily you kept it out of the wall. It took you by surprise.
Yeah, absolutely. It was those lines, those white lines, are very, very slippery in the rain, especially with the snow that we had this morning. Just having the wrong tire in the wrong place can make a big difference.
And obviously, looking at the race itself, it's obviously dented your position at the moment.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because we had a good lead. The guys at the Bulgaria are super fast, so it's going to be tough to try to make up that position. But they still got nearly 4 hours to go, so we're hopeful.
Thank you very much, Jose. Thank you.
Mega stuff. Thank you for filling that in. And as Jose mentioned, they've dropped the spot, but only one position to the Bulgaria ZM Racing Mercedes. And what did he say? 1.5 minutes back? No, slightly more than that. 139 laps completed for the Mercedes, 137, nearly 138 done for the Lion Speed Cayman, but the car remains straight and it's clearly still pretty fast as well, although not in its ideal setup, I think that's fair to say. The 34 Audi is now back in the hands of Max Edelhoff, and it's very busy heading into the first corner with the number 91 Porsche right on the boot lid of the 85 Shane Lewis driven Mercedes. Now these cars are not on the same lap after the big off, remember, for Herbert. Another name that will send you towards Tyler Binks is Ralph Bone. You've already spoken to Dennis Bone. As far as I know, there's no relation, but Ralph Bone, who was driving the Herbert Porsche at the time, and we'd love to know precisely what happened in the all-black 91 Porsche, because all of a sudden it was off the road and we don't know how he ended up there on very greasy grass or sodden grass, and required a tow to get that car back into the race. And they've tumbled down the order from what was the lead to 6th position. Now that's Scott Noble driving, and Scott is actually trying to get a lap back on Shane Lewis's Mercedes from CP. We're filling in the blanks slowly but surely, Snowy. We've had quite a lot happening already today.
Yeah, as I said, there's a long way to go. 3 hours 52 yet, so quite a few things are going to shake up anyway, even if everything just stayed as it was in terms of weather and other external influences. But there's still going to be a bit of that's the Simpson Motorsport BMW just manages to go across the top of the gravel and keep going, which is quite nice to see. Notice the Porsches have dug in very easily in there, but I'm not suggesting the BMW is running a greater ride height, but it just seems to just levitate across the top of the gravel there and rejoin without bringing much onto the track, which much to everybody's. Because I think it's 438 at half. Off the top
yes,
of my
it
head.
is.
Yeah,
and it had stopped at the beginning of either the previous lap or the one before that. So that BMW is not all right with that, because Charlie Robertson stopped coming out of La Source earlier this morning. It was then stationary on the main start-finish straight, and now, whether that's a stall or just a moment for Vasily Vladikin, but the Simpson Motorsport BMW certainly been grabbing quite a bit of airtime in the opening first few hours of this race. MP have made it back to the pits. That was after Karina Gosner's spin at Lecombe corner, and here's Binksy with a little more from pit road.
I have Ralph with me. You were talking about the 91 and wanted to know what happened earlier. Ralph was in the garage watching what was going on screen. But Ralph, if we could just ask you what happened this morning.
Well, I made a small mistake with a big influence on our race position at the moment. So it was my fault to overtake too fast, and then I didn't manage to went out of the meadow and got stuck there, and this costing us 2 laps.
Tricky conditions, isn't it? Very, very tricky conditions.
Well, I was fine with the conditions, but due to my fault, it was the thing.
How frustrating is that at that point for you?
Well, I'm not lucky about it, you can imagine. But the race is not over. We're going to fight whatever we can back.
You've clearly got a very good race car. Are you happy with the performance of the car?
Absolutely. As I would say always, the team prepared a very good car for us. And so I'm very sorry for the team losing the position, but we are fighting.
Are you due to get back out?
I'm going back now, in the car. Yeah.
All right, thanks, Ralph.
Thank you.
Ralph Bone saying 2 laps is the very costly effect to what happened this morning, but he fessed up to it, in fairness, said it was my error. Lots of turf over the road as our graphics appear right on top of it. That is at Eau Rouge Radial, I believe, but yeah, particularly treacherous part of the racetrack as Shane Lewis is leading after 151 laps in the CP Racing number 85. Ahead of Gregory Servet in the best of the 3 Audis that follow next. So Haas RT in number 1, Jutta Racing in the 71 third for Arunus Gesiauskas, and Lant Motorsports Max Edelhoff, number 34, in 4th. E2P Racing's Porsche, number 90, for Antonio Sainero in 5th, ahead of Scott Noble in the recovering Herbert Motorsport Porsche, number 91. Pierre Caffer in the 18 Santilok Junior team, number 18 is 7th, and then the car collection Porsche, number 80 for the AM lineup, and that's currently Kevin Tsay in 8th position. 9th place for the best of the 992s, which is the 903 Red Ant racing car for Yannick Ayrton Redont and Julius Adomavicius. Then it's the Porsche Baltic crew with their 992 AM car. That's interesting because it's listed as an AM on our graphic, but a non-AM on our timing screen. So I wonder whether they've had a slight change in driver profile or driver combination there, putting it back into the 992s. That would partly explain why it's right up there with Red Ant. Hans Weiss Motorsport, they definitely have a 992 AM driving lineup. Edwin Schilt had his moment coming out of the pits, having just taken over fully sideways and stopped at the beginning of the Camel Straight. Not a nice place to be sitting, but he did well to rejoin in a hurry. That's the 972 car, 11th. Hoffa Racing's number 11 Mercedes from Maxi Partel is 12th, ahead of Miro Konopka in the ARC Bratislava car, number 44. The second Red Ant Racing entry, Peter Guelinks in the 904 is 14th, and 927 SRS Team Zorg Rennsport for Patrick Gruter, 15th. Linus Diener drives the HRT Performance Porsche, number 967, and he completes the top 16. Next up in 17th place, it's the 12 Car Collection Motorsport Alex Fontana driven car. Alex is the pro in that car, so it could be about to find a lot more time. Then we've got the 979 Speed Lover 992 AM car for Olivier Dons in the 979, 18th, ahead of Rolanda Saka for MRS GT Racing. MP Racing's number 58 Mercedes, despite its scare at Le Com Corner, has rejoined. The GT4 leader is the 416 Bugera ZM Racing David Versecki driven Mercedes. Then it's Dr. Mar in Hankook Competitions Porsche. Lion Speed GP, we were just hearing from both Dennis Bone and his teammate Jose Garcia, which explained why that Lion Speed car was off the road early this morning. They have recovered the situation to second so far in GT4, and I don't think the race with a class win is quite out of their reach just yet. Rob Verhoeven in Hannover Motorsports GT4 BMW is 28th, ahead of the CWS Engineering number 178, 29th. Vortex V8 for Gilles Courtois is 30th. Then the SRS Team Zorg Rennsport TCE entry, which is the Porsche Cayman, and GDL Porsche Cup car running in 32nd, number 969. 33rd place for Markus Neuhofer, number 995. 9 und 11 Racing began the day as the GTX leader. They have fallen much further down the order, though. Martin Schlutter in the 34th position car. Brody drives the HY Racing, number 169, 35th. Heis Besson, NKPP Racing by Bas Koeten is 36th, ahead of of Denmark, Holmgaard Motorsports Porsche Cup car. Simpson Motorsports BMW not exactly behaving itself at various points, but they are still 38th. Lucas Suliano in the Vortex V8 number 702 is 39th, and then it's the Alfab Racing McLaren for Daniel Roos, 40th. And to finish things off, Mike Simpson had to get recovered from the run out of Le Common down to Bruxelles. His Ginetta grinding to a halt. Let's hope that that car number 795 can continue. RD Sainz may well be out of it now. The Cholet Racing Team car, that also stopped at Blanchimont, but hours ago. Adrian de Silva had a big crash this morning in the EBM Porsche, so that's out of the race, as is the Red Camel Jordan Stott NL Porsche. And the Kessel car, Nicolo Rossi was okay yesterday, but leaving the road at high speed at Eau Rouge. It's the 20... road. So a really good fight at the sharp end of the field, which will certainly involve the CP Racing Mercedes all the way to the finish. And we are sadly on the cusp of a big story in the history of the 24H series. To Diana Binks for more news on that.
Thank you very much, Johnny. I am in the CP Racing Garage with Charles Putman, and Charles, we've heard the news that this is actually going to be yourself and the team's last race. We're absolutely devastated, but you've been such a great inspiration to many. You've been great to work with. What does it mean to you to have been involved in the 24-hour series?
Well, the series has been great for us. Frankly, I probably would have retired years ago if I didn't have such a friendly and good venue to come race within. So it's really been key to keeping me here this long, and we love it.
What has brought you to the decision to call it a day?
And I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
What brought you to the decision to call it a day?
Well, you may not have noticed because I look so youthful, but I am getting a little bit older. We've had some changes in life where we're relocating. It's not going to be as convenient for us to travel overseas as it has been. And it's just, you hear those little voices inside sometimes that say, it's probably time to get out of the car.
I'm sure it was a very difficult decision, but looking back at the years that you've been here, what's been the biggest takeaway for you?
Oh, wow. The list is too long. I can't even start. But just really, it's been some of the competitors that we've met and run with, and a lot of the guys we've run with and enjoyed being with. For me, the big thing is just how my team has integrated into this and done such a great job of supporting me here and the series, all together. It's just a big package. It's really been great.
I mean, you've had a great team, some great co-drivers and a great team around you. So many memories.
Oh, yeah. And we're not really going to separate ways as people and individuals. We'll still stay in touch. We're still going to do things together, but we just can't quite continue the program as it has been for so many years. It's unfortunate. It's sad, but we're looking at new adventures and new things in the future.
Are there any standout memories from your time here?
Well, the pit group, the broadcasters upstairs, they've all been really great to us, treated us good, so that's a good memory. So I have one more little memory. I want you to take this back to the booth. This is for our Le Mans broadcasters. We appreciate you guys. Unfortunately, this is in the Nürburgring dress as opposed to the Creventic. A little something we wanted you to have because you've done so much for us. We wanted you to remember us.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much. The guys will really, really appreciate that, Charles. Wonderful. Now, let me ask you another question. What is it about motorsport and being a racing driver that made you want to do it and keep on doing it?
Well, I actually started in my youth racing some motorcycles. Got away from that. It was a father-son affair, which is why I like kind of the family atmosphere here. I got away from it for a long time and just decided one day that it'd be kind of fun to try out racing cars. I didn't really mean to make a 3-decade experience out of it. It was just something to try, but it just got into my blood, it bit me, and I said, yeah, this is what I love doing.
How would you describe the team? How would you describe this team?
Well, they're a band of brothers, they really are. And I say the team, not just the drivers, but everyone, all of our crew guys. You know, we bring a couple of guys that come all the way from the U.S., and they don't have to do this. They've got lots of work at home they could do, but they like being together and being this group and this family feel together. So, yeah, we're like a big family.
Do you think you'll keep the team running in any other formulas, maybe back in the States at all, or
well, you know, I never hide that stuff from y'all. I let you know, but we really don't know right now. We're trying to work on some options that would allow the guys to kind of stay together and keep going more or less in the direction we have been, but we don't know yet, so I can't really tell you. But we're working on it.
Charles, it's been an absolute pleasure to work with you and the whole team and crew. We've absolutely thoroughly enjoyed it, and thanks for being so professional and dealing with us when we needed to get some support from you.
We appreciate y'all. You need a warm cup of coffee, come on back. We'll take care of you as usual, but no, it's been great. We've really enjoyed the dimension that you've added to the racing as a part of the whole package and the enjoyment here. So many thanks to everyone, to my crew, the other competitors, to the Creventic officials, the promoters, the sponsors, everyone. It's just been a tremendous ride. So I'm right here, but thank you so much.
Thank you. It's been an absolute pleasure. And if you change your mind, come back.
All right. We just might do that. You never know. Guest appearance from time to time. Thank you.
Diana Binks in the pits there with Charles Putnam, eponymous owner of CP Racing, and a bit of a sort of semi-scoop as it was there from Diana, giving us the background from Charles himself on why they're pulling out of this racing now. As he said, lovely opening line. You may not have noticed it because I look so youthful, but I'm actually getting a little bit older, so the travelling. And he's relocating to do that as well. So hopefully going to continue racing a little bit in the States. And Diana, for heaven's sake, that model you've just been presented of the CP Racing Mercedes, go and get it signed by all 4 drivers. They'd love to do that for you. But and a great quote at the end there from Charles, as ever, just nice and professional, offering you a cup of, I noticed, not hot chocolate, because he knows you don't drink that, but hot coffee anytime. You're more than welcome, as usual, which is what I said yesterday. They're always welcome. Yes, Diana, you've got something else for us.
Yeah, I forgot to say it to you at the very end there. Obviously, Charles was getting a little bit emotional, but he did tell me just before I chatted to him that when he first started racing as a racing driver, his very first race was in the snow. So he feels it's sort of quite fitting, weirdly enough, to be doing the final race here, and it was snowing.
Beautifully bookended there. Start and last races in the snow. What more could you want? You wouldn't expect snow at Spa in April, but there we go. We said that time and time again that the weather can just throw up all sorts of variables here at this circuit, and it has proven to be the case today. So that team, it is still leading. Shane Lewis in the car at the moment. Charles Espinal has done the mighty stint at the beginning, the big bulk out at the start of the race. I have noticed that the lap times, second place car, Gregory Survey in the Haas RT Audi, which are currently Audi's in second, third and fourth at the moment. We've just got Max Edelhoff in the Land Motorsport Audi is tipped up into fourth place. So it's Mercedes from 3 Audis at the moment. Lap times I've just noticed. A little bit of contact there between one of the Porsches and the Audis. A little bit earlier on, that's 91. Oh, yeah, just got over the curb there. The Audi just getting over. That's the number 18 Audi. That's Pierre Caffer. Unusual mistake from him there. Actually, Pierre Caffer in the Santalok Junior Team Audi, just getting a little bit over the curb and just outbraking himself almost and catching the Porsche in front, and it's just a little bit of a tap. Shouldn't be a problem. The car is now ahead. But I'm just looking at lap time. Shane Lewis just done a 2:27.354, which is actually the fastest lap of the race for that car. And they needed to bring their pace down a little bit, because whilst they're in the lead, Gregory Survey is a lap down at the moment. 157 laps for our race leader, 156 for the second place car. And whilst they're running not too far apart on track, there is a complete lap difference. Car number 90 was there with the Porsche coming out of the pits, had a little rotation coming out of the pits. The pits exit has changed here from, say, a few years ago, 20 years ago. It was 2003 that it actually changed to being the one we can see now, where you come out of Eau Rouge and go up to the right-hand side over Radion and rejoin onto a left-right kink onto literally at the top of Radion. But it used to be a pit exit right at the bottom, literally on the racing line at the bottom of the corner, which was entertaining. But circuits evolve and change, and it was a major modification and some groundwork to change that pit exit to a bit further up the hill and a lot safer. Can still catching people out there, but you should be able to miss cars coming out of the pit exit there. I was mentioning lap times. 2:22s is the best we've seen. The pace has dropped off a little bit. We've got down to 2:22s. In fact, it was Gregory Survey in the Haas Audi in second place. The moment did a 2:22.199. And Pierre Caffer then pipped that with a 21.4. And I think that stands as the fastest lap of the race so far, and certainly this evolution of it today, the 7 hours we've got running today, of which we have 3 hours 34 minutes remaining. It is Shane Lewis in the CP Racing Mercedes at the top, Gregory Survey in the Haas Audi in second place, Utah Racing Land Motorsport being the next two Audis, E2P Racing's Porsche, Antonio Cernero currently in fourth place, Pierre Caffer in sixth, sorry, in fifth place, Antonio Cernero. Sixth place, Pierre Caffer. About to cross the line. Is he going any quicker? 2:22.05 in the fastest lap of his race. Pace has dropped off a bit now, so I haven't had any rain, so they've had the best out of those tyres for a little bit now. So 21s is what we got down to 22s. 2:17.4, we believe, is the lap record for this set in the 22 edition of the 24-hour race. GT3 cars it is that round out the top 8. The leading 992 car is the Yannick Redant driven Red Ant Racing 992 Porsche. Obviously that's in its 9th place, and next to it is Dumas Rodenoth in the Porsche Baltic 992. They're first and second in class. That then splits Maximilian Partal in the Hoffer Racing Mercedes back into GT3. He finishes, he's in 11th position. The leading GT4 car is the Bugara ZM Racing Mercedes GT4. Second in that class is the Lion Speed Daniel Millett in the Lion Speed Cayman, and Rob Herfen in the Hamoffer Motorsport M4 GT4. Leading in TCX is the CWS Engineering Jeanette at G55 of Colin White, but with Daniel Morris at the wheel of it currently, but Colin White being the CW of CWS. Just those timers at the front. There's still quite a gap there. There's still a 5-second difference between our leading two cars. Shane Lewis it is. It's got a lap in hand at the moment, which is useful, but that can soon be eroded in. We're just coming up to 3.5 hours to go. But Shane Lewis lapping safely in a safe pair of hands and a very quick driver anyway. And they actually owe us a pit stop as well, so that's interesting. Shane Lewis has done, well, the CP Racing entry, Mercedes, has completed 5 pit stops, and 2 minutes 27.1 being its fastest lap, which actually was his last one, also its best lap of the race. But 2:22 for the second place, Gregory Survey in the Haas RT, but that's done 6 pit stops, so that's got a pit stop in hand already.
I brought you a coffee, by the way.
I noticed, thank you very much.
I've been away because, you know, sometimes even commentators need a bit of a pit stop, and I thought I'll make a brew at the same time so that our global broadcast centre is well refreshed.
Suitably fueled.
Suitably fueled for the home run, which you could call 3.5 hours, but we've got just over a quarter of the distance still to go.
Well, it's a sprint race now, isn't it?
Compared to what we had
in our world, it's a sprint race. Yes.
3 hours is absolutely nothing. And I think still remains the longest distance of the British GT season. 3 hours at Silverstone. Don't think there's a longer race than that.
Yeah, the 500k race. Yeah. Yeah.
Is it 500k's or 3 hours, whichever you get to first? Or has that now become a distance race? To be honest, I'm slightly out of touch.
I'm sure social media will light up this. I think, I'm going to say this deliberately to let people to get involved in this, bit of audience participation.
It's good.
But I do believe it is a distance race. I think it's called, because it's billed the Silverstone 500. So if it was a dry race and it got to 485 k's, you'd be 15 short, wouldn't you?
You would.
So you'd have people playing trade
it's a
description.
little bit like the Sebring 1,000 miles. I'm not talking about the 12-hour, but when the World Endurance Championship ran at Sebring they tried to do it 3 times, and I think only twice was successful because COVID got in the way, although all those years sort of merged to one. But yes, the attempt was 1,000 miles, but it would have had to stay green and at a crazy pace to get to 1,000 miles, and in the end it ran to basically 8 hours. Whereas the Qatar opener of the World Endurance Championship this year, it's a strange number, I know, but if you weren't around and don't know the reasons, that is the 1812 kilometres so 1,812 kilometres of Qatar. It's all down to the Qatari National Day, which happens to be the 18th of December. So they ran the 1812 kilometres, and we actually did the full distance. We didn't have to time limit it to 10 hours because the final kilometre, the 1,812th kilometre, was done with about 10 minutes to spare of those 10 hours. So that was a great effort. By the way, no spoilers, but it is the second race of the World Endurance Championship this season. This weekend at Imola, John Hindhaugh and Peter Mackay are currently covering that, currently calling that, but don't break away from the 24-hour event, the 12 hours of Spa right now, because you can go back to the Radio Show Limited archive in the week and deal with all the races that you might not have been able to listen to and consume at the time.
Well, you just mentioned, Johnny, then we've mentioned it a few times during our show about how much the weather can change something in long distance racing, and we've seen it in shorter racings and of course shorter races and other categories of racing, but it has a huge effect on GT racing. And I've just looked up then, Matthew talking about distances there. There's something I hadn't realised, that the 2021 Nürburgring 24-hour race, which we covered for RSL, I know it's the shortest one on history, and it was 59 laps with less than 10 hours of racing due to heavy fog, that big break overnight. So we actually had not just 9 hours something, didn't even get to 10 hours of 24-hour racing, didn't even get to halfway. What I hadn't realised was that 2 years later, last year, 2023, when Ferrari won, Ferrari to win the 24-hour race, it actually set a record of the longest distance run for the race. So 3 years apart, your shortest and longest. That's how much, at the same circuit with the same types of cars, and that's how much the weather can affect something.
True. You get a really good night for racing and into the morning as well. Still have to cope with the smoke from the barbecues, which is full and plentiful, but at least that's not affecting visibility for marshals post to post and for drivers as well. And yes, the 2021 event, very few people were actually allowed on site for that, and it actually meant that we got a decent kip in the middle of a 24-hour race. Joe Bradley and I absolutely love being able to sleep, not together, although sometimes I might sit there watching him.
It's usually the way around. Come on, we know
right.
that. We know if there's anybody doing the watching.
Me sleep.
Exactly. It's Detective Bradley doing the watching. Yeah, we know
just
that.
making sure I'm safe.
Yeah.
But that was a good 8-9 hours sleep, probably. And then you wake up fully refreshed, and then you carry on racing. Creventic have got it right. Don't do a 12-hour race in one go. Do a bit on the first day, then have a nice meal out, a couple of drinks, nice sleep, come back for the rest of it.
I think it's very fair and accurate to say that Creventic, the organisers of that which we're watching right now, have got it right on so many levels.
Yeah, well, they do listen to Joe quite a lot with his articles behind garage doors. Does he still do that for the programme?
Of course he does.
Does he? Because
he'd have FOMO otherwise.
He's not actually been part of the commentary crew for Creventic, I don't think, at all this year. So if anybody's missing Joe Bradley, and I can understand why, I'm sure he's going to be on the bill at some point this year. We'll need a big team for Barcelona and the 24 hours there. So Joe's, is he doing Portimao? So Joe's going to be on the team for Portimao, and that will, I think, will be his first race of the season. Or is he? Tim's now saying. Oh, okay. So he's going to. Which race is Joe going to do for the 24H series? No, we're not sure.
The 24 hours isn't part of that 24H series, is it?
Does Portimao 24 clash with the next World Endurance Championship race? Well, no, I understand that to be me and Johnny Molam doing the Spa 6 hours, which is the second weekend of May.
Whilst
I mean, we're working out.
Tim Gray and Johnny Palmer work out the rotor who's driving in what next race. So they've
Which
got a
talent
vortex
is being deployed where?
We've got Dianette Binks in the pits with an update for us.
I am, yes. I'm with the 972 team, and Edmund Schmitz just jumped out of the car. And I've got to tell you, his teammates here and his crew are sort of having a little bit of fun with him at the moment. They want me to punish you for some reason, but I don't know why.
I made a spin. I just get into the car. First time slicks on it. So I'll make a tumble at 360 degrees with good reverse it, hit the barriers on both sides, but only superficial, not really a lot of damage. So we could continue, but look, the circumstances are crazy. You know, it's raining again, and it's going from dry to wet, and we couldn't get a car real work on the slicks. A lot of understeer, but we're still #1 in the aims. So it was not the best stint in the world, but anyway.
But it's tricky. It's tricky for everyone. A lot of teams are saying, you know, they're struggling with the tyres because of the conditions here, and they're just having to react as they do, which is what you guys are doing.
Yes.
But how are you finding the race overall at this point?
This is the first stint that it with slicks, so I only run with rain tyres after a short test on Friday, which also only rain tyres. So I get used to it, but I couldn't get it to work. I get a lot of understeer in the car, and I was fighting with it all the time. But anyway, we're still first, so we will make it up. Yeah.
Enjoying the race?
Yes, of course we're enjoying the race, otherwise I won't be here.
You've obviously got a great team, fantastic looking garage here. A lot of work going into it by the team.
Yeah, the crew is working fantastic, delivering a fantastic job. I think they make all the right calls all the time with the code 60 and with the rain and everything. So, but it's a tumbler, you know, cars are flying off the track everywhere. And we've been so far lucky, but I've seen all the cars almost in the green and in the dirt. And there's a lot of dirt on the track, to be honest. You have to be really, really careful. Yeah.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
And whilst we're hearing that interview, there's now drama for the speed lover Porsche, which has found the grass again. And there's an idea of how little grip there is on the grass right now after so much rain and snow this morning. Just a little bit of throttle, and all the wheel is doing is spinning around and offering no traction whatsoever.
If only they had treaded tyres, eh?
Yeah, or studded tyres would be even better. To stick right in that turf, but
and it's not like it's buried. It's not in the gravel or anything. It's very close to the wall. It hasn't hit the wall, has it? No, it's just pulled over to the right-hand side there. But it is just absolutely just stuck on that slick tyre, wet grass, can't go anywhere. So it's going to have to be towed forward, and it probably just needs putting back onto the track. And we saw that yesterday with the was it number 11 Mercedes that went off at the end of Blanchemont by the bus stop. It just needed pulling onto the track, and it was able to carry on again. So MP Mercedes there. This is the 58 entry. Very distinctive in its green hell colours, green as in Nürburgring. MP Racing GT3 AMG with lots of damage on the front right-hand side, or certainly reference marks where it's collected to something. So back to our speed lover Porsche, and beautiful sunshine there. Our marshal, so they pulled the tow truck up to it, and then they have to manually pull out the winch. It looks like this little tug-of-war thing with the marshal pulling that out, hooking it onto the Porsche. They're going to pull it backwards, which saves putting a car in front of it in the danger. Back to our MP Mercedes in the pits, having a fresh set of slicks put on it. Now, interestingly, we saw one of the Porsches a few minutes ago having its slicks changed, and the slicks came off and they were steaming hot, quite literally. This Mercedes not the case. So the fire and rescue vehicle pickup truck has now pulled the speed lover 979 Porsche back onto the track. However, it's pulled it back at an oblique angle of 45 degrees straight onto the track. So the driver can't go, or if he goes forward, he's going to put himself back onto the grass again. So he needs to reverse, ideally, which is never ideal onto a racetrack. Rear lights just illuminating, which suggests that the system's had a reset. They're off again, back off and on again. cycling through, just re-getting that car restarted. The number 44 Lamborghini, very distinctive in its bright yellow livery, in the meantime makes its way into the pits. We are under a code 60, by the way, now. I'm not sure if I've just seen that quite in time or that's just appeared. But I think it has just literally just come up now.
I'm trying to work out who's in the speed lover car. It's Olivier Dons, I reckon, 979. And Don sharing that car with Wim Mulders and Rick Renmans. They're all down on the entry list as AM drivers, but still very fast. And that automatically becomes a 992 AM entry. The simple way, it's not the same FIA grading, so we're not doing bronze, silver, gold, platinum this weekend. Creventic and the 24H series have their own version of doing it. There's AM Plus, semi-pro and pro, and they sometimes total the numbers up. So if you think that an AM driver is worth 1 point, an AM Plus 2 points, a semi-pro 3 points, and a pro driver 4 points, so you add them up and then divide by 4, I think it is, and if the answer is more than 2, then you're in the pro category or the pro AM category, and if it's less than 2, you go into the AMs. And normally that can only afford you 1 pro driver, so you can still be an AM entrant with, well, probably a semi-pro in there, and then the pro will push you into the pro-am bracket. But it's a very delicate tightrope to walk to make sure that you've got the blend right. And often that's down to how much money's coming to the cause as well, because obviously everything's got to be paid for at some point. And generally, those with the money are the non-pro drivers that have businesses elsewhere and do a bit of driving at the weekend. Only we know it's a lot more than just a bit of driving at the weekend. Some of these non-pros, some of these AM drivers are driving every single weekend of the motorsport year.
Just seeing the 917 Cup entry Porsche there, Orchid Racing. That's with Daniel Guiloz at the wheel of that. Under the code 60, we've got back to, that's just ended by the way, we've gone back to full green. But the Orchid Racing Porsche there having a lot of front under tray damage. I thought it was split at the start, but it's actually an under tray at the front which is flapping and loose. Now that will be a concern if that's spotted by the race director, because a split is a tiny bit of, or relatively tiny bit of rubber, plastic that will come off and just come off in its own way. An under tray will be a very thin aluminium sheet. If that comes off and gets run over by another car, that can go up and through the windscreen of a car behind that. So yes, the race director will have spotted that. In fact, I think the 917 Porsche is in now as we speak into the pits. So I guess Dino might be down there with that. Is that the car? It is 917 Porsche. They will need to attend to that under tray as well. So that'll be a race direction note, because it's a dangerous thing to other competitors. And the driver may not be aware. It's such a light panel. It'll probably be just chattering. You may not even be aware of it with engine noise.
True. But the risk is that it gets worse, the airflow starts to detach that piece of bodywork, and then with no warning whatsoever, it can just fail, it can just be torn off the car.
And it's in the car behind,
and then it's the problem of somebody else, isn't it? It's no longer your issue, but it can be in the face of, or in the windscreen of anybody. I'd love to know what you're laughing at, because I don't think there was any double entendre in that sentence. Maybe there was. Snowy's chuckling away.
Our own little world.
Okay,
yes,
you can tell me afterwards.
Not breaking news, exactly.
Meantime, in the fast lane, the Orchid Racing Team car now is going again. Centra Porsche Genève. So just into that western section of Switzerland, over the French-Swiss border. And a number of Swiss teams come from in and around Lake Geneva, or Lac Le Mans, as it's known in local parlance. We have the Racing Spirit of Le Mans team, who go to the Road to Le Mans every year, and also to the European Le Mans series at times. It's taken the 24H series Twitter feed 1 minute to make sure that we are still aware that Joe Bradley does his Behind Garage Doors article. That's a very old photograph of him, though. That must be about 15 years old. Yeah. He looked good in those days. In the latest Behind Garage Doors column, Bradders 3078, which is his handle due to his police days, discusses drama and intrigue. Oh, you can almost hear him saying those words. Drama and intrigue he's personally experienced over the years at Circuit Spa.
What I like is that I'm not sure who's actually controlling the 24-hour series social media.
It's a bloke called Joe Bradley.
Well, today, because he's doing the karting at the moment, but they've come up with, not only of that, they put that up within 1 minute of our comment, said, we're not one to turn down a free plug, exclamation mark. So quite right too.
Well, see, Joe is a man of many talents, so he's probably commentating on a kart race and tweeting that to @24H Series. Sorry, we should absolutely know who's in charge of the X feed this weekend, and if Peter Fry can get that to us on the private chat, we will give them a mention. I've probably had many conversations with them over the years. Stack, thanks for your sterling and hard work, because so much of the X updates come leading into a race such as this, so that we know all the latest details about the entry list and who we've got, runners and riders.
Meanwhile, back at the track, at the sharp end, Shane Lewis in the CP Racing Mercedes still leads. They have 164 laps on the board. But the second place car is the Haas RT Audi. Xavier Nauf at the wheel of that now. But they've just under the safety, sorry, not under the safety car, under the code 60, they've just pitted again. Now, I mentioned they've got 6 stops on the board already compared to CP's 5, i.e. CP owed us a pit stop. They didn't under that one. They are known for almost a code 60, and CP are in the pit. It's almost like they do it anyway, regardless. It's almost like a default reaction. So Haas have actually done a driver change and put Xavier Nauf into the Audi. They have now done 7 pit stops, and they're the only crew to have done that other than SRS Team Sorg Rennsport in 14th. They've got Patrick Gruter in their car now. So CP Racing must owe us a stop very soon. In the meantime, we have Diana Binks with another update in the pits for us.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm with Pierre Caffer down here at the number 18. Pierre's just jumped out of the car. Pierre, are you having a tough weekend?
Oh, well, so far I think all of us have a tough weekend with all the weather. Snow, rain, drying up, snow again, rain again. So I think for everyone it's a bit tough this weekend.
Despite all your experience as a professional driver, it's challenging to say the least, the conditions here.
Oh, well, I must say I had a lot of fun while I'm driving or during my stint. It was more or less my weather, drying up very early with slicks on yesterday. It was a gamble. It was so-and-so. First part was good, second part was bad. But we kept the car on the track, and that's very important. And we tried to finish the race here, and then we're looking forward for Portimao.
We saw yesterday, obviously, that you were, I think, one of the first drivers to go out on slicks when the conditions were changing, and we saw you just coming through and through the field. We thought you'd be enjoying that.
Yeah, but it's also dangerous because you easily can crash the car. So you always have to talk to yourself, don't over push, don't be too fast if you go offline, so it's not pretty easy to do a stint like this like yesterday.
Despite the challenges of the race here, Pierre, tell us why Spa is so special from a driver's perspective to race on.
Well, Spa is an awesome track, first of all. Second of all, at that time in the year, you need to expect these weather conditions, and the Rouge or Blanchimont, it's just a very nice track and one of my favorite tracks, and I always enjoy to drive here on that circuit.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Pierre Caffer, thoroughly entertaining, always his interviews, and even more so when he's out on track as well, producing all those quick lap times. He was massively fast yesterday with a 2:23.266, and that Santilok Audi is not where he would like it to be, but it is nearing the top slowly but surely. Elia Earhart is certainly no slouch either, and it's just lost the place to Pablo Buguera courtesy of the Santilok Junior team's latest pit stop. But to be honest, I think Pierre will, considering where they started, way down the order, they slowly creeped up on Saturday to 15th, well documented by now, and are now in what was 5th, has just dropped a position to 6th. But, I mean, do you think a podium is too much of a stretch right now for the number 18 Audi?
I think 5th is definite, and I think a podium is attainable. It was running that high, don't forget it's just had a pit stop.
Yeah.
So that's why it's slightly down the order, whereas the car's in front. So who's immediately in front of it? Elliot Earhart at the wheel of that now, but obviously because Diana's just interviewed Pierre Caffer. Pablo Buguera in the E2P racing car, that's in front. That's only got 4 pit stops. And the Lars Viljan in the Utah racing car, he's done 6 stops as well. So the car that owes us 2 stops is the 3rd place car with Dr. Johannes Kirchhoffen in that, in the Land Motorsport Audi. That's only got 4 stops on board, as has the E2P racing car. So by the time they settle out, I think the order will be, once we're on equal stops, as it were. That said, don't forget, Xavier Nauf in the Haas car has got 7 stops on board. They got 1 extra under that, sneaky one under that code 60, which means they won't have done a lot of fuel in that, because it'll be 25% of the fuel, but they will have done a driver change and a fresher driver and tyres. So that might play into their hands. They've got that stop in now. I think once it shakes out, I think Elliot Earhart and the Santalok Junior Team Audi will be in 4th place at the moment. So just outside the podium, it's possible to get it up there on top. Now the race leader is in the pit finally. CP Racing Shane Lewis at the wheel of that car at the moment. I'm guessing he will probably stay aboard at this point with 3 hours 10 minutes to go. I think Shane Lewis will stay aboard that. Charles Espinot, apparently Dan has just said he has got out, so that means potentially then that Charles Putnam's gone back into the car. Thank you, Diana. So he's gone in for his stint. Now the car was running at about 4 to 5 seconds consistently off the pace of the 2nd place car, but it has got over a lap lead on it. So they might just be playing a long game here. Say just over 3 hours to go.
I feel almost embarrassed to finally reveal the identity of our poster on X this weekend. It's James Gent. Of course it is. James Gent. I never forget. I never remember exactly how to say your surname, James. Apologies. I know a Gent and a Gent, and I forget which category you fall into, but I know James very well, and he's working incredibly hard, as always,
not.
on the 24H. Yeah, but names are names. He's just James to me.
Oh, James, I wholeheartedly, on behalf of the RSL team, apologise for Johnny.
I'll talk again
He's gone feral this weekend.
I'll talk again about Joe Bradley, which started this whole posting.
Oh, Joe
thing.
will love that.
Within the karting community, there is a guy called Gaz Berry, spelt like the Lancashire town, B-U-R-Y, Berry, right? Or it's spelt Bury, but it's always pronounced
as in funeral,
Berry.
as in dead.
So Joe's calling Gaz Berry for about 3 seasons, before Gaz finally fesses up and says, do you know my surname's actually pronounced Bury? It's actually Gaz Bury. And Joe says, I've known this bloke for 4 years, and only now do I know how to pronounce his surname
Well, why
correctly.
didn't you tell him before? Why has he waited 4 years to tell him?
Precisely. I have no idea whatsoever. I mean, it's all
your
Gaz's
name,
fault, isn't
own it, literally.
Yeah, I know. And if somebody's not saying it right, as James has said so many times to me, put them straight. And then that person forgets straight away.
Snowed in, snowed on.
Peter Snood Dean.
It's easier to go Snowy.
Snowy's a lot better, yeah. Yes. It's very difficult to get that wrong. When I go to the States, I get called Johnny Palmer, which I can understand as well, because that's how it's spelled.
From Leicestershire.
Yes. And hello to all of our fans in the US, by the way.
That was for CP rating for that one.
No, it's good. Yes.
They'll come back with that one, like, Yalf, so funny.
Yarl.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Let's move on. Quickly. 3 hours and 8 minutes still to go. The MP Racing Mercedes over the line with the indicator flashing, and that is in the sort of semi-non-working headlight because it found the barrier not too long ago. And now there's a problem for the Vortex 2. Which one is this, the 701 or the 702? That's been well off the road, and maybe not all recently either, but pristine, bright orange bodywork for that car as it began the race. But it looks rather dog-eared and second-hand now as it's being wheeled backwards into the garage by the team. They're saying cut off or shut off the engine, and it's the 702 with the gull-wing doors now being opened, laptops being plugged in. The fragility of these Vortex machines has certainly improved as they've adopted the new car, the 2.0 as it's being called. All manner of mechanical and electrical issues with the older car, but this is the first significant problem for the Vortex, who have been doing okay in GTX. In fact, the 701, the sister car, still is leading that division. 9 und 11 on the recovery for Georg Goda, number 719. And that's the MR Racing version of the Porsche Cup car that is not permitted to run in the 992s, remember. But 9 und 11 had fallen way down in GTX and presented 1 or 2 opportunities for the Tomlinson and Simpson-driven Ginetta. That also, though, now has hit difficulties. It might be the nature of the GTX category, because they're not standard race cars. They've been massively developed, and sometimes when you're working towards the very envelope of performance and extracting as much power and performance out of cars, then that's where the reliability issues can hit. I'm thinking about sort of Group C sports cars, and also that era of Formula 1 with the turbocharged era, where so often engines and turbos would go bang even before the race started.
Well, I think it's one of the things that John and I covered at the NLS round just 60 k's away last weekend, the double-header 24-hour qualifier races there, that one of the things that's just transformed endurance racing, and in all sorts of motor racing, but let's just talk about endurance racing, is the reliability of cars. Materials, technology, everything's just so much more reliable these days, which aids not just the professional teams, but the pro drivers can get more out of the car reliably, which gives them more information to pass on to the amateur drivers, which is where they sell the cars. We heard Mike Simpson saying this earlier about, you know, win it on Sunday, flog it on Monday. It sells cars, and then those amateur drivers get to drive them. They get to understand the cars more, because you don't have to worry about mechanical simplicity quite as much. You know, paddle shift gearbox is totally different. I was just watching some in-car a little bit earlier on, and of course I totally forget everything's paddle shift now. You know, when I hate to say, but when I did this 20 years ago around here in 24-hour races, it was a we've got number 12 just had a spin coming out of the second part of the bus stop, and there so he has turned the TC off and flicked it round for us, and that's number 12 is Car Collection on an outlap. That's Hash at the wheel of that, who had a little rotation there. I don't think he was a city with that one. But just going back to the technology bit, the we had sequential gearboxes, which was a big vertical gear lever, and you pulled it back and it clicked into the gears and you pushed it forward. Yeah, but you still had to, on the way down, for the aid of the gearbox to keep it going for 24-hour races, you still had to blip the throttle and use the clutch on the way down, because it saved it mechanically. Going back to the Group C cars you've mentioned there, and the Formula 1 cars of the same era, late 80s, 90s, a fuel formula, so you could sometimes save the engine by backing off because the thing would use too much fuel. But we had H-pattern gearboxes like a road car still, and that's only... actually, it is 30 years ago, isn't it? I was going to say. So anyway, shall I move along? But no, so very different. The point being, you could miss a gear, you could be tired. Tired drivers don't concentrate; they make mistakes. You could miss a gear, catch it, lock the rear wheels, spin the car around, and you might just do what looks like an innocuous spin on the track. We saw it many times with the 708 car at the end of Kemmel a little bit earlier on. Do that in a different car with a manual change gearbox, and you might have actually damage the gears doing that, or more to the point, if the car's gone backwards and run with the gear engaged and run it the wrong way over, you can damage transmission. These days they have anti-stall, save devices on it to save that sort of thing. You just come back, and we've said it so many times this race, we watch a car reset. It's not just to get it restarted. They're not just dipping the clutch, turning it off and back on again. They're actually resetting the whole car, so everything, all the ECUs get to reset, and it wipes all that stuff clear. Very different times now.
Yeah, and it's about adapting to those, because I mean, you talk about 30 years. There are drivers that have spanned that period of time and still, racing within big events such as this. I know you still dabble from time to time, but you've pretty much become a commentator and instructor rather than
coach stuff. Yeah,
but you've been
events, but
reserve for some stuff as well. I don't know
yeah,
how public that's ever been, but
GT4 team, but that's needs a lot of testing in that, which is great. And it's I hate to say it, it's very kind of you, Johnny, but I guess it's experience, and that's the point. It sometimes put you in the car to say, what do you think of this? And not being in the heat of the championship and in broad and focused on it, you can have a slightly more abstract view.
Okay.
And get in the car and just say, yeah, I did it with an Aston last year with Feathers Motorsport. And in fact, I had lunch with the owner on Tuesday, so you never know what might happen. But he's looking at doing some of this series. But part of it, that was literally, I've got no preconceptions. Go and jump in the car. It's Tom Canning, Darren Turner driving that car. James Guest drives it. but they're all so embroiled and focused in driving that car, you almost don't see what's going on around you. And I think that was part of the point, was like, can you come and drive it for us? And obviously I'm flattered to go and drive a modern GT4 car. That's great, and it's a great experience that I can then bring into this commentary booth with us. I know what they're like now, with a bit of understanding of it. But I drive it and say, there were a couple of things where I said, why does it do that? And they went, does it? We hadn't realised, but do you know what? We hadn't thought about that, because they were talking about setup or something. So, well, it's got this, it's got a quirk. You just want that. It's almost like they always say, isn't it, that you need a stranger to come into your own hometown to spot something that you walk past every day.
Yes.
And it's just that a different view, a different angle on it can be helpful. And it goes back to that which I've said all along. It's all intel, it's data gathering, which a team will go, there might not be something massive, but why does it do that? Or whatever. I mean, I remember on the Lister Storm, it had the wiper switch was an old-fashioned chrome toggle switch, which was a central one. It was neutral. Forward was 1 speed. Second, click it back through neutral down to the second bit was the fast speed. I remember Jamie Campbell-Walter, when I first drove the car, he said, by the way, never use the second bit, never knock it down. You can quite easily knock it, because the panel was there on the dash. And I said, why is that? And he went, because at anything over 150 miles an hour, just think about that, on the second speed, the blade of the wiper, the arc, would come round, because of this air force on the screen, it would push the wiper over around the aid post and wrap it round by the door, so the wiper wouldn't sweep anymore. So don't put it on. They had to re-put it back on at the pit stop. And I said, well, how inefficient is it at slow speed? And he went, not a problem at all. So I said, because at 150 miles an hour, you've got a lot of air draft pushing water off the screen anyway. And he went, yeah. I said, so why not take the wire off or the fuse out and not have the second speed working so you can't knock it? And he went, yeah, we hadn't thought of that. But why have that risk there? Almost.
Yeah, even there in the first place.
I was then part of Jamie's wonderful winding up was to suggest as a new driver to the team to present that idea to its designer Lawrence Pierce, to which I did, and I was completely set up by Jamie and Bix. Thank you, Bix. Hope you're listening in Dubai. And the response was noted, and then something very Anglo-Saxon about my parentage.
I see. So it didn't land particularly well.
Oh, it did, but you couldn't let a new driver come in and say, no, that's my car. It's won a British GT Championship. It's won a World Championship. It isn't that wrong, but effectively.
A spin for the Vortex. Is that the one that's just been in the garage, or is that the class leader? It's the class leader 701, and that is a delay for Philippe Bonnel right at the end of its latest racing lap. So the 702 came in covered in mud, and it was backed into the garage for serious attention. And maybe at Vortex they're putting all their fortunes in this car. Well, that lap didn't end so well. Thankfully, it was able to rejoin without too much of a 3 or 4 point turn, and also wasn't collected by anybody coming out of the chicane either. Perhaps the best weather we've had all weekend so far. The headlights are still ablaze on the 701 Philippe Bonnel driven Vortex, and a clear road in front of him now. What precisely happened though to Philippe? Was it all on his own? Yeah, just a bit too much speed through the second part of the chicane there, almost throwing the car into the corner, and the rear tyres not gripping. But
you can do a lot of things with a race car, but you can't beat physics, can you?
You'll struggle. You'll often come away second best from that. And he did actually flip it around in the right way, so a bit of a flick turn, as we were talking about earlier on, may be possible. Does a Vortex run with any traction control is a question probably only for Vortex. There doesn't seem to be almost the space on that chassis for too many driver aids. It runs in GTX. I'd be surprised if there's any ABS on there, and TC as well. Well, that's a big question mark.
Now at the front, Johnny, our race leader is now Xavier Nauf in the Haas Audi RT. R8 RT, my apologies, Haas RT team. R8 is the car. Get that right, just for clarification. 170 laps on the board. Charles Putnam is still in second place in the CP Racing, having his potentially last stint in this car ever. In this series, certainly, and what a circuit to do it at. 2:33 now. He just got down to a 2:30, which is a little bit more reassuring, because I was quoting before that these two cars I'd noticed when it was the other way around, when the CP Racing Mercedes was at the front, it was lapping in 2:29.8 was its best lap, whereas the Haas Audi was doing a 2:24, so there were effectively 5 seconds between them. The Audi is now doing a 2:28 was its last lap, and Charles Putnam a very, very respectable 2:30, so there's only a couple of seconds between them. Of course, 7 pit stops for the Audi, 6 for the Putnam Mercedes. Third place car, the Land Motorsport Audi, has had 4 pit stops, but Lars Vloten in the Utah Racing car behind that has had 6, and it equals out a bit then, I think, to Elia Herdhart in the Santalok Junior Team Audi we mentioned before. That's got 6 pit stops in. The car in front owes us 1, Pablo Bulgaria in E2P Racing, so I think it might not be too long before, and I was just going to say it exactly as I said it, right on cue. Elia Earhart pops the Santalok Junior Team Audi into 5th place, which is where I said it should achieve anyway. Whether it gets onto the podium or not, I don't know.
Sorry, Snowy's probably looked at me and just realised I'm absolutely killing myself laughing because there is a chat.
I assume you're looking at the football results or something.
No, there is a chat that involves me and Joe Bradley and Nick Damon, and at their other event, I've just been messaging them saying we are talking an awful lot about you in your absence. And then I think I can say this on air. Nick then responded saying, yes, he's been trying to talk about the Behind Garage Doors article here too at their karting event.
I said he'd have FOMO, didn't I?
And Joe said, I tried, but Nick talked over me. And Nick said, Joe's been constantly bullying me all day and has to go straight to HR. The thing is, Nick runs HR, I think, because they're pretty much his gig that Joe then commentates on. They'll be back later on for way more banter, but I was just chuckling at...
But that won't bother Joe one bit. He'll just do his own thing.
No. I seem to have
Love you, Joe.
I seem to have just thrown them into a kind of on-site argument, purely in not my presence, because I'm a good distance away, but that doesn't seem to matter. 4 cars totally as one, and a great mixture of cars as well and classes. So the GT4 McLaren Artura, the 992 class Krone Racing Porsche, ARC Bratislava's Lamborghini, putting another lap on yet another 992 Cup car. Fantastic to have 18 992 Cup cars here on site, at least. Obviously terrible situation for the Red Camel Jordans.nl crew, who couldn't even take the start yesterday as they were chasing a throttle problem, and even when various parts were changed, that didn't seem to solve the issue. So let's hope that their brand new car can get a lot more mileage under its belt when we go to Portimao in a few weeks' time. But we had 4 other cars in the 992 class and 13 cars in the 992 AMS in readiness for some hot competition, and we've still got 4 of those 992s in the top 12 positions. 2 Red Ant Racing cars, Julius Adomavicius, Peter Guelilinks and Tautvidus Rodokas in the 993 Porsche Baltic car. Hans Weiss Motorsport, Paul Meyer back behind the wheel of that. He started, remember, this morning, and Hans Weiss had a bit of a moment, not actually with Paul at the wheel, but when Edwin Schilt took over. Edwin since chatting to Binksy about that and other topics too. There's the 8th placed GT3 car crosses the line to tick off another lap for Jonathan Hui. And this car collection car had superb speed on Friday across 3 different sessions. They managed to take pole position, not as we knew it in reality, because it was the sister car collection car that took pole, but then in the evening it was discovered that some drivers hadn't made the drivers briefing, and then grid penalties had to come into effect. 11 different cars docked places on the initial grid for part 1 yesterday, and that put this number 80 car to pole position. We were then a little concerned about the lack for car 80 in those opening laps yesterday, just before and after 1 o'clock, but it turned out there wasn't a meaningful problem to that car. That was just Antara's O taking things easy and making sure he wasn't stressing the car, and they're getting their rewards now because it's still in the top 8. and it is just off the podium in GT3 AM. In fact, the focus probably for this car, number 80, has become the 91 Herbert Porsche after its big delay. Ralph Bone holding his hands up saying, I just pushed a little too hard when I was trying to lap some cars, and I think maybe in avoidance rather than contact, he left the road at Le Fagnes and then ended up facing the wrong way, just a few inches away from the green concrete barrier, and required outside assistance and a code 60 to get the 91 car back into the race. It seems highly unlikely now that Herbert are going to win this weekend at Spa. Never can discount the very unlikely happening, I suppose, in sport. But they would need drama to hit probably a lot of cars ahead of them. There are 6 in front, and 91 slipping back to 7th place. So that swings the pendulum towards CP Racing. And wouldn't it be written in the stars at their final event at the 24H Series to take victory? They're 2 hours and 50 minutes away. I know. Well, I've already said.
You're just on the envelope, always on the edge, aren't you?
Any commentator's curse will have already struck by now, surely.
Right. Social media, quick update for you. Post from Touring Car Magazine. I'm going to say any more than that. I'm going to read out what it says, okay? Touring Car Magazine liked a post you were mentioned in. Apology accepted at Blackpool Johnny. Appreciate the shout out. And just to confirm, it's James Gent, as in gentleman. So it's James Gent.
So it's James Gent.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As I say, I know a Gent family who are very particular about the hard G, and in James's case, it is James Gent.
Because
he's a gent. Because he's a gentleman.
So it's James Gent with no G.
Because he's a gentleman.
Exactly.
And he's looking after the 24H Series social media channels, including X, as we must call it these days, at 24H Series. Thank you, James. I'm
going to go with what the Telegraph do. They always quote it as Twitter. They always quote it as X, brackets or comma, formerly Twitter. Yeah. And I've noticed that in the narrative. It's every single journalist. It's obviously an edict from editorial office of, no, just it's formerly Twitter. And I really don't know why it's been called X. Let's move on.
Well, you can take that argument up with Mr. Musk if you want.
I don't think he's got the time.
Or the inclination. Or is that you?
I think we're probably on par with that one.
904 is the second placed 992 car in that division, and Red Ant Racing, are they back to being 1-2 in that category? Yes, they are. So the crew from Belgium, I don't actually know where Red Ant Racing are based within this country, but it may not be too far away from Spa, a bit like Mulner Motorsport. They're based just outside the confines of the circuit down at Stavilo. And you use a bit of the old circuit to get to their site. Snowy's on the old internet search there to see if he can find an answer. But I would imagine, you know, most of the mileage for Red Ant is done around this place, unless they're closer to Zolder, somewhere like that. As the Danish crew running the Holmgaard Motorsport Porsche, the red and white and black Sonax sponsored car, reaches the top of the circuit at Les Combes corner and swings right and left and right again, and now around towards Bruxelles. And this car with a strong lineup too. Very difficult to tell before we got underway on paper who was likely to be one of the strong runners in teams and categories, but the Frenchman welcomed into the Danish squad, and Marlon Menden, who is from Germany originally. 3 semi-pros, 2 AMs make up a 5-driver lineup. They're not alone in that fact, because the Hoffer crew also have 5, but the majority of lineups are either 3 or 4 drivers, and then some have been very brave to only name 2. So, for instance, Bob Herbert, Marcel von Berlo traditionally go with 2 drivers in Bas Kooten, Gijs Bessem and Harry Hilders for NKPP Racing, happy to do a split race such as this with just the 2 drivers. 2 hours and 46 minutes to go, and here is Binksy in the pit lane.
I'm with Peter Hewling from the 904 Red Ant Racing. Peter, you've just jumped out of the car. How was it? How was that stint?
I was very happy with the stint. The team asked me to do a very consistent stint within the safe margins. I had something to redeem from Mugello. I made a mistake there, and I was eager to do a good stint, but it was very consistent. Although the mixed conditions, sometimes it started raining and the track was more slippery in sector 1, and then in 2 and 3 it was dry again. But overall, I'm very happy, and I hope we can continue with this.
What was your approach to it? Because obviously you knew the conditions were going to be challenging. You had a bit, a job to do. What was your approach?
Oh, in the beginning, when I got into the car, we were, I think, one of the first to go onto slicks, and a couple of minutes before I went in, there was a car that spun because of the cold tires. So it was very tricky, and I easily built up and got some heat into the tires, and then it was okay.
How's the car handling? Are you enjoying it, or are you having to fight it a bit?
Of course, it's my home track, so if it can come to Spa, I'm especially enjoying it. But it's tough. It slides, it's slippery, but I kind of like it in those mixed conditions, and no, we're doing well.
How important is the atmosphere at the team?
Of course, we have a sister car who is performing very well, of course, and we both of them want to do well, but in the end, there's only one that can be in front of the other. So, but the team atmosphere is great. It's a nice team, and everybody's supporting.
Peter, thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Pixie. Red Ants, in a very strong position right now. First and second in the 992s, although that latest stop for 904 will change it slightly. The car stopped for fuel before it headed back out onto track. So the all-white Red Ants entry is the 904 with now Brent Verheyen back at the wheel. So Peter's the AM, who Binksy's just been speaking to. Brent, semi-pro. Mikael Haveren's semi-pro. And they all go together to make a 992 lineup, as opposed to the 992 AM division, where the cars are more numerous, but should be across the piece slightly slower than the full Pro-Am lineup, if you like, although it's not called 992 Pro-Am on the entry list. Dr. Johannes Kerkhoff. CP Racing Mercedes are now the only cars on the lead lap, because we, in 45 minutes time, will have had 10 hours of running split across a couple of days, and that incorporates some cars catching quite a bit of ground up, as much as 2.5 minutes in the case of one of the car collection Porsches. But even that has not helped out the number 12 car too much. They've had that spell in the pit lane and in the garage, remember, replacing a drive shaft with the number 12 car collection crew, and also that spin fairly recently for Hash. He had a slight whoopsie yesterday as well, where the drone camera picked out the spin a treat and was actually doing laps around the 12 car whilst Hash was finding a forward gear once again. Terrific bit of coverage from 022 on that occasion, as it has been all weekend, of course, and thanks to all involved there. As the 91 Porsche's paint job or vinyl wrap looks rather sorry for itself now, and that's after it ended up almost like in a World Rally Championship water splash when Ralph Bone left the road a few hours ago now, and that sadly meant that the number 91 car fell away from the race lead. I'm not really that desperate to know where Red Ant Racing are from, because you're now on about the 4th or 5th internet page, I noticed. Zemst? Might be Zemst in Belgium.
Correct.
Is it?
Yes.
I didn't guess that.
No.
Just in large letters at the top of your latest search. I've no idea where Zemst
I'm just being
is.
supportive, Johnny.
It's good. It's good. But, of course, whilst you're tapping away on your laptop, I then lose your voice. And I get bored of my own. So say something as well. Where is Zemst? It's a
It's in the Belgian province of Brabant.
Brabant, okay. Yeah, so a bit of a distance to travel, but they will know the routes and the roads like the back of their hands. Probably. And this will be, no doubt, a cracking result from a home perspective. I'd noticed the amount of people that are at the front of the garage at Red Amp when they were doing their latest pit stop. Loads of people with their phones and cameras making sure they got some good shots of the 904 as it left.
Now, 34, the Land Motorsport Audi that's in third place has pitted. That's not the issue. The fact that it's had a relatively short stop-and-go penalty. For what, I'm not sure exactly. So let's...
908.
We're going to go to a code 60, are we not?
908 in its favourite corner. This is Le Combe again, and at least the fourth time that this car has left the road at this point.
Just very quickly, the 34 car has got it had a 10-second penalty. It's now been served. I just said that for not respecting pit lane regulations. So I'm guessing that's under Article 26. So I'm guessing that's probably speed, slight overspeed or something. However, we are going onto a yellow flag. I can't believe that won't go to a code 60 very quickly for turn 6, which is for the 908 Porsche, which is swapped ends and well and truly buried into the gravel. Turn 6 is the second part of Le Combe, so it's the left-hand part, the middle bit of Le Combe. And yeah, code 60 right on cue. There we go. So a flurry of activity to the pits now, I'm quite sure. Now, who's been in? So Xavier Nauf in the leading Haas RT Audi has just been in. In fact, he's in fuel now. So what we're discussing yesterday, this will play into their hands slightly, because it's a code 60 now, but they're already in the fuel stop and triggered the card with the track under green. Therefore, they'll get their full fuel load, not a restricted amount of 25%.
Yeah.
Charles Putnam is out on the track. Charles Putnam will therefore retake the lead of this race very shortly, because the Haas RT Audi is in the pit lane. In fact, we can see it there, as is the second place car. But that's their line astern at the moment. Sorry, the third place car, my apologies. Charles Putnam it is in the CP Racing Mercedes that's in second place. So that will be the wheels spinning on the 908 Porsche, and a great close-up from the cameraman there of exactly what not to do, and just dig up a load of stones and put it into the wheel and then around the brake disc and get it stuck in the caliper. And we can see the stones rolling around like a tombola in that rear wheel as it's trying to rotate. And at this point, you're that far in, there's absolutely no point. We can see that from the outside a lot easier, I grant you, but trust me, once your car's in the gravel, if it doesn't move almost straight away, forget it. You're going to do more damage in every way, sense and form, and you're also not going to be overly popular with your teammates. Looking at the front right wheel there now, we get the idea of the temperature of the tyres there. Where that car's gone in, there's a different size gravel at Spa, by the way. It's a totally different. It's bigger than UK circuit. It's a lot bigger. And there's a whole story about Bernie and that, and what gravel there was around the circuit. I suppose FIA spec or Bernie spec.
Moving forward 10 in the morning.
That's the problem.
There's only one 10 o'clock in my day. Into the first corner goes the 927 SRS Sorgrensport Porsche. So many of these cars that look very striking in terms of livery when we got going, but now they're just covered in, well, just general Spa weatheredness. The purple and the bright orange and red of Sorgrensport and NKPP Racing. Because of the amount of hours that we've run in the wet and the snow and the cold this morning. Thomas Gostner's moment a couple of seconds ago from another angle. And you're right, there was no contact, but it probably didn't help that the number 80 car, Jonathan Hui, wanted to brake later into the chicane, the first few of the corners before that. And there was a bit of a headbutt, but that appeared to me to be Thomas Gostner in the Mercedes braking slightly earlier than the Porsche. And then he got it completely wrong into La Source, and whereas he would have got away with that 2 or 3 years ago, he had to pick his way out of the gravel trap, and thankfully didn't get stuck there, but that did make a dent into the next time for the next lap around this Spa circuit.
I think the 90's just got ahead of that as well now, going into the bus stop.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for the 58 and the Gostner family outing, they are not really up to speed with the rest of the GT3 cars within the AM category. They're down in 12th when you group all the GT3s together, 8th place in AM. But when you consider that, you know, the top 3 cars overall, they're all GT3 AMs. And actually, when you work through the regulations, it shouldn't actually be like that. Pro-Am runners, when you combine the driver talent, should be quicker than AMs, but that might be testament to the amount of code 60 we've had. we've had one lap of safety car, but it's also probably the fact that we bunched the field up last night, so that concertina effect to evaporate all the time differences of those cars on the lead lap. So 2.5 minutes became absolutely nothing, and it might be that AM and Pro-Am suffix is purely statistical rather than actually affecting the race result, because 3 AMs lead 2 Pro-Ams right now.
Now, Johnny, what's happening with Charles Espinal, who's currently, its last lap was a 5:38. It's not an out lap, so has that just come out from a refueling lap?
Might have been.
I'm hoping it is.
I think the next lap around will show us.
We'll find out in a matter of seconds. It's 45 seconds away.
The sector splits might offer slightly more if they're still... I know, they've been wiped because he's on to another lap, but he's just done a PB through Sector 1 and through Sector 2. He's on new tyres, Charles Espinal, got to be. And as the track continues to get better and better, this is probably the best we've had Spa in the last 3 days. Grip virtually everywhere across the racetrack from left to right, and that will help if you're in the quicker categories wanting to lap other cars, because lappery naturally puts the faster car off the racing line, and you have to be fairly confident that there's going to be grip when you go there. That's always the danger of a drying track, is that a single racing line develops first of all and is all very well for slower category cars, but what about if you want to dive up the inside of somebody and stick a lap on them? All of a sudden there's no grip when you're on slicks.
Right, I take it back. Charles Espinal just completed that lap, and it's the new fastest lap of the race for that car, 2:25.567. So panic over.
I think it probably was a hangover from an out lap, and that 5 minutes was just still on the screen until he came round again. But it obviously wasn't being shown as an out lap because he's already on to the following one.
That was a bit that just caught me out. It was the time difference, and it's so totally different to everybody else, out of kilter. But there was no out lap. But that's why you're here, Johnny. Thank you.
30 seconds the deficit to Xavier Nauf, and paying attention to Nauf's times over the last day and a half and Charles Espinal, I think that time is going to come down considerably. CP Racing Mercedes chasing, and the prey is the Haas RT car. Lance Motorsports Audi for Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff, number 34 in the white and blue of the Kirchhoff sponsorship, and Elia Earhart for Santilot Racing. This is turning into a bit of an Audi R8 benefit now. 4 of the top 5 cars are all displaying the 4 rings on the nose, and that cannot be said really from qualifying. They didn't really seem to have quite as much speed. Certainly the case for the Santilot car. And who else has risen to the top? Well, Lant to an extent too. Haas and Jutta were there or thereabouts. But yeah, there are only 4 Audis in this race, I think I'm right in saying, and they're all having a blinder.
But we know it was some other issue that put it where it was, but we wouldn't have said much of the CP Racing car qualifying in 24th yesterday, and it's now in second with the potential to be race winner still.
Yeah. The nose cover of the 917 car is flapping away as it hits Pouon. Don't think that's anything to be concerned about for Alexandre Mottet, because the bonnet clips are holding firm, but that chattering away in the high-speed air that is flowing over the car, and with all that rear weight wanting to throw the car around the corner. I mean, sometimes that's good in a Porsche because it gives you that little bit more rotation that you might be seeking if you're suffering a touch from understeer.
Again, you were saying about drivers sensing things. If you can sense that and load it and get it into squat, into load, that you can use that to your advantage and let the car settle. That's great. But if you can't feel that, it can catch you out, and certainly that pendulum effect. One of these things will swap ends on you and snap away before you know it, and it's you might even not know what's happened.
True, until it's way too late.
Well, you know what's happened. You don't know what's caused it.
Yeah, and then you can be helpless as to what happens next. The Santilot Audi round the outside of the Orchid Racing team car in the braking area for the bus stop chicane. You'd be forgiven for thinking that the ALC Bratislava Lamborghini is car 4, because the first 4 on that number panel has been virtually rocked
right rear
off,
puncture,
and it's a rear right puncture on that car. I wouldn't be surprised to.
And that's up the calm as well. It's got a long way to come back, Johnny.
Virtually the full length of the circuit. But that number needs sorting as well, I would suggest. Maybe an extra number to be stuck on the side. But the bigger priority right now is the rear right tyre, which has let go. And on a clockwise circuit, that's the least of the rear tyres that I would have expected to go and bang first. Unless it's through curb striking, of course. Oh, and it's now off the road entirely. And that probably a spin as a result of a bit too much power coming out of the Jackie X corner. And with the tyre not doing its job at all from the rear right corner, it's probably speared Zdeno Mikuláško off the road and onto the grass. And he's going to really struggle now with no air in that rear right tyre. Would have been a tricky process anyway with fully inflated Hankooks on that wet grass. So this could easily be another code 60, unfortunately, with 2 hours and 24 minutes to go. They'll give Mikuláško ample time to wriggle himself free, but he's tried a few times now, both in the forward and reverse gears, and I fear that car's going to be stuck there without one of the Spa 4x4s attending the scene. They tend to count to 10 in race control, and if nothing has changed, push that code 60 plunger.
Oh, you say yellow flag for yellow car at turn 9. That's sitting there. Well, we'll say car number 4. It's actually 44. So I'm not quite sure why that number's missing, because it's as if it's an open wheel that's had a bit of tyre mark from another car, sort of reference mark on there. But given the fact that the door was recessed behind the wing at the front there, it'd be hard to do that without damaging the wing. And it's not quite sure how that's managed to get that number 4 wiped off there. The first of the 4s that's gone it. I'm surprised, as you've just said, John, we haven't quite gone to a code 60 yet. So we've moved away from looking at the Bratislava Lamborghini at the moment. So it may well have got itself going.
There are still yellows at turn 9. My only thought is that it's not in a massively vulnerable place. If somebody loses it at Jackie X, they're more likely to go off on the outside of that corner.
No, it's still there.
Yeah, so it's protected in a sense because it's now between those two bits of road. One bit kind of shortcuts the Jackie X corner. I don't know when that is used actually. It's not in the Grand Prix as far as I know. But you can turn left earlier. Is it for bikes? I wondered that. So I don't know. Didn't know how much bike racing actually took place around here at Spa. But clearly they do have events for motorcycles. And that's the bike cutout, if you like, at Speaker's Corner, turn 9, or on some track maps, turn 11. We are going all the way into the Jackie X left-hander, though, and the Lambo is caught on that section of grass, the central reservation, it might be called, between those two bits of racetrack.
Yeah, so an incident vehicle being sent out to that as you speak. Now, it's quite a shortcut as well for the now. We've got a steaming Porsche in the pit lane, where this is the 169 high racing, isn't it?
It's boiling over.
It's actually boiling over to the point they've got a squeegee type tool and on the workshop floor, scraping the water out and getting it into the drain of the pit lane, because there's so much coolant out there. So it's all over the windscreen of that car as well. I know that's going back. That's a 34 car.
Third place
car. That's looks like it's facing a wall. It's only another spinner at this is the 34 car and the second part of the bus stop.
And the problem is, as Dr. Johannes Kerkhoff tries to get away from the chicane, he's pulled forward and then doesn't have the required turning circle on the lock to get fully round. So he had to engage reverse gear, reverse a bit, move forward again, and has now rejoined, still showing third position on the Lumirank screen, Lumirank number system. Going to be side by side with the Seb Lajou Duvo Racing Porsche. That was never in danger of putting it down a spot. The car we're looking out for is actually the Santilok Junior team. Finally, the code 60 kicks into action, and that's not for the 34 Audi, which just had a spin and continue, but it will be for the number 4, I joke, 44 ARC Bratislava Lamborghini, which has for a long time now been stuck on the grass. And Zdeno Mikuláško must be thinking, you haven't forgotten about me, have you? I'm still here and helpless, like an upturned beetle on the grass there. and looking to get some outside assistance. But unfortunately, a number of places being lost on the timing screen. The last time it went through a split, it was, well, probably higher than 15th. It's tumbled to 15th, and there is a question mark next to Mika Lasco's name, because the timing system has no clue where he is. Well, he's positioned on the exit of Jackie Ick's corner and about to get a tow from one of the 4x4s that will land on the scene very shortly. 12 Porsche has had a new drive shaft. We detailed that at the time. That car trying to gather up a lot of lost ground as we now head to pit lane to hear from Di.
Johnny, you were just talking about the 169 HY Racing Porsche Cayenne GTS, and Jacques, one of the drivers, is just joined me now. Jacques, we're trying to work out what's going on. It looks like the coolant, there's a problem with is it the coolant problem?
Yes, it's a cooling problem of cooling liquid. In fact, it's a coincidence. I was about to come back to the pits to arrange a problem of engine or gas pressure, and we have a problem with the gas rival and a problem of pressure of lack of power for many times, and I stopped, and then they were searching something else, and then suddenly we just leak all the cooling liquid, and by coincidence I saved the engine, so we can come back now, we can resume now. Yeah.
You can go back out?
Yes, in 5 minutes now.
Okay. It looks like the team are working pretty well and pretty quickly to resolve that.
It's a training for the 24 hours of Nürburgring, so we do the NLS and Nürburgring, so it's a good training for them.
And how much are you enjoying this 12-hour race this weekend?
Very much, of course. I'm Belgian. I very like Spa. I prefer Nürburgring, but it's a good challenge. Of course, the car is not very quick. It's even not a GT4, so we are a bit slow. And with this engine problem, it was quite dangerous because at the end of the Eau Rouge and the Rédillon, I had a lack of power suddenly. So I have to see my mirror that I was well placed, etc., because suddenly they could not wait. They could expect to see a car so slow at the end. And then for the descent, it was okay. So a bit tricky, but we continue. We want to finish.
Thank you, Jacques.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Jacques Duren from HY Racing, and as he says, he's looking forward to the Nürburgring 24 hours, which we will have full coverage of at the end of May, start of June. It's set to be a very busy period of the 2024 season, in fact, because we'll go from the Nürburgring 24 hours to the following Sunday, the Le Mans Test Day, which will incorporate 2 3-hour sessions for all of the 24-hour cars, followed by, strangely enough, the 24 hours of Le Mans. So this year, N24, LM24, 2 weeks apart, and always one of the big parts of the season for the Radio Show Limited network of channels. A Belgian saying to die there that he likes Spa, but he prefers the Nürburgring. That's not very patriotic, is it, from Jacques Duren?
Very brave going on there, admitting that at Spa.
Yeah, precisely. He might have to leave with security all around him.
So number 44 Lamborghini has been failed to proceed any further under any form of its own steam. It's now been picked up and put onto a flatbed, so return to the pits. It doesn't mean to say that it's over and done yet. We've got 2 hours 16 of this second part of our race to go. But it doesn't mean to say it's totally out. It may be repairable, but I'm intrigued as to why it had eventually got that far and then just stopped. Now, are they taking it to one side safely and unloading it again? Don't want to be sitting in that car when it's being put onto the flatbed. I'm sure regulations wouldn't allow that, actually.
I think he probably still is in there, though, isn't he? So
unlikely, I suggest.
All right. Well, it's difficult to peer into because it's such a low slung roof line, particularly now as there's an Armco or some sort of barrier right
in the eye line.
In our eye line, peering into that car. The only problem I thought was a rear right puncture on that, which then coming out of the Jackie Ick's left-hander posed a problem for Miku Lasgo. We didn't see the incident as it happened, but I guess it just switched ends because of the lack of air in that rear tyre and put him onto the grass. It does appear that they're parking that flatbed and no, they do. Yeah, they are loosening the straps of that car. I thought they were continuing to tighten.
Under a minute to go to the end of the code 60, Johnny.
So they're going to lift that Lamborghini off the flatbed, put it onto hard standing, and then he'll be allowed potentially to drive it back again because it is only a flat tyre. So it's not the end of race, potentially, for ARC Bratislava, a car that began yesterday's part of the race on the front row. As we go back to green, and who gets the radio message soonest to do that? MP Racing's all-green Mercedes to the left-hand side of the racetrack. This is at Blanchimont, and having to go either side of a Porsche Cayman as well. Nicholas Sturzinger, our chauffeur, in the HRT performance car. It's his engine note you can hear in the background. Also involved in this little gaggle is the Holmgard Motorsport Porsche Cup car in its red and white. The Neuhofer Porsche as well over the line, jinking from one side of the road to the other is the MP Racing Mercedes. That's the downside of these Code 60s, is that you can end up in a gaggle of traffic that you really do not want in your way once you get going again, and you better hope that you're coming out of a relatively slow speed corner once the signal is given to release this limiter, because in that scenario everybody was on a very quick part of the racetrack.
Yeah, you unwittingly become part of a battle that you're not technically involved in. That's the danger. I know that sounds slightly odd, but it's you're not. You're looking for position. But the Mercedes got a good job done there. Did run deep into the bus stop, which is why the Porsche had a little look down the inside. But he's got the job done now down to the inside of La Source.
I always wonder as well about those incidents where you're picking up speed halfway through Blanchimont. That changes your braking reference point entirely, because you've never arrived at that corner at that lower speed before. So how much risk do you take?
Yeah, and of course, and your brake and tyre temperature is now lower from being sitting behind Code 60. So it's kind of a get there and sort of suck it and see and hit the brake pedal and hope. And that's why potentially something like the MP Mercedes then just ran deep. I'm not saying that exactly what happened to him, but it might be. Well, I don't really know. And what you don't want to do, bizarrely, is you don't want to be too cautious and brake too early because my tyres are colder. Brakes are colder, I'll brake a bit earlier. Car behind might have a bit more confidence, and suddenly you ram from behind and you're taken out, so you've got to take a risk there. But what you will do is evaluate a corner like that, coming up to there, Blanchimont, you pick up the speed you're going through, so you're not coming through there flat chat. Up to the bus stop, there's a big runoff area in front.
Yeah.
So if the worst comes to the worst and you miss your braking point, no big deal. You just run a bit wide, yes, you lose your position. It's better than being hit from behind. But you just run over a bit of curb there and you rejoin, a bit like Le Com as well. There's a bit of runoff you can use there. You're going to lose, you're not going to gain anything performance position-wise, but you're not going to take the car out. Somewhere like the Source, which used to be a lot of runoff area, we now see it's a smaller amount and then gravel. You've got to be careful of that because you can't take that risk so much because there's a smaller safety net the other side.
Brendan Hartley, I think it was Brendan, in a Toyota LMP1 car a number of years ago at a WEC meeting, outbraked himself so much into the bus stop chicane, he actually went the other side of the Marshall post and rejoined the start-finish line from kind of behind the tyre wall. There was a route through there in those days, no longer, but the marshals used to flagging in one direction thought, where on earth is he going? But he thought, well, it's probably quicker than doing a full U-bend and rejoining in the right place. He did get pinged by the officials, strangely enough.
One of the few times I've really appreciated a nice wide runoff area at Blanchimont was in a race round here in a GT40 in a Masters race with Gregor Fiskin of all people.
Oh yeah.
And Gregor had started the car. David Clark owned the car, who's Jota now. I think he was in those days. And he very kindly asked Greg and I to drive his precious GT40. Gregor started. It was an hour-long race. I got in, and one thing Greg said to me, he said, the reason I've pitted early is, he said, somebody's dropped oil all the way from Stavelot, as it was then, through Blanchimont, so just be aware. Like, absolutely. Good intel. Off you go, going around the circuit. Got to Stavelot at the end of my outlap, and sure enough, there's the oil. Came through Blanchimont, and had realised at Stavelot that whoever had the engine issue had kept off the racing line, so stupidly assumed they kept to that and kept to the outside of Blanchimont. No, they hadn't. I came through Blanchimont fairly quickly in a GT40 on cross-plies, remember, as it would be, and discovered that they'd actually gone onto the racing line, and so had I. So I was suddenly on a bed of oil, and I remember just the steering just sort of doing that and it going all light, and it just understeered completely off the track.
Wow.
And there was no question of it. It wasn't a wiggle. It just understeered completely off the track, and I'm thinking, how much is this worth? And the picture dead ahead, right in front of Clark, he's going to get to see this. I said, "Oh, this might get messy." And did that thing, just let it sort itself out. And mercifully, it just ran onto the runoff area, did exactly what its name was for. Came back on again, managed to stop it, and round we went and carried on. and Clark, and we finished second actually in that race, unbelievably. And Clark just said to me after, he just went, "Well held." That's all that needs to be said.
He was happy to just come out with those two words with not a mark on the car.
Exactly.
But it could have been very, very different. Side by side for the CP Racing Mercedes, caught on the wrong side maybe of some Porsche Cup traffic here. Talking about arriving on the scene at the very wrong moment at Blanchimont. Well, CP Racing's Charles Espenlaub, there was an element of that, and he can't get between the two Porsches either. The 908 Seb Lajou racing car looking to stay out of the way. So 85 over the line as the race leader, but he has 1, 2, 3 Porsche Cup cars and the second Mercedes, but that 58 is a long way down and out of the reckoning for the GT3 podium.
I've just spotted that the second place car now, the Haas RT Audi with Xavier now for the wheel. It's now jumped from 8 to 10 pit stops.
Right.
So there's an extra one that I think we've missed there, John. You may well have spotted it, but I hadn't noticed it was 1 ahead of everybody else at one point. Now it's 2 ahead, so I'm not quite sure why it's had quite so many pit stops. That would suggest there's been an extra one for something additional as opposed to just a standard refueling. I don't know whether Diana is aware of that or can find out for us, but I'm not just a little bit unsure why it's got 2 extra stops of everybody else.
Well, we had a long code 60, so was it able to do 25% fuel and then go all the way around at 60 k's and back in for another 25%? You still only get a 50, of course, by that point, but it's better than having only a quarter of your allocation in the tank. Not everybody will have been able to do that, as Charles Espenlaub a couple of moments ago kicking up the sparks at Eau Rouge and Raidillon, and that was the skid plate just making contact, I think, with the ground, just rearward of the rear wheel arch.
I mean, they are very, very low slung, those cars. It sounds odd being a racing car, most are, but this one, its bodywork is very, very close to the ground compared to some of the Porsches. You look at those there, they've got quite a high sill for a race car. The Mercedes doesn't by design, it's quite low. Charles Espenlaub just coming down past the old historic pits there, got the left and the right at the bottom of Eau Rouge, which is super fast, a little blend of the brake on the left-hand side. He's just hugged a little bit of the curb on the right-hand side, which has just loaded the left-hand side of the car in that compression anyway. It's on full compression, the suspension there as well, and that's where you said it's just got that skid plate, reminiscent of titanium skid plates we had in Formula 1 years ago, which to give great photojournalist opportunities. But a lovely little shot of the leading racing car of this series, the CP Racing Mercedes, just sparking its way through Eau Rouge.
And in their final event for the 24H series, we're getting closer to what could be a big story. Well, we're already having to deal with a big news story in the loss of CP Racing and retirement for Charlie Putman. But can they go out in the best possible style? Still 2 hours and 6 minutes for that to be decided. Javier now for Haas RT in the now best of those 3 Audis that are stacking up. So one of them's lost a bit of ground. That is the Lant Motorsport car, because Johannes Kerkhoff, he had his spin, remember, at the chicane. And then not long after that came down pit road and handed over to Viggo Dalmo, the Norwegian. So car 34 now in the hands of him. Don't remember Dalmo doing a great deal of running yesterday, but it might be that I missed it because the 34 car at times was outside of the kind of regular top 6 or so cars, but it became well in there for a period of time, and then unfortunately Kerkhoff's slight error has taken it back out of the top 6. But clearly the single lap speed of that 34 car is mightily impressive and equal at times to the other Audi R8s in the field. Elia Earhart is having good fun in the Santelok Junior Team car. Jutta Racing's Lars Viljoen in the 71 running in 4th. And to make sure you're not missing anything in some of the other categories, 992 is led by Red Hat Racing's Julius Adomavicius, number 903. From the 993, Tautvidas Rodokas in the Porsche Baltic camouflage green colours. And Hans Weiss Motorsport leads the 992 AMS from 12th overall. And that's Ralph Popelars. So almost inside the final 120 minutes now. 186 laps completed as Colin White is about to cross the line in his CWS Engineering Ginetta G55. A slightly older car compared to the other Ginetta in this entry. And how is that Team CMR car doing now? Because Mike Simpson, remember, was stopped on the straight, got back to the pits, and it sadly hasn't rejoined. So 795 got stuck between Le Combe and Bruxelles to cause, which code 60 was that? The 8th of the day. And we've had actually 12 interventions now, 11 of them being code 60s. The very first one was the safety car that started things off. We began and only one lap behind a safety car. A safety car is a rare thing in the 24H series because normally code 60 is favoured. And since then, 11 separate code 60s, the most recent of which was the 44 Lamborghini Huracan of ARC Bratislava being innocuously stuck on the grass at turn 9 because of a rear puncture. And Zdeno Mikuláško has made it back to the pit. So the ARC Bratislava car now being shown in pit lane, but hasn't yet rejoined the race. I see no reason why they can't do that at some point in the next hour or so.
Quick tail end shot there. Oh, we're going to see the replay of it now of the Vortex. I was going to say it looks like it's had another rotation in the middle part of the bus stop. Actually, we shouldn't call it the bus stop. The bus stop's long gone by name. Actually, it's called the chicane officially. If we're going to use the correct names, it is actually called the chicane. But not the first car to have done that, not the first time one of the Vortex has done that, but quite a few cars have been caught out this race in that middle part. You've got that, that heavy... It's interesting, you've got that heavy braking area through Blanchemont we just discussed. You'd have thought that's where you're likely to lose it. And then you get through the first part, and then, as I said, there's a camber. So it alters one way, so it's a right-hand camber, drops away, and it feels like a roller coaster, quite literally, like it at a venue. And it's that, maybe it's that twist there of track change. As you go left, suddenly it's really, really tight, that left part. It looks like it's wide and open. It isn't. That's because it's the pit lane entrance, which is deceptive. That's not actually the track. It is part of the racetrack officially, but it's not the part you want to be using unless you're going into the pits.
Yeah.
So it looks wide and open. It's kind of deceiving. It's almost like lures you, and you might want to get on the gas a bit too quickly. And if you've got a rear-wheel drive car with a nice big V8 in it, that always tends to happen. You know, physics once again.
There is some complicated camber going on there. I mean, a racetrack's not like a public road with the crown and then it sort of ebbs away left and right. Generally, I think mainly about Cascades at Alton Park, actually. The fact that is heavily almost banked going in because there's an inner groove at Cascades. I only know that from years of spectating on the outside, but you'll know it from driving it through several events. But there, you've got a change of camber from a right-hand bit of chicane to a left-hand bit of chicane, but it's got to level out because there's also the pit lane entry road as well. So depending on where you put the car on the road, you've also got the camber of the tyres to think about too. And I just think it's very easy to lose grip on the rear right as you apply the throttle, and the car can just switch. And it's just about being maybe a slight metre off your ideal line and a little bit too much throttle, and then away goes the car. And those real pro drivers can react to it as it's happening, but others, if you're just slightly late, you're facing the wrong way.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier, Johnny, about the traction control systems on these cars and what you can and cannot do with them because they're variable to multiple settings. I say use in the order of sort of 8 to 12. I'm not familiar with all manufacturers, but thereabouts. So quite a lot of settings. There isn't just sort of you know, full on, middle and off. There's a lot of variable settings, and each driver will have their different styles how to do it and where they like where the car running or not. But in the dry conditions here, they'll probably have fairly low TC. You don't need a great deal of it. Obviously you want more in the wet, and that then flatters to deceive if you're some of the less experienced drivers, shall we say. So it might just be a simple case of that. They're running it pretty well off, and of course it can sap a bit of power, and it's quite hard on the systems using it. So ideally you don't want to run it as much as possible. You want to run it as little as possible, so it's not working everything. It's just something else to go wrong, isn't it? You want things less complicated, and there's enough electronics on these things as it is. And it also depends on how the traction control works. So if you look at a current 488 Challenge car, for instance, the TC system is at traction control. is actually applied through the rear brakes. It's not electronics. So well, it is electronically on a box controlled. What it means is when the driver exits a corner and puts a lot of throttle on, let's say as an experienced driver new to a challenge car, it puts the brakes on for you and slows the car down. So it actually restricts it literally, engineeringly wise, physically. It's not cutting the engine, it's a physical, the brakes are applied and then it releases the brakes as you come out of the corner. Then you wind that down. You find it out and you go to a challenge test day and just watch the bill from FF Corsa, or AF Corsa, sorry, wrong team there, AF Corsa of, oh, by the way, we've done a session, it wants a pair of rear discs and pads. And you're like, really? I want to use the brakes. Like, yeah, but the TC's being used all the time. So
yeah. Yes, of course. So even if you're quite light on your brakes into the heavy braking areas, it doesn't matter because that's how the traction control works. Is literally slowing the car down rather than tempering the throttle.
Exactly. I've got friends that Chris Diamond, one of the guys, for instance, that shout out Chris, that is a coach in the challenge series, and it's trying to explain to your wealthy amateur that's just got into this challenge car and paid, £300,000-400,000 whatever, and going racing. Why is it eating rear discs and not fronts? Because it should be fronts that wear out. Well, that's how the traction control applies. Now, was that the 34 Audi just collecting the CWS Ginetta at La Source? And that was a fair old thwack in the right hand side. Now, if anybody's got a set of spares for that car, it must be Colin White.
Yeah,
that's his business after all. But yeah, 34 Audi. And now collateral damage to either car there. Looking at these anti-dive planes, all the carbon fibre little plates, as it were, on the outside of that car. Are they looking intact? No, I think some of the right-hand ones are missing, as I would expect from that thump with the Ginetta there. Now, I'm not really sure because the Ginetta didn't actually come down the inside. The Ginetta wouldn't do it, would keep out of the way. No, we're getting a close-up on the Audi now, the 34, and it's got its dive planes intact. It looks to have got away with it, but that was a fair clout onto the Ginetta as it came into the source. So I'm just not quite sure how that came about, Johnny. It's an odd one, because normally going down the inside there, it'll be a faster car trying to get. Now here we get a replay of this now. So the Audi's on the outside with the Porsche, the Ginetta's on the inside. Audi moves all the way across to the left. The Ginetta, I think I've got to say from that angle, it does look a little bit like the Ginetta's just been assaulted by the Audi. It may be, I need to see from a little bit more head on as to how far over to the right hand side the Ginetta was, as to whether it was actually taking the correct line into the source, but he was on the right hand side of the track.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure where Colin White's supposed to go in that instance, unless he was trying to outbrake the Audi because he felt that Wigo Dalmo wasn't quite as quick as him in that phase.
Nah, totally different class cars. He's not going to do that. He's not going to outbrake the Audi, is he?
Well, I mean, the Audi looked ahead as they went across the line, and then what sort of times is Wigo doing in the Land Audi? 2:32, so he's about 7 laps off the pace of the CP Racing car. So was that Colin? I mean, I still don't think it's Colin's fault, but if he's thinking, well, I can probably get past you here at La Source, and Wigo Dalmo just had no idea that the Ginetta was there, because he wouldn't have turned in at that point. My other fear was, where does Colin sit in the car? But it's definitely a right-hand drive car, that, so thankfully he wasn't driver's side, because he would have really felt that otherwise. With a big hit to the left-hand side of the Ginetta, right-hand side of the Audi, and Wigo Dalmo just turning in at his usual point, but hadn't glanced into the mirror at the last point.
I had to think about that yesterday when I looked at that Ginetta and thought, why is the Lumi rank on the opposite side of the windscreen? Why has Colin put it on the different side? Is he just being different? Is he just being Colin, whatever? Because it's always in the top left of the windscreen, looking from our point of view down the track. And of course, it's on the opposite side to the driver, isn't it? And of course, most of the cars are left-hand drive. Hence, that's where the Lumi rank's up on that side. Colin's car is a right-hand drive car, so it's on the opposite side of the windscreen.
Yorkshire built.
Yeah, there you go. That's it.
They drive on the right in Yorkshire.
Allegedly. I think they drive wherever they want.
Maybe. I
can't discuss Yorkshire. It's the wrong side of the Pennines.
I thought I'd give that the comedic pause for you to score the goal. We're both fans of Lancashire here, inadvertently, but I know your heritage goes that side of the Pennines, to the left.
That's where my mother was born. Yeah.
There you go.
Well, that side of the family.
We love you, really, and you make fabulous tea in Yorkshire too. Here's the Lamborghini back in the race, and the rear right puncture has been sorted out. So is this still Mikuláško in car 44? No, it's not. They've changed now to Anton Kiaba. Again, a Slovakian driver to match the team, and the ARC Bratislava crew number 44 is back on the straight and narrow. I didn't think that Lamborghini was too badly damaged. It was just the tyre that went bang, and the Vortex is off the road again in one of its favourite places to do so. That's the 33rd placed Vortex, so Philippe Bonnell again.
I thought you were going to say it was 33rd spin. I was going to say,
no, not quite that bad for Bonnell.
Tension-seeking or what?
Yes, but it's...
It's a 701 entry, yeah?
Yeah, well, the Lumi rank helps me because it tells me where it is in the overall, and then I can look down and it tells me that it's the GTX race leader still for Philippe Bonnell.
Was it part of its sister car coming down the pit lane towards refueling or pit exit? The shot of both Vortexes on track at the same time, one in the pit lane, one actually coming down to Eau Rouge.
Well, he certainly explored that whole runoff area on the exit of the bus stop chicane several times now. And I don't think that was an effort to try and get into pit road and missing the bollard. You do have to be the right side of the bollard at a certain point to make sure that you're getting into the pits legally. So into the final 120 minutes here at Spa-Francorchamps. It's the 12 hours across a couple of days, the now annual running of this event as part of the 24H series, and CP Racing could be about to end their run, a very long run in the 24H series, with a superb result. We're obviously fairly tentative about that because we don't want to offer a commentator's curse, but they're in the right place, and with an hour and 53 minutes they would have taken that at the start of this event. Javier Nauf in second position in the Haas RT GT3 AM Audi, and another similar Audi from the Lithuanian squad Yuta Racing are in third for British driver Lars Viljoen. Then it is Car Collection Motorsports' Jonathan Hui in his Car Collection all AM driver Porsche, and a similar Porsche in fifth place for E2P Racing and Alvaro Parent, racing with two Spanish co-pilots, but it is the Portuguese putting in some pro time right now to keep that car in fifth. Ralph Bone on the recovery drive after his error, which he admitted to earlier on in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, and that very striking paint scheme on the 91 car, now rather weather-beaten. But the pace still seems to be there, and they're inside the top 8 ahead of the Santalok Junior Team Audi of Elia Earhart and Wigo Dalmo, with that big hit to the side of Colin White's Ginetta not too long ago for the Lant Motorsport Audi. That car is 8th. 9th place, and the 992 leader is Julius Adomavicius, sharing with the two Red Ants. Red Ant Racing, I'm reliably informed by our executive producer Tim Gray, are a tyre fitter in Belgium. 6 or 7 outlets that they've got, and the 903 carry that company name, if you like, Red Ant, into the Red Ant Racing initiative. 10th place, Porsche Baltic for Tautvidus Rodokas in the 993. They're 10th ahead of Hans Weiss Motorsport and Ralph Populars. The second of the Red Ant cars for Brent Verheyen is in 12th, car 904, ahead of Nicholas Sturzinger for HRT Performance. Hoffa Racing's Mercedes Michael Kroll, number 11, 14th. And then it's Philip Hamprecht going well in the 907 RPM racing car. SRS Team Zorg Rennsport, Bernhard Wagner, the Austrian, driving 927 in 16th. 17th position for MP Racing's Thomas Gosner. He had a gravelly moment on the exit of La Source about half an hour or so ago. Yannick Mettler is next in the order, the Car Collection Motorsport car. They could be doing a lot better, but they haven't necessarily had the luck, including the need to change a drive shaft. Amadeo Quiros for MRS GT Racing is in 988 and 19th, ahead of Marcel von Berlo for Baz Kooten Racing. Wim Mulders for the local crew Speed Lover are 21st. Orchid Racing Team 22nd in the 917 Porsche, and another Porsche for Seb Lajou Racing by Duvo 23rd. And then the GT4 race leader remains Bugera ZM Racing with their GT4 Mercedes, Adam Lashko driving the 416. Hankook Competitions Porsche Cup car is 25th. A recovering ARC Bratislava Lamborghini. They've given that car probably a full set of brand new Hankooks now. and 44 back in the race. Patrick Kolb drives the Lion Speed GP Porsche Cayman, second in GT4, still trailing the Bugera Mercedes, and Hankook Motorsport of Belgium with Chris Verhoeven driving the 419 28th. Neuhofer Rennsports Porsche for Felix Neuhofer 29th. Colin White, CWS Engineering's Ginetta, maybe not in its ideal setup now after that big whack on the left-hand side. Mark Smith, 969's GDL Racing Porsche is 31st, and then it's Benito Tagel for SRS Team Zorg Rennsport in 127. The Vortex in the GTX category is that class leader for Philippe Bonnel, despite a couple of loops he's done at the final chicane, 701. Then it's Martin Vedel Mortensen for Holmgard Motorsport, NK PP Racing, prepared by Baz Kooten. 992 is 35th. Eric Behrens for the Alfa McLaren crew, a 36th. Then it's Olivier Gomez and Georg Goda in the GTX division for Vortex and 911. HY Racing, it was spilling a load of coolant out of the front of that Cayman not too long ago. Jacques Deren was reasonably confident they might get that car back in the race, and they're in preparation mode anyway for the Nürburgring 24 hours. And then the Simpson Motorsport BMW completing the top 40. And then we're either into the walking wounded or the now retired or the not even starters, I'm afraid to say. Team CMR appears to be out of the race after Mike Simpson stopped on the racetrack. Paulius Pascavicius and the RD Sainz Lamborghini, I think we've seen the rest of all of that car after it stopped at Blanchimont several hours ago. EBM definitely out after Adrian De Silva had a big crash this morning. Rick Breukers and the rest of the Breukers family, together with Fabian Dance, weren't even able to take the start yesterday. Although, interestingly, they're now being shown as 5 laps. Have they run today for a bit of the time? We'll check that. And the 5 Kessel Racing Ferrari crashed yesterday and was not able to take the restart earlier on.
That's a very good point. I hadn't noticed that. I just sort of not disregarded it. But, yeah, Rick Breukers, according to this is the 909 Red Ant car, did a 5-lap run with a 2:59 and 1 pit stop.
Okay.
So that's what our time screen was saying. It definitely didn't start the race yesterday, so we missed that earlier on.
And the 1 pit stop, it has not emerged from, because it's been in the pits now for nearly 3 hours. But that rather suggests to me that 3 hours ago we had more than 7 hours to run, didn't we? So at some point in the first couple of hours, the number 909 has sneaked out without us spotting it and done a 5-lap run. And they probably said it's still not great and it's probably still not worth continuing on. Binksy's saying to me, I did text you, Johnny, that the Red Camel was testing. Well, that really follows up what we were saying earlier on about me leaving her on red.
Comms delay, yes.
Sorry, Di.
He's just ghosting you, Di.
I read every message, let me assure you. I just don't necessarily respond to any of them. Oh, well. Thank you for the information. We finally found it ourselves. But she wanted to make sure that that had been pointed out to us many, many hours ago. So they did 5 laps of testing and are probably packed up now and enjoying some Belgian beer. 58 is the MP Racing Mercedes. And that car is heading down the hill. Now, this was suggested to me to be a fight for position. It may well be between Yannick Mettler and Thomas Gosner. Yeah, they're only separated by 5 and a bit seconds. Behind the MP Mercedes is the Lion Speed GP Cayman, and that car still second in the GT4 part of the race, with now Patrick Kolb at the wheel. This Mercedes looks pretty unloved at this time. The grille with its various downward slats, or the teeth, you know, it looks like it's been in a boxing match because it's missing 1 or 2, and various bits of tape trailing from it too. But if they get it to the end, they won't care one bit.
I think it was Le Mans driver Mike Salmon that described the car once as decidedly second-hand.
Well, that description is fitting perfectly the MP Racing Mercedes. But they won't care, as I say. The Gosner family is truly enthusiastic. I think they've said they can't do all of the races within the 24-hour series, but they were definitely going to be here at Spa. They race at their home race at Mugello. And an Italian family, certainly would like to be at Misano, I bet, at the start of July, because we're going to make 2 trips to Italy with the 24-hour series this year. Brand new event, Misano, on the northern coastline of Italy. And it's set to be pretty warm there, I would imagine, as well, in the early part of July. Peak of summer. But looking forward to another split race for another 12-hour split race. So we will have had 3 12 hours and 2 24-hour races. I know it is called the 24-hour series, but the emphasis is definitely on long-distance racing. We'll be doing twice around the clock next time out at Portimao, and to complete the season at Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. This GTX Porsche looked like it had GTX victory in the bag, but that slowly has been ebbing away from the GTX division. And actually, I've got to scroll quite a bit down to find any of those orange-backed cars on our timing screen. It's one of the classes maybe nobody wants to win because they've had all sorts of problems. Vortex 1-2, and this Tim Scheerbart-driven 911 Racing Porsche is now back into the top 3. And that's mainly because the Ginetta from Team CMR is likely now not to finish. So from these guys' perspective, just keep it on the straight and narrow for the next hour and 45 minutes, and they should pick up a trophy. It's exactly 1 minute past 4 at Spa-Francorchamps. We should be due to finish, well, we started slightly early, so 5:45 is our scheduled finishing time, there or thereabouts. And at 5 o'clock, we're expecting a very special moment for CP Racing. So if you've been fans of CP through the years, and if you're kind of drifting in and out of this race, I would definitely give you a little shove to say, what did Bixie say there?
Don't say that.
Don't say that. We want to build up to it. 5 o'clock could be something a bit special. That's all I say. I know it's meant to be a surprise, but nobody's listening. Not from that team, at least. They're too focused on the race. Because they could very easily win this as well, so it might not be the only time we're heading towards CP Racing today. 195 laps completed and a 2-minute lead now for the Mercedes. Is that a true lead, is the big question. Well, those involved with CP and those involved with Haas RT will know that. They'll know when they next need to pit.
I think it's a great opportunity to go and dig Shane Lewis out of the CP Racing garage. Always great for an interview. See how he feels, what his emotions are within the team now at this point in their last race. And ask him, did he grow the sideburns especially for this last race with CP Racing? I think we need to know.
Well, I think I know the answer to that because he's had them for years, hasn't he? Go on, Big C.
The answer's no.
Oh, it's a flat no. I'll message him then. He'll come and find you.
It's pretty quiet down here in the pit lane at the moment. The sun is shining, so we're just making the most of trying to get some sunshine. Seb's gone for a quick break, but he'll be back very shortly. And I think as many people as they can have now pulled their chairs to the front of the garages, actually, and they're just enjoying the moment of sunshine because it's definitely been pretty extreme down here. But it's all quiet on the Western Front at the moment.
Become a pit reporter. It's glamorous, they said. You certainly had all extremes of weather in the pit lane this weekend, Diana, from snow to rain to a bit of sunshine now, you see. Gets there eventually.
Just need a bit of patience.
Spa in the sunshine, in the Ardennes. What more could you want on a Sunday?
Too right. From Fritz and Mayo, some Belgian beer or wine later on. Do they make wine here? Dial seek it out, that's for sure.
If anybody knows, Dial will know.
Yeah. And the 911 Porsche now under a little bit of pressure, maybe, or has it just overtaken that Cup car? I would expect that GTX machine to, for the main part, be very fast and quicker than the 992s, but with its superior pace comes some fragility and some lack of reliability. And that GTX car that used to run in SP7 in the NLS races and in that livery, the 911 Racing Crew, SP7 is a category of the past now, with Cup 2 and Cup 3 coming in to overtake it. But great that Creventic and the NLS organisers can still find somewhere in the category list to enable that car to still take part. And I'm sure it's still being developed even now to try and extract a little bit more speed out of it here and there. The 90 car from Car Collection heading through Pouhon Corner now with, again, some traffic to deal with. Sorry, that's the E2P racing car, not Car Collection. E2P racing with Alvaro Parent at the wheel. It is chasing down the Car Collection motorsport car, number 80 for Jonathan Hui. And the gap is only 12 seconds, so I would fancy in this stint, Parent should be able to get that car back into the top 4 because he's a mean driver from Portugal, and 2:25 last time around. Actually, the last lap from Jonathan Hui was not too shabby either. Both cars have been capable of the low 2-minute 22s. So let's see how Alvaro does in the remaining portion of this stint. Teams will be thinking about how much fuel is in the cars and how, well, when they want to do that final fuel fill. Sometimes it's better to do it early as possible in the stint, and if you back time things perfectly, then cars will be coming in with about 60 minutes to go. On the other hand, if you're going to fuel in the next 30 minutes, then you could go well into the final hour before needing to come in and take that final slurp. And I suppose the argument there is that the later you leave it, the less fuel you need to put in, the less the fuel nozzle needs to be connected, and the quicker the fuel stop can be. We are also, crucially, with a 2-hour driving limit, we are inside that now. So any pit stops that might be taking place in the next 15 minutes, you can put your final driver in comfortably, and they will be able to go all the way to the finish. Here's the blue and white MRS Porsche, number 988, at Le Com corner. Not really looked a great deal at this car, but it has been going around its business very stealthily. And MRS GT Racing, who have Rolanda Sacha and Amadeo Quiros, Antti Ramo, very fast Estonian driver, and they are entered into the 992 AMS. Antti Ramo's currently at the wheel, in fact, and they are 7th in the 992 AMS. 10th place when you group all the Porsche Cup cars together. Ultimately chasing down the AM leader, which is the Hans Weiss Motorsport car of Ralph Popolars, who is about to cross the line to tick off lap number 192. It's almost pleasant enough now to head to that sort of Sky Lounge at the very top of the complex here at Spa. And there's some tables and chairs out there, and you can enjoy some refreshment. But the sun has typically, here at Spa, the sun has now gone behind a cloud. The wind has started to close in again. And we may even get a sprinkling of rain to entertain the drivers between now and the checkered flag. So as an engineer and as a strategist, you cannot afford to take your eye off the ball.
Well, I was just looking at the temperature, actually. It is a humble 6 degrees at the moment. So it's quite positively balmy. So we don't want Diana getting too relaxed. And you think about our last gig together just at the end of January, Diana. It was in Dubai. It's currently 30 degrees there at the moment. So you wouldn't need the bobble hat there.
She did take it, though.
She did.
34 Audi now wanting to make back some of those places that were lost earlier on. I don't think... Did we ever get a message on the screen about the Wigo Dalmo Colin White incident and whether that was going to be investigated? I suppose both cars left the scene at a reasonable speed. And it may just be called a racing incident because neither car spun and both are still relatively straight. Although Colin White would have properly felt that. Wigo Dalmo maybe less so because there's more protection in the GT3 car. There's a bit more aero and wider wheel arches. Anything about car 34 and what's Colin running as? 275? That's normally his number.
Nothing on the messages.
Okay. Let's just scan through. Colin White is 178. I'm quite a bit out there. Yeah, 178 is normally his number. It was on the short ovals as well. Code 60 is out, though, and this with 95 minutes left on the clock. Now, precisely the reason for this is still being identified, but this might be very useful for those teams who are wanting fuel. You can only put 25% in, though, if you decide to pit.
It's proceeded at turn 12, which is Piff Puff Defang. So it's the right-hander after Pouon there. So that's what it's saying, that there's a yellow flag there. For which car, I'm not exactly sure at the moment. So I'm just going to look at some of the sector times and see what's slowed down.
It's, only because it's flashed up on my screen over here. It's car 908, Seb Lajou. Which, of course, has been having all those moments at Le Com corner.
Yeah.
So it's left the road. Similar fashion, I would say, to how Ralph Bone departed for a brief time. The second bit of Le Com corner. And now the question is, if you need fuel, do you want to pit? Do you need to come in for that 25%? It's not going to get you to the finish, clearly. I've just been googling images of Colin White's old National Hot Rod cars, and it wasn't 178, it was 718. That was the classic number on those cars. So he's rearranged it slightly to be 178 this weekend. But the old Tigra, the Volkswagen Corrado was an absolute classic, and that I think is Colin in the distance. I know it's not, but yeah. He ran so many meetings, world championships at Ipswich at Vauxhall Stadium. And National Hot Rod Short Oval Racing's loss is our gain on the bigger circuits. Brilliant that Colin can be back again after some nasty accidents in recent years as well. And there was a part of me that thought he might well pack it in at one point, but nowhere close for Colin. And he'll take that thump in the side from car 34 in his stride as well. So Seb Lajou's number 908 Porsche is being recovered. Have we worked out who's in that car? It's Benjamin Roy, the Frenchman, and the Duvo Racing run car in the process of being recovered. Meanwhile, the number 91 Porsche is in pit lane. Yes, and Ralph Bone has brought that in. It's in the fueling area, so Herbert doing typically Herbert things to put in as much fuel as they possibly can. Remember, we've got the smart pumps back again here at Spa. They were missing at Mugello. But Diana Binks watched potentially this Porsche just driving right past you on your side of the pit lane and into the fueling area. Who else have you got stopping during this Code 60, though, Diana?
Well, interestingly, E2P Racing, the number 90, Alvaro Parent, got out of the car and they did a driver change, but they didn't actually realise the Code 60 had just happened, so he went out. Now, I don't know whether they went to take fuel or what they did, but they looked a bit confused because it was behind them and they were just literally doing everything, and then out it went. They didn't communicate that within themselves. But the rain has just started again down here in the pit lane, as lots of cars, as you quite rightly say, are coming into the pit lane. The 979 Speed Lover Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car, that's just come in 19th place, but it looks like it's just overshot its pit stop area, so they've just had to push him back slightly. But that's a driver change and full service going on. Everyone's obviously got slick tyres at the ready, and as I look further down the pit lane, I can see that the CWS that you were talking about, David, is it David or Dan Morris? Sorry, I've forgotten. He's just Daniel, that's it. He's waiting to take over that car. The CWS crew are just flagging. So Colin is obviously just coming in, that you've just been chatting about, to hand over to him. So about 5 or 6 cars, a few cars driving straight through. Which number is that? That's the number 917. And yeah, general pit stops during this Code 60 at the moment.
Diana, I think, thanks for that. I think it would be great if you can. Appreciate Colin White's not in yet, but I think it would be great to have a chat with Colin White once Daniel jumps into that car to find out about that little incident with the Audi at Le Source, to see what happened to that. In the meantime, Dan, I'm going to back you up as well and reinforce you on your comments about CP Racing and Johnny Palmer here. Yoda's young uncle, one of our regular contributors, has put up a fantastic tweet a minute ago if they're still called, they're called X's now, aren't they? To obviously at RSL_studio, Blackpool Johnny, myself, a 24-hour series. Just going to leave this here, ... And there's a brilliant meme, which in the background of it's a Simpsons massive crowd, and it just says, #blame Johnny Palmer, CP Racing and supporters looking for the comms box.
You won't need to. You won't need to. It's going to be a happy ending. Sometimes the universe just balances itself.
The stars align.
And as soon as, the gods here at Spa-Francorchamps knew that this was CP Racing's final race, then they're going to get a trophy. The thing is this their little secret weapon to get a trophy? And then when they come out of Portimao, they go, "We're only joking. That was our way of winning that race."
But it's right on cue, Diana, because Charles Putnam said,
"Go on, it's snowing."
Telling me to get Colin, you wanted to talk to him. He's come out into the pit lane, into the snow. It was sunshine a minute ago. What's happening?
I've just got to have a nice warm car, and you got me in this weather. I could see it coming, and I said to my boys, let's wait, and then we'll do a pit stop and tyre change at the same time. They didn't believe me.
Well, the guys were saying, go and speak to Colin. Now I forgot what they've asked me to come and ask you. Because
it's really nice out there. It was nice and sunny.
Yeah.
Now it's snow and hail signs.
Yeah. Now you had an incident with an Audi out there. How do you recall that one?
Well, he knew I was there, and so why did he want to squeeze me against the wall? I went as tight as I could, give him plenty of room, and I remember somebody else done it to me a few years ago. So I'm always cautious there. But we ran out of fuel. My fuel gauge has gone wrong, and I could see the low fuel pressure, and so we had to get towed through and down to the filling station. And there's a pump that doesn't work properly down there.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, so. Yeah.
But the car looked okay though. There didn't look like there was too much damage.
No, it felt all right, so I kept going.
Right, Colin, I'll let you go back in, but it's Peter Snowden and Johnny Palmer to blame for dragging you out into the snow. That's all I'm going to say.
All right. Take care, everybody.
Bye.
That's the equivalent of the Glastonbury no comment. You know, Johnny and Snowy, I'll forget it. I've no time for those gentlemen.
Yeah, thanks for throwing us under the bus, Diana.
But I love how he just kind of goes, yeah, well, that was one. I've had that incident before when I got absolutely sideswiped at La Source. It's just what happens. And then my fuel gauge went wrong. It just moves on so quickly.
It hit me so hard it broke the fuel gauge.
Maybe it did. Now, the rain is almost coming in sideways now. Tell us, Binksy, if it's like this your side of the pit lane, but down at the fueling area, it's at 45 degrees to the track. So the wind has picked up.
Johnny, it's snow. It's absolutely
It's
snow.
actually snow.
Yes. It is snow. It's unbelievable. I mean, I know we keep talking about it, and I'm sure everyone listening is probably fed up hearing it, but honestly, I just can't believe the bonkers weather. It was sunny 5 minutes ago when you chatted to me, and now it's snow. I mean, but life goes on. We carry on. We still got a race to finish here, and there's still lots happening, although most of the cars have gone out of the pit lane now, and most people are having cocoa. I'm not having cocoa.
You don't. That's the thing that you don't like. Hot chocolate, cocoa, forget it. With Binksy.
No, so I'm bypassing that. But
I think more importantly, Diana, with all this weather changes, how are you finding the conditions?
It's freezing cold. But I had little hand warmers that a couple of the photographers obviously took pity on me and came up and went, "Look, why don't you try these?" And I've got to say they really work. They're great. So we're okay. We're all good.
Diana Binks off for a hot toddy, no doubt, to get her through this final hour and a half or so. And the Code 60 is going to continue, says the race director. If you're enjoying our coverage in sound and vision, you'll know very much the reason for that, because the snow is pouring. It's almost hail-like in places as well. It's bouncing off the road, these hailstones. And all of a sudden, I said that we might get a sprinkling of rain in the final hour. That is a hashtag blame Johnny moment. I'll take that fully on the chin because I feel like I've attempted this. But will it actually do nothing more but to secure the CP Racing victory? I'm not suggesting we stay on the Code 60 for the final hour and a half, but it could very easily be for the next 30 minutes. There is brighter blue sky in the distance. Now, is that the weather we've just had, or is that the weather that's going to be coming towards the circuit, looking from the karting circuit on the inside of Curve Paul Frere towards Blanchimont and onwards towards the pit and paddock areas? An hour and 25 to go, but the message from race control, as the heavens have opened now, is that we're going to stay under code 60 for the time being. This is much like starting the race, or the second part of the race, under a safety car earlier today. It's a good time to be getting the car in, I suppose, and topping it up as much as you can with fuel. 25% permitted. And if you're leaving the pit lane, having just done that now, it might be that you can get all the way around the 7 kilometres, back in again, and do a little bit more of a top-up. And that will be the game to play between now and us going back to green. So the FCY displayed on the dashboard of Porsche number 80 for Antoras Au of Car Collection Motorsport. And he can't really see the racetrack immediately in front of him to work out how much grip is there, because he's found the Bugera ZM Racing Mercedes, and they're both weaving in a possibly failed attempt to keep the tyre temperature up. But this is one of the reasons why Prototype Cup Germany didn't run this weekend, is even with their wet weather, their grooved tyres, it was the track temperature that was the big worry for the race organisers there. Prototypes are entirely reliant on going fast enough so that the aero works, and if you can't get the tyres above a couple of degrees Celsius, that then becomes dangerous. Slightly easier, if that's the right word, with these cars that do have more mechanical grip because they're heavier. In a prototype which weighs probably 800 or 900 kilos, it's a completely different story, and the car will aquaplane so easily. In these heavier GT cars, 12, 13, 1400 kilos, it will cut through the water at the slower speeds, but then when you get up to higher speeds down the Kemmel Straight and then you hit the brakes, there is a strong risk of them just skating off down the escape road at Le Combe and into the barrier. So this might be us for a little while. Looking down into certain areas of the paddock as well, there seems to be quite a lot of puddling developing now. The drainage here at Spa is traditionally very good. We were talking about the Dubai Autodrome earlier on in the broadcast. That was yesterday, and when the rain hits heavily there, as it has done particularly at the Dubai airport in the last week or so, it just can't cope. Whereas here at Spa, they're kind of used to this weather, and therefore the paddock can deal with it.
I feel like I've been a little bit unfair towards you there as a colleague, Johnny, in suggesting that hashtag it's your problem, blame Johnny Palmer. And before Joe Bradley jumps in, there was a very similar meme came up of that same picture, that Simpsons family one of the whole people gathered. When I predicted at the race stopping of the 2021 edition of the N24, which became the shortest one on record, and Joe Bradley said to me on there, said, "How long do you think?" And I said, "I think we're done until dawn now. I think it'll work overnight." And he went, "Oh, you can't say that." And it was a similar one was put up. I've forgotten who put that up, but it was exactly the same hashtag blame Snowy. So we're quits now, mate. You've just taken you 3 years to catch up, but there you go. For once in my life, just have it on record, I was ahead of Johnny Palmer.
Wow.
I know.
Well, embrace that. Because
celebrate it as well.
Yeah, fine. I'll celebrate it with you. The Lamborghini's come in at the most bizarre angle, but that's because other cars near to where they've based themselves at ARC Bratislava, the other cars were pitting nearby, so they're having to, no doubt, have to straighten that car back up again via the dolly jacks before it's sent towards the fueling area. 200 laps completed now. We're working lap 201, but only at 60 kilometers per hour. And CP Racing will have a game plan between now and the end of the race, but some of that might be going out of the window now because they won't have expected the final sections and so much of it to be held under code 60. And then the big question on everybody's lips is, when do the skies clear and how much running are we still going to have, and what state do we want the car in at that point, because it's going to be very much a movable feast for the next 20-30 minutes. Haas RT, Tim Muller just stopped for fuel, so Shane Lewis in, probably only to the fueling area and nowhere else, and back out again. Tim Muller's done the same. Antonio Sainero for E2P Racing, in and out. And there will be a number of other cars, I would think, Dinah Binks, just driving straight past you, using this code 60 to put a little bit of fuel in, but not stopping with their teams. The Lamborghini's heading away from where Binksy is based. The 438 BMW is receiving new tyres. Well, that will be very much needed and received with open arms by the BMW driver. 438 have been through the mill to this point, the Simpson Motorsport car. 1 hour and 20 minutes still to go. Charlie Robertson, Ravi Ramyid and Vasily Vladikin are the drivers in that car. Oh, we're back to green. So we had the message from race direction to say that the code 60 would stay out for a fair amount of time. In the end, I think it's only been 10 minutes. I'll refresh my screen to get an official word on that. But because the snow flurry has arrived and then disappeared so quickly in this bizarre day at Spa-Francorchamps, the sun is shining once again because Diana Biggs is in the pit lane.
It is actually shining. It is actually shining, actually. And I have got Alvaro here from the E2P racing team. I don't know where Seb's gone. He's just nipped up the pit lane there. Alvaro, how was that during that session that you were out? You just brought the car in probably about 15 minutes ago?
Yeah, I did. So I was lucky to get my last stint completely under dry conditions. I mean, this looks crazy. Look at the drama, right? Because it just started to rain and now the sun is out again. Everyone in for wet tires. So it's been a bit of a crazy race with snow, water, sunshine a little bit, but it's Belgium, isn't it? And I love this place, very challenging. I think we had really strong moments with, for example, a track on a drying condition with rain tires. We looked really strong over there. And then on the full dry conditions, I think we lacked a little bit of pace. But I mean, look, it's been so challenging. We didn't get any dry running to put the car to perfection for a dry setup. But it's been really cool. I mean, this team is like a family. Pablo Antonio doing a mega job. So I'm like anxious with this drama at the end with a bit of snow. I walked out the car and it was snowing back there. So, I mean, it's been very challenging, fun. A big congratulations to these guys because they did an amazing thing, which after the accident in Mugello, preparing the car and after receiving a chassis and preparing the car in 5 days and being ready for this race, it's an incredible accomplishment in such short notice. No testing, the car's been working fine. Apart from these little things that I just told you earlier, but I mean, what a cool race, and let's see if we can finish well and with no big dramas at the end.
Yeah, you've been very consistent, all of you, and just been dealing with the situations as they've happened to keep going, and the car's running well. They've got the balance and the performance that you want.
Yeah, so on the full dry, maybe not quite there in terms of ultimate pace, but on some occasions we've been the quickest car on track in some of the conditions, so it's been great. I mean, we'll see how it's going to end up.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Alvaro Parent with such great pedigree, the man from Porto, and last ran at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. I was just looking up in GTE Pro, now sadly a category consigned to the past, but with Hub Auto Racing, and he's also competed at the Spa 24 Hours on a number of occasions as well, most recently I reckon with Flying Lizards and K-Pax Racing in their combined effort. That was in 2020. Be interesting to learn whether Alvaro's due to be doing the rest of the 24H Series European events. He was obviously at Mugello with E2P and here again at Spa. I hope he's going to be at his home event in a few weeks' time, although at the other end of the country, he's from the north of Portugal and the Algarve International Circuit on the south coast, but it'll be a place he knows well. And E2P would be very welcome to be competing there. They might need more than their normal 3 drivers, though, to do the 24 hours. You can do Le Mans with 3. You have to do Le Mans with 3, but there tends to be a bit more flexibility in the 24-hour series. An hour and 15 to go, and the Hoffa Racing Mercedes is still kicking up a fair bit of spray. This is all recently laid on the racetrack because we'd become fully dry and pretty much all the way around the 7Ks. but another twist. There have been so many changes of direction, not least on the racetrack, but also in the narrative of this race in order to change tyres. And thankfully, Hankook had packed plenty of grooved and slick tyres. No intermediates offered. And we haven't really had any inter-weather. It's either been fully dry or absolutely soaking racetrack from left to right. And then on occasion, that dry line has developed. But even then, the quicker cars were wanting to head onto the greasier parts of the circuit to dispatch slow-moving traffic, or slower traffic. When you're in the classes, the slower versions of TCX, then you're still absolutely shifting and doing lap times well beneath the 3-minute marker, even in these conditions. But sunshine is back at the start of the Kemmel Straight, as now the number 12 car, which has had to kiss goodbye to a potential overall podium, but the 12 has definitely had the pace to do that, just not the consistency. Yannick Mettler's back at the wheel of the Car Collection Motorsport Porsche, and that very simple paint scheme, the black, the grey with the yellow stripes, looking slightly better actually than some of the other liveries up and down the order. So it clearly takes well to poor weather. It's a bit like when you are driving a car in this part of the world, best to avoid the all-white machines. Simpson Motorsport were brave, turning up with their livery. Oh, back in a Code 60 we go, though, so that didn't last too long. By the way, the previous Code 60 was 15 minutes in order to retrieve the 908 Seb Lajou Porsche that had spun at Le Fagnes corner, and then that's when the snow flurry arrived. And now, I don't like to see a medical car out on circuit, but it does appear to have arrived. I'm trying to work out precisely where on the track that is, but at 4:30 in the afternoon, another Code 60 for the day. That is now 14 cautions, 13 Code 60s, the safety car lap we had at the very start of the day 2 of this 12 hours. And it is the 911 car, I'm afraid to say, that has crashed heavily at turn 15. That is the official line from Timing and Scoring, from GetRaceResults.com, who get the news information from Race Direction. So 911, which is the Hankook competition Porsche that runs in the 992 division. 911 is currently being driven by Stephen Show and was where on the track? Turn 15 I mentioned, and that is in the final sector. Yeah, so it's the entry into Curve Paul Frere as the old circuit rejoins the current configuration of Spa at the corner that used to be known as Stavelot. So you come out of 14 at Campus, and then you're accelerating through at turn 15. But I don't like the sign of the message on the screen, just the fact that it's crashed heavily, and I'm guessing over to driver's left. But the medical crew's very quickly on the scene to make sure that Stephen Show is okay and comfortable, and it might take a bit of time for him to be recovered from the car, and then they can think about towing that 911 car potentially back to the paddock. But it looks like Hankook competition don't know a great deal about what has happened, and although we will have cameras in that vicinity of the circuit, obviously we don't want to we don't want to show any pictures just yet as to how Stephen Show has ended up there until we know for sure that he is okay. So we'll get any news to you just as soon as we can, as another Code 60 then is out around the racetrack, even though the conditions have been steadily improving. And the Hankook competition car, that is good news that the driver is conscious and will be heading to the medical centre. But Stephen Show, by the sounds of things, having a big incident at Stavelot, the old Stavelot, Curve Paul Frere, turn 15, and he needing the medical crews on site. That's normally just a precaution, but if he's complaining of any pain, it's far better to take time to get Stephen out of the car safely to avoid any problems with back pain, etc., etc. And this is precisely what happened when Tracy Crone had his big one at Mugello a few weeks ago too.
We talked, Johnny, quite a bit during this event about the technology and development and reliability of the cars, and we shouldn't forget on the other side of it as well that technology aids the organisers. We mentioned about the Lumirank and the race link to the car. We had a car yesterday with a loose connection, and it, as I said, it wasn't just a question of put that right. It's valuable data telemetry going back to the race directors to help them assess things correctly. Yeah. Not always, just he said, she said kind of thing. But also from the medical side of things, that's the precautions now, seats, overalls, hands devices, helmets, everything safety that you wear is so advanced, and the medical system there, you just mentioned about getting Stephen there to the medical centre. It is a precaution. It's almost mandatory. You'll be taken out just to make sure there's no concussion, a bit like you have in rugby and stuff these days. It's very, very different, and it's not overly cautious. It's exactly the right thing to do. I think perhaps we turned a bit more of a blind eye to it in definitely days gone by, long before I was racing, but certainly half a century ago or more. It was almost sort of, I hate to say it in a term you wouldn't even use these days, it was considered, it wasn't manly. You had an accident, well, it goes with it. Well, no, it doesn't. It doesn't need, nobody needs to be harmed doing this, and we shouldn't do. We should look after everybody on site, whether it be mechanics or drivers or whatever. It's not always about the drivers. You mentioned a few minutes ago about the old Stavelo corner, and Paul Frere was, and he said a journalist. Very decent sports car driver in his own right as well, and went on to win Le Mans in 1960 with Lolvier Gondouillon. So fairly good. You're pretty handy at the wheel of a car if you can win Le Mans, can't you, in most circumstances. But also went on to write, he was a European correspondent and editor of, I forget which magazine it was now off the top of my head, but he wrote one of the pioneering books on basically race coaching and setting up and looking after the new drivers, and which became almost a template for race schools around the world. So a huge contribution. So quite rightly that a corner is named after him.
Yeah, passed away at the grand old age of 91 years old in 2008.
Am I right that in his late 80s he demonstrated an Audi R8 at Le Mans?
Oh, blimey! Okay,
I think he did. I think 2003, because I was there and I remember it. I remember thinking, this is incredible. There's a name from the past. I'm sure he was in his 80s then when he did that.
I've no reason to dispute that. You were there and I wasn't that year, but
doesn't mean to say that I was in a fit state to know.
True. He also had a Formula One career as well in the 50s. HWM, Gordini, Ferrari, with one podium along the way, and predominantly entered the Belgian Grand Prix, funnily enough. But that was in the days when you almost, only entered your local Grand Prix or in countries nearby, and sort of invitational entries were very much open as you qualified. You strictly qualified for the race, and there were a number of cars that had turned up in the paddock wanting to be part of that, and if you didn't put in the times, then you weren't permitted to start.
We're talking about Paul Frere, who the old Stavelo corner was named after. Has now been renamed in his honour, and he retired from racing in 1960, having won Le Mans. There's a way to do it, on a high, isn't it? Jackie Stewart did the same in Formula One. He became European editor for Road and Track magazine, and I was right about the ADR8. The various cars he tested and demonstrated during a break in the proceedings at the test day, not the actual race, but the test day of the 2003 hours. He tested an R8, didn't just demonstrate it at the break in the race. He, on the test day, was considered significantly safe enough behind a wheel to still test a car. At that point, he was 86 years old.
Superb. It's just awesome that
age just for me yet.
Age was. Well, of course there is, mate. Of course there is. There's hope for us all. Yeah. Age is just a number, as they say, and it's not a barrier to further success later down the line. The way things are going, I'm going to be commentating well into my 90s, just to keep the finances going. Sorry about that, folks.
There is always that side of it.
You've
please
you're stuck with us. You're stuck with us. We're under Code 60. If you're just joining us, or maybe you spent a bit of time away coming back for the final hour, unfortunately, Code 60, after a nasty sounding incident, we haven't actually been shown any pictures yet because we want to make sure that Stephen Cho is okay inside the Hankook competition Porsche Cup car, but the message on our screen, crashing heavily at turn 15, which is Curve Paul Frere these days, hence us reflecting on Paul Frere's career. And the 911 car, presumably, in a pretty sorry state now. But we did get a message on the screen a moment or two ago to say that Stephen Show in that car is conscious and is being taken to the on-site medical centre. Unfortunately, this is a similar scenario to what we had at Mugello, though, during the opening race of the season when Tracy Crone had his big incident when something failed on the car and speared him right into the concrete barrier. There was then the aquaplaning for E2P Racing's car. And as Alvaro Parent was explaining to Diana Binks, they had to source a new chassis for this race, and within about 5 weeks, did he say, or 5 days? Might have been 5 days to prepare that car.
I think it was.
Yeah, in time for this event. So absolutely full marks to those involved with E2P. They are based in Spain, as far as I know, so it's a very old drive to get the car all the way through France and up to Belgium in order for it to race. Binksy, we're obviously taking a moment to reflect whilst Stephen Show is looked after over at the campus part of the circuit. We're still under code 60 and you can still pit for 25% fuel. Any word from Hankook Competition, the team involved, as to how Stephen is? They may not know a great deal more than we do.
I just went in to ask them, and they said they spoke to him on the radio and he sounded winded. So obviously that was just as it had happened. That's all they know at the moment, as obviously he's going to be taken to the medical centre to be checked out. But they were able to communicate via radio for a few minutes just after. That's all I can tell you, I'm afraid.
I remember John Hindhoff having a really good chat with Stephen Show, the Canadian racer, who was a thoroughly informative interview from him about Mugello when you and John and I and Peter Mackay, all were working at the Mugello 12 hours. And Stephen, a very successful businessman as well, but makes the journey all the way across, assuming he's still based in Canada. I don't know where he does predominantly the most bit of his business work, but finds time in the calendar to come racing with the 24H series, and good that he's conscious and able to at least buzz the team quickly on the radio back to pit road to say that he's okay. But yeah, the thing is, if the car's left the road with very little warning, sometimes when you know the barrier's about to, or the car's about to connect with the barrier, you can brace for impact, but so often you can't do that, and it means that the winding is something unavoidable.
Not to be contrary or contradictory, Johnny, but actually if you are in that situation, you know that's going to happen, the last thing you want to do is brace, because that's how you break bones. You actually want to relax and take your feet off the pedals and arms off. Exactly, it's completely counterintuitive, but that's what you should do, is actually relax and almost take the what's the position called? Break them. It's the brace position, isn't it? Yeah, and let you take your feet off and fold your arms, because it's things that flow around. Holding onto the wheel, it can cause damage. I had an incident years ago in that you described about a failure on the car, a suspension failure. So one that wasn't my fault. There aren't many actually, but that one wasn't my fault. Suspension failure. Car went off and hit the wall, and I was still young enough and inexperienced enough to try and save it until the very last nanosecond. And unfortunately, when it hit the wall, the left-hand wheel of the car was pulled round, the steering wheel came through, and it actually broke my thumb.
Yeah.
The reason I knew that was I looked down and the thumb was facing the wrong way. Not ideal. And you want to let go. You're not going to avoid the winding because it's sudden retardation, but you can avoid further damage of limbs, etc., etc. So the obviously thing is not to crash the car in the first place. But
true.
If it's a suspension failure or something, it can't be helped. Yeah.
The trick on the short ovals, which is sort of where contact is encouraged in old cars, road cars that are then turned into competitive cars, you actually gaffer tape all of the steering wheel holes shut, so it becomes a big disc of gaffer tape, and that prevents you from putting any fingers or thumbs inside the wheel, and should eliminate breakage of anything in your hands. But it's so easily done, and as you say, the natural human reaction is to grab hold of everything and wait for impact, but you want to try and just shy away and slink back in the seat and know that the belts that are really tight around your body, because it's 6-point harness, 5-point harness, 6-point harness will hold you in that seat, and the more energy that's dissipated through the car and into the barrier, if it's a spin down the track and several bits of contact, that's better than one of these hard stops that you get. But we don't know in this case the extent of the impact and how Stephen lost the car.
Yeah, you mentioned 6-point harness. It is 6-point. It looks like 5 when you look into the car when the seat's unoccupied, because you've got your 2 shoulder straps, 2 lap straps, and what looks like 1 single one to where the buckle is that goes into the seat, but that actually is 2 that come together. There are 2 separate mounts underneath, hence you've got your 246. That comes up through the centre of the seat by the crutch, and part of that design is that as it goes, you've got the buckle there, and it goes down through the seat and goes back under itself, so that it's not going forward. So you've got greater strength in that belt there for any forward impact.
Yeah,
it's no good if it's facing that way. If the crutch strap's coming back towards you, it's not in tension. So you want the seat to go, that belt to go back under the seat. So most incidents are forward impact, so it's in tension. It's the side ones obviously help you not. And you can do a lot of damage as well to the core if your lap belt's on to secure tight. And it's a lot of people. I've seen that quite a bit in perhaps let's say some historic racing. People don't do the lap belt up enough. Because they find it uncomfortable. You don't want to be moving around in the seat.
No.
Because any kind of impact that's not exactly straight, you can twist in the seat. And it's an accident at these speeds. It's a massive retardation. It's a sudden impact trauma to the body. And you can move around. You can do all sorts of damage to internal organs that are vital in that area of your core and your waist. You don't want to be doing that.
Well, Stephen's out of the car, and they are now looking to recover the 911 Porsche. The car will be recovered to turn 1, La Source, under Parc Fermé conditions. Stephen Cho has left the scene quite some time ago and headed to the medical centre for any precautionary checks. Concussion can strike quite a bit after the incident itself, so everyone will want to make sure that those checks are done and in the correct way. But the initial signs are good. Binksy, more news from the pit lane. We are inside the final hour, by the way, now. Not the way we would want to be doing it, but that first digital column now reads 0-0. So 57 minutes and 50 seconds to go, Di.
Number 80 just came in there, the Car Collection Motorsport GT3. That was a full service change of tyres from wet to slick. So very slick stop, excuse the pun, by the crew around that car, and it's back out on track now. And I guess we are still under the code 60 at the moment, but that's the only car that was in the pit lane in the last few minutes. We're now clear for the moment.
Okay, that's Antares Hour at the wheel of that. That's as you say, that Diana's just said, the third place car. Interesting, great information there from Diana. That's gone from wet to slicks, which is very, very interesting for the last hour to go. And I'm keen to see if that car's gone to refuel or not as well. So not how much time is left to go in this race. 57 minutes and 3, 2, 1 seconds as we're counting.
It's useful for people wanting to sync pictures with the audio from RSL, Radio Show Limited network of channels. We're on RS3 this weekend. It was IMSA Radio last night for the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship race around the streets of Long Beach, and the World Endurance Championship this weekend at Imola for round 2 of that 8-race season. And looking forward to catching up with that race later on in the week. No spoilers for me, please, because I like to call a lot of those races through the course of the season, so I'll have to catch up before we get to Spa, this venue, in fact, and the 6 hours for the WEC race, because that is the typical route into Le Mans, where so many teams are trying to sort their setup out for Circuit de la Sarthe, and a number of extra teams sometimes enter the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, which is again this year a Saturday race with qualifying and free practice 3 live on the previous Friday. 11th and 12th of May from memory. Might be a day out with that, but it's that weekend. So 55 minutes and change to go. If you're looking to fuel your car up to the finish, which most GT3 cars can do about an hour, the real problem here is you can only legally take 25% worth of fuel. So they're all going to need a splash, as the 904 car must be on slick tyres and maybe has caught just a little damp patch. And this is key Well, maybe that was just a bit too much right foot, but this is key because it's the second place car in the 992s. Ayrton Redon is on the outlap, but the 904 of Michael Haverens has just so slowly spun on the main straight. We're not yet back to green. And it's weaving, too much weaving, and all of a sudden the car just throws itself to the left, and Michael cannot react in time. That's why so many race directors do not like the weaving and erratic weaving, because it's very easy to lose control.
Well, I was just going to make that point, and I'm very careful to get the right car here, but I think it is the number 80 car, Outlap, Antares Au, that Diana just mentioned, that we saw some onboard for. That's the car collection motorsport car. That was going out up through the pit exit and onto the track. But you've got the blend line. The first thing that caught my eye was that he was doing that very, very excessive weaving, technically in the pit lane exit still, in a very narrow part of the track where you're going to go onto the Camel Straight. And I hope I've got the right person there. I'm not throwing the wrong person under the bus. But I would just question why you would do quite so much weaving there by that blend line. Because if you run over it, you can be penalised for that. There's no point. What they're doing to weave here is that if you've got new tyres on, what you need to get is temperature into the sidewall, not just the tread, it's the sidewall that's really key. Because the tyre doesn't work as you do. If you run over a curb with a tyre with a colder sidewall, not in its operating window, it'll damage the fibres and structure of the tyre, and that will lead to a tyre failure, almost guaranteed. So that's what they're really doing. As much as you get a bit of heat into what we call the tread, there isn't a tread on the slick, obviously, but what we call the tread still, that's part of it. But you really need to get those the sidewalls flexible so the tyre's working as it should do. That's what he wanted to do. Obviously, the sharper the turns you can do, and accelerate and brake, and part of that is also keeping brake temperature up. You want to keep the brakes up, obviously, but then the heat in the disc dissipates down through the hub and into the wheel, and therefore into the tyre as well. So you get a residual, an extra bit from that as well. So it's all clever stuff. I've always questioned, and I'm no world champion by a long chalk. Maybe on Forza. No, but I've always questioned this severe jinking left, right, really hard. It's always, to me, it's always risk versus reward ratio. Why do it? And we just saw it there with the 904 car, so innocently down the pit straight, and he wasn't weaving that excessively. You've just got to be so careful. If you get it out of sync, you can have a problem.
Michael Haverens, who's driving the 904, he's 20 years old, and I don't know how many times he's driven a Porsche because he has regularly raced with Red Ant Racing, but in Belcar. So 5th place in last year's championship, ran in the GTA category as well. What it doesn't tell me is what car he was in. But again, that might be just the pendulum effect. He's not used to the engine being so rearward in the car. We were under 1 minute to the end of the Code 60. We're beyond that now because we're back to green. So wishing Stephen Show the very best in the medical centre. Let's hope we can get some news from Hankook competition as to how he is, and maybe hear from Stephen before the day is out. But clearly their challenge, and in a 12-hour race as well, horrible for them to come to an end in that way, so deep in the 11th hour of a 12-hour race. But we're now heading into 12 hours of running, and the red Camel, no, that's not the red Camel car, that's the 969 car that has a similar paint scheme. 969 is the entry into the 992
GDL
division.
Car.
Yeah, so the team flagged as the San Marino outfit for Mark Smith, Dallas Carroll and Mark Keogh. All AM lineup, and the GDL car begins another lap. I'm just going to check in with Binksy. Was that you buzzing in our ears to suggest something else from pit road? Or maybe you're already kicking back with your Irish coffee? Okay, in the words of Shaggy. That's sad.
I think she's more of a cosmopolitan girl.
I don't like that either. Just Drambuie I prefer, actually. I actually quite like a Drambuie right now. But yeah, that would be quite good.
Sorry?
Drambuie to warm myself up.
Well, somebody's bound to have that somewhere up and down the pit road. Well, maybe not at a racetrack, but there'll be a bar nearby. Please stay till the end, though, and you'll have some podium presentations to do in due course as well. Who is going to be on the top step CP Racing leading after 206 laps. And I don't think I'm misreading that, in that they have a full laps advantage now over everybody else. But do they need fuel? I think almost certainly they'll need a bit. And when are they going to pit? Because GT3 cars that pit now, as long as they get a full fuel fill, that will be their final stops for everybody. And the difference with green flag rather than code 60 is you can finally get into the pits, or more accurately the fueling area, and get that nozzle attached for a long period of time.
Now look, John, we all love a fairy tale, and I'm going to keep my powder dry for the next 20 minutes on this possibility. Just therefore with 30 minutes to go. At that point I might start to join your pre-race finish celebrations. Wouldn't it be wonderful though?
You're going too far with that statement. But I mean, I know for a fact I can't affect things. I never have. Despite Alan Prosser and who else was that with the Simpsons GIF? You remember?
Yoda.
It wasn't Alan.
Yoda's
uncle.
Yoda's uncle.
Yeah. Thank you for that. I mean, the number of times that picture of the whole Simpsons cast with the flaming torches heading right for my part of the world has been sent to me. I'm sort of resistant to it all now. Really, doesn't make a mark.
Impervious.
Impervious is a great word. Thank you. The 80 car looking a tad slow at Blanchimont. So this car, if it can't get to the end of the lap, it's actually only just around the corner from doing so, may cause another caution, but it should at least make the pit lane, if indeed Car Collection want to do that. Antares O has just lost a couple of places, we reckon, on this lap. Now, it was O who struggled at the start yesterday. Remember, this was the pole-sitting car, and after only about 20 minutes, it had slipped down to 10th position. Is it because it's been put on slick tyres and not all of the track is dry quite yet? So Antares O is literally driving through the seat of his pants here to make sure that he knows that there's grip beneath him, and that does not look like a particularly stable Porsche. Down the hill goes the carcollection.de sponsored car then.
Yeah, but it's 20 seconds off the pace. It's done a 3:17 on that lap, and it's you can see him fighting it there. It's twitchy as anything coming out of La Source and through Blanchimont, but the track's drier now. When we get up onto Radion, onto the Camel Straight, a little bit of damp under the tree. You can literally see it in the shadows there, the tree's holding it there. It's not getting the sunlight onto the track to dry it out quick enough. The Camel Straight is not even a dry line, it's a dry track. So the car will be absolutely fine here, and I almost guarantee at Le Combe there won't be any twitchiness as it exits the corners. It'll be absolutely fine. It's going to come down the hill. There you go. Look at that, on rails all the way through Le Combe. Left, so right, left, right, down the hill to Bruxelles. Still dry track, and it's going to be. So there we go into to change of surface there, not so much shadow. There's a dry line through Bruxelles, and then that'll go out into Jackie Eakes, the left-hander, the one I said you've got to be really careful of. You can just see it's still nice and dry there. We're getting a great onboard shot of this, and it's perfect dry because it's bathed in sunlight. And this part of the track's quite wide and open here. Down the hill, really steep run down to Pouhon, turning in, still completely dry, and then on the outer bit, it just starts to pick up a little bit of darker part of track, which is where it's where it's damp, and you learn to look for this as a driver. And now, there you go, straight away. I said it just starting at Pouhon, on the exit of Pouhon. Big moment. Look out through the windscreen of the car, and what colour is the track? It's just dark all the way because it's now holding the moisture in the grain of the track there because we've got trees and all sorts. Now it's going to get worse. It's going to go through Defang up to the old Stavelot Paul Frere corners, is now up to Blanchimont. That is completely damp through. That's where we first saw the car struggling. So it will start to dry out. 46 minutes to go, but Andorra is now having his work cut out in this Car Collection Porsche, keeping the thing just in a straight line. And in a Porsche, of all cars in these conditions, you've got to be so delicate with those inputs to the car's controls. And that I do mean steering, pedal, that kind of stuff, throttle application. And Blanchimont is a corner that you can't go through too slowly. You can be too cautious, but it looks almost pedestrian through there. But again, running a little bit wide. You don't want to do that. You don't want to get onto that painted bit of curb there, because that will just swap ends if you don't look out.
It's the time to avoid the white painted lines, including the blend line for pit in and pit out. Again, lots of corrective steering required from the Hong Kong driver, and he just cannot get the power down coming out of the final sequence of corners. So he's going to be swallowed up here by number 12. Now, they are not on the same lap, so again, it'll be wise for Antares to allow Yannick Mettler through here, just as long as he knows the 12 car is there, which he does do now. And they're, of course, the sister cars from Car Collection. So the last thing we wanted to do was see them getting together. They were pretty close on the opening lap. I remember yesterday for lap 1 of what is now a 208 lap race. So Antares doing okay on the drier bits, but it is nip and tuck on the wetter sections of the circuit. It became very, very shiny, I noticed, the track surface as well. So yes, there's that deeper shade of grey for the asphalt, but also you get that massive glint off the road surface to tell him that there's so much more moisture around Pouon and Lufania and Campus Corner. Not sure what tyres Yannick Mettler's on. If that's slicks as well, then he's just a quicker driver than Antares O, which is perfectly fine. And the 12 car really having its neck wrung heading into Bruxelles Corner. We've got 44 minutes to go, and let's get more news from Diana Binks.
Hi, Johnny. Hi, Johnny. Hi, Johnny. I can't hear Johnny. We're down here in the pit lane. You can hear. We are here in the pit lane. Okay. I can't hear Johnny, but I'll carry on anyway. So, as we had the news, obviously, this weekend at CP Racing, this will be their last race. We have got a very special presentation that we want to make to the team, and Charles Putman is watching the screen, and I'm just going to have to go in and get him from behind. Charles. Because it's your final race weekend this weekend, the 24-hour series want to recognise you for everything that you've brought to this championship and done for us. So Peter Fry, we need to move over, I'm afraid. Peter, come over this way just a little bit.
Yes, it's really your last race, and you know how we are. Then we always have something special for you. We have a small gift. It's a reminder of all those years you were with us.
Oh my goodness.
Amazing 24-hour series memories with all you on the pictures.
That's very kind of you.
Thank you very much for all the years, having the trust in us and racing with us. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Thank
you.
We're
really going to miss you.
All right. Well, I'll miss being here, of course, and I thank you guys so much for producing something where people like me can come race. And we have really top drivers. We have great amateur drivers. I mean, this is it's very competitive, but yet it's still a friendly competition, a healthy competition, and it's just a place where we can come do this. And thank you for producing that. I hope a lot of success, a lot of continued success for the Creventic series.
Yes, I hope well. And if you want to come back one time, as a driver, as a spectator, whatever, you're always welcome. The door is always open.
I'm thinking that has to be in the future somewhere, so I hope I see you again. Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Charles, there you go. Celebrate that with yourself and the whole team here. We, as we said earlier, it's been an absolute pleasure to work with you, and some amazing memories.
It really is. And thank you for helping make those memories permanent with everything your team has done as well. So we thank you. Bye-bye. Thanks. Thank you, Charles, for coming. So much Thank you. Thank you. It helped us. Okay.
And the one question that Diana Binks did not ask, maybe because she doesn't, again, want to put the kibosh on it, but can they end their long, long run in this championship with a victory? The 85 car is out front after 209 laps and has, I'm still trying to work out whether it's a full lap or maybe the best part of a lap over Tim Muller's Haas RT racing car. But as we reflect on so many amazing memories in the 24H series for CP Racing, and particularly Charlie Putman. CP Racing, they were the 2020 GT3 AM Teams champions, winning both the Continents and the European Championship. In 2022, they were the GT3 Teams champion as well, again for the Continents and GT3 AM Teams championships, winning In 2022, 2023 and the 23-24 Middle East Trophy winners, and have already taken overall wins at Portimao 2 years ago and in both of the running of the Kuwait 12 hours. So both in 22 and 2023 have won 2 Kuwait 12 hours. The two Charleses, or Charlie and Charles as they're called, and Joe Foster were the 2017 Drivers' Champions. They were the overall GT champions in 2018 and also took a big trophy in 2020 for their success in the Drivers' Championship. And then when Shane Lewis joined the party, they were able to get more trophies courtesy of the driving talents of Charlie Putman and Charles Espenlaub. In fact, the two Charleses, Joe and Shane, went on to be the Middle East Trophy winners in both of the seasons, 22 to 23, 23 to 24. And they took overall wins, as mentioned, in Kuwait and Portimao as well. So many high points. But it's sort of written in the stars, isn't it, with 40 minutes to go? Because Shane Lewis at the moment does not have a clue about that presentation taking place. I'm sure they're not bothering on the team radio. They do not want to distract him because he's got this very decent advantage over Haas RT, over E2P, and over Herbert Racing, Herbert Motorsport in the chasing Audi and 2 Porsches, Peter Snowden.
Yeah, I was just watching that, Johnny, that gap between those two whilst you were talking about that wonderful presentation to them. And it's just going to second place car, Tim Muller in the Haas RT. Audi's just crossed the line, and it's they've got a full lap, but it's almost 2 laps. You were saying, trying to work it out. It's only 30 seconds short of a two full lap lead over them. So they can afford to let one back and not worry about it at the moment. Just under 40 minutes to go, 38.5 minutes of this to go. So it really is now into risk management and looking after it and just getting that car home in one piece.
The only sticking point I foresee is the final stop. Elia Earhart is preparing himself to get into the Sanderlock Audi way. So Earhart, who has been a mean driver this weekend as well, will be taking over from Ernst Inderbitzen. Cracking name. No, we enjoy both saying that together in unison. And Inderbitzen out, and Earhart will be clambering in, and we don't need that seat insert anymore either, so that's absolutely lobbed over the car.
Very definition of redundant, wasn't it? Mechanic pulls it out and literally lobs it over the roof of the car. Lucky nobody was in the way of that.
What are they made of, seat inserts?
Not a great deal.
So it doesn't actually weigh much if you've got one in the face.
No. So there's a rough mould and a bit of it's not really comfortable. It's just soft material. So it's not about comfort. To make it more pliable to get in, because if you've got somebody who's shorter considerably, presumably, who's just got out of the car.
Inderbitzen.
Yeah, exactly. So and Pierre Caffer's very short. You get a taller driver. They'll need different. So you'll need that seat insert to get closer, because the seats usually on these cars are not movable these days. That's another safety aspect that John and I covered last week. Actually, the seats are fixed for safety reasons, so the mounts are super strong and whatever, so they can't give in a race. But the pedal box is what's movable, so you do that. So some cars can't always do that. So you have that seat insert there, and it's a lot of gaffer tape, and drivers will make them themselves, to be honest. And it's a very, very personal thing. We've got Diana back in the pits with a little update for us. Diana.
Yeah, RPM Racing, Tracy Crone. We've been talking about him quite a lot over the weekend. And Tracy, if I could just take you back to Mugello. Obviously, you had that incident. We know you're fit and well. You're here. It's great to see you. Just tell us what happened.
Yeah, well, I was going down the front straightaway at about 160 miles an hour, and the left rear tire blew, put me into the wall. I knew I was hurt. Didn't know how bad. I assumed that moving around wasn't going to be a very good thing, so I let them extract me from the car. I maintained consciousness the entire time. Went to the hospital. They x-rayed me, and I had 5 broken bones, 2 fractured ribs. I'm sure 1 or 2 more bruised ones, and 3 bones in my back were broken as well. They appear to have healed. They told me I wasn't going to race this week, but here we are.
And how are you feeling? Have you had any sort of issues with it?
Yeah, I mean, the first few times getting in and out of the car was memorable, but now it's fine. Yeah, I'm okay.
You look at, and also you told me when you and I chatted that you'd had a number of incidents, but they hadn't been involved in motor racing. It had been when you were skiing.
Yeah, that's true. I've had much worse accidents skiing than I have in automobiles, and I've had much worse accidents working offshore than I have racing cars.
So how do you feel the weekend's gone?
Oh, you know, it's just been crazy. The weather here has just been, I mean, extremely bizarre. I've never been in a race where it was sun shining, raining, hailing, snowing, all in one lap.
I know it's actually been, I've never been here when it's been like this, and I've been here quite a few times, but never seen anything like it. But from a team perspective, it's definitely made everyone's job incredibly difficult.
Yeah, well, a lot of times you're guessing. Sometimes you get it right, sometimes you don't. Philip's out in the car, we're on slicks. Others are on rain tires. It may rain before we get done, and that'll be the wrong decision, but right now it looks like the right decision. We can go to the end.
I guess it really tests you. It really tests you as a driver, having to deal with all these conditions moment by moment.
Well, you know, if you're driving sports cars, eventually you're going to race in mixed conditions, wet, dry, wet and dry. And that's all part of it, but it's very hard to predict over such a short period of time. The weather windows are very quick.
Well, Tracy, thanks for taking the time to chat to us, and we're glad that you're here. And, you know, we've still got 40 minutes or so, I think, left in the race to go.
By the way, a little quick congratulations to Charles Putnam, and with CP Racing. Charlie and I started off in race school over 22 years ago. We did, so it's fun to see him end his career here, and I'm still around as well, so. Good.
We hope you're staying for some time. We're obviously disappointed to see Charles has decided, but you never know, he might come back, he said.
Yeah, well, he's done a very good job. He's got a great team. We're going to miss him.
Thank you, Tracy.
They also, unless I'm very much mistaken, both Tracy and Charles are from a similar part of the US as well, both Texas born, and Tracy Crone from Houston, whereas Charlie Putman from Odessa. But it's fascinating to me. I didn't realise that their careers have almost run like parallel for, what did he say, 20 odd, maybe even
22 years.
22 years.
Race school 22 years ago. Yeah.
Well, thankfully, Tracy Crone hasn't dropped a similar bomb to say that he's retiring from motor racing. By the sounds of things, with that interview with Diana Binks, got a number of years left for the man from Texas, and ran at Le Mans several occasions with all manner of different teams in LMP2 and GTE cars, GTE AM predominantly, but he's also run in 24 hours as recently as last year, and that was with his current driver of car 907, Philip Hamprecht, sharing that car, of course, with Nick Johnson last year, and the other driver was a certain Marco Holzer in that Cup 2 number 150 Porsche as it was last year. So there may well be plans again for Tracy to do the Nürburgring 24 hours this year, following up the Spa 12. And actually, before we get to the Nürburgring, we should have also had the 24 hours of Portimao as well, which is a chance for Tracy to go racing at the Algarve International Circuit. Elevation change here, elevation change and then some at Portimao as well, in that very roller coaster-esque circuit. 31 minutes and 45 seconds still to go. Again, the sun shines out. I love that line from Tracy to say rain, sleet, snow, sunshine, all in one lap. And it has been just about that.
That was the clincher, wasn't it? That was the operative word or phrase in that sentence, all in one lap. Quite extraordinary. Yeah, 66 and 69 years old, respectively, those two. Tracy Crone just 3 years older than Charles Putnam, hence they sort of started racing together 22 years ago in their early 40s, when they'd clearly both made significant amounts of money in business to go and indulge their pleasure a little bit. And what great supporters they've been all the way through different levels of racing, Porsches and Mercedes and all sorts of different cars, and great to see them out there. And Tracy Crone still racing, absolutely fabulous. So we're just coming up to seconds away, 50 seconds away from half an hour to go.
It really is turning into a sprint race now. But you'd sooner start a sprint race with a lap and a half's advantage, as Shane Lewis is doing. And now, one of the first to blink of the leading cars has been the Haas RT car, because that must have come in whilst we were dealing with the interview with Tracy Crone. And a much-deserved catch-up after events at Mugello. Tim Muller no longer second, and presumably into fuel for a reasonably short stop there, just to make sure it's got enough to get him home. Antonio Sainero's now doing the same for E2P Racing, but the Mercedes that leads the race is still out. So when are CP Racing going to pit for the final time? They can't make it home from here.
Well, no, Shane Lewis in the CP Racing leading car has 10 pit stops on the board. Antonio Sainero in E2P Porsche second plate, 9. Tim Muller in the Haas RT car, as you say, just pitted and just gone out, actually. That's got 13 stops on the board.
Yeah, I mean, you're never going to get an even amount of pit stops across a 12-hour race, because some choose to pit under a code 60, others not. And that is all down to decisions on the spot. So, and then there are some times when, less so in this series, but sometimes penalties have to be served as well outside of your traditional pit stop. But in the 24H series, if there is a penalty to be served, normally you can do that during a driver change. You stop at the penalty box first of all, then down to the team to do tyres and driver, and then around to the secondary pit lane that we have here at Spa for the fuel, before finally heading back onto the racetrack. Did they give Tim Muller new tyres, or have they said, we didn't have time for that, Tim, we want a good result, you're going to have to nurse these to the finish? Because that Audi just seemed to be a little bit wayward going through Pouhon corner, not exactly on rails as it has been earlier on.
And it was slow through Blanchemont as well, and here being chased by the 925, is it? Porsche, I think I just saw the number on the door. And being passed as well by the 925. I forgot the number correctly. The Porsche certainly got past the this number 1, Tim Muller, Haas RT Audi. It's
Bob Herber, yeah, 925, you're right. 925,
yeah, so that's just steamed past the Audi, and it's almost as if it's not on to pace. So let's have a look at its lap time. It's 20 odd seconds away from ending the lap, coming up through Blanchemont now. So we'll get a lap time on the board. It's 2:46, 2:22 is its 2 minutes 22:19 is its best lap of the race. The last one was a 2:46. It's going to just cross the line literally 10 seconds time from now. We'll get an idea of where it is in terms of lap time. But as you said, Johnny, it looked a little bit cautious, shall we say. Yeah, 2:48. Sorry, 2:46. My apologies. 2:46. So actually, it's not that far off. It's only so. Race leader Shane Lewis is last lap was a 2:45.6.
And between the Jutta Racing Audi, number 71, Gessi Auskas in that, and the 003 Herbert Porsche, and the Porsche went a touch wide into Campus Corner, and that allows Arunas Gessi Auskas by to get ahead of Scott Noble. But the 91 crew, considering Ralph Spone's considerable off hours ago now at Le Fagnes Corner, they've done well to be flirting with a top 3 finish. As the 85 car, still no sign of that needing to pit just yet. Over the line it goes with 27 minutes to go. Now, we're always asked by the 24H series as the commentary crew to come up with a special award, which isn't necessarily gifted, presented to teams and drivers that are right up there in terms of the timing screen, because the Spirit of the Race award was in fact awarded to Tracy Crone last time at Mugello, and I know there's still a trophy on site ready to present to Tracy, because he'd already left Mugello and started the flight back home again to begin his recuperation. So hopefully that can be presented at some point later on today. But we need to come up with a Spirit of Race in a moment, though, for this event, because now Gessi Auskas has made a mistake, maybe because of the pressure behind for car 91 and Scott Noble. He's just overtaken Scott Noble, and now Arunas is in the gravel. This is at Le Com corner, Snowy, I reckon.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, absolutely it is. It's coming on the exit of Le Com. He's lost it on the right-hand part, gone through, rotated it round, and unfortunately just rolled gently into the gravel. He's got it on the brakes straight away as he can, but unfortunately being on the brakes, that's dragged gravel with it and sunk the car into the beach there, and that's it. It's done. That's going to be a code 60, most definitely.
Straight away. Snowy's busy apologising. Hey, we've been interrupting each other all weekend. I don't care one bit about that.
No,
as long as we get it
I
covered.
did that horrible commentator thing. Code 6 here. It happened to the.
It is a code
pointing
16.
to the screen rather than actually talking about it, as if you were expecting to do
That's
it.
all right.
But
I've
so,
worked,
Spirit,
I've
you were
worked
saying,
with worse people than that. Mentioning no names.
And many far better. But you mentioned spirit of the race there from Peter Fry and Creventic.
So what I was going to do before Gesiauskas had his moment at Le Com, nominations both from Binksy and from Snowy, and probably from me as well once I've thought about it. But we try and stay away from the obvious. However, there is quite a big story developing here concerning the race leader.
I'm going to throw my hat into the ring straight away, just so you can both laugh at me. So Dan will be listening to this as well. But I am going to put CP Racing up as my nomination first, not because they're leading the race, but from where they started, what they've done over the years, the fact that they started this race 24th. And have stood in there and got that and got to the lead now. And I know we've got 24 minutes to go, 25 just under. But just for everything they brought, the camaraderie, everything they brought to this series, they will be sorely missed. And I almost don't want to say too much because it makes it sound like other teams don't do the same or better. They just do something. They do it so well. It's always been a delight. To go there. You saw Charles put them there, ever professionals. If you look at their overalls, they've got little bits of Velcro on their overalls. Depending which series they race in, they've got the right badges that they just put Velcro on for the camera when they do, in this case, Seb with us, the pit interview. And they have them on. They take them off during because they get damaged on the belts in the car. They take them off and put them on their toolboxes. When they come in and do a driver change, they will pick those up and put them on. Absolute supreme professionals there. And you just saw a moment ago with Jerry from and Peter Fry from Creventic there, and they thought the camera was done, and there wasn't a bit. Charles Putnam knew, and he just turned Peter Fry back around again to point at the camera still, as in they just know what's going on, and it would be very, very hard to pick anybody else for spirit of the race. The number 71 Audi is now, by the way, clear of the gravel. It's just out. So nominations from yourself and Diana, as I've just hog the stage a bit there.
It's quite right. I mean, I'm still thinking, because I'd like to go for somebody different from your nomination, although I can entirely hear your argument. Binksy, we're thinking about Spirit of the Race award. Now we're into the final, very nearly final, 20 minutes, but under another code 60. I'm going to say you can't go for CP Racing. But maybe your hands are tied. Tell us more.
Well, I feel I've been swayed now by Snowy's sort of little speech there. It was sort of had all the sort of attributes of. Actually, no, you've got a very valid point, and the guys do that. They turn around, they put their badges on, they know if they're going to be interviewed, they come and chat to us, even if things are not great. They've always accommodated everything that we're doing and appreciated that we're doing our job as well, you know, as much as they're here to enjoy what they're doing. But then perhaps there's another person that maybe deserves the Spirit of the Race award, and that could be me for doing 12 hours in the pit lane during snow, sun, wind, rain, freezing cold. Just a thought. Just thought I'd mention it.
No, Diana, I think you've misunderstood. When we said Spirit of the Race, that doesn't mean a Drambuie for yourself.
Oh, and as we're chatting, the 85 has just come into the pits, and they're doing a tyre change. Obviously, Shane is staying behind the wheel.
This is the final stop, Di. It's all
final
on this,
one
then.
for
It's
the
all on
85. CP Racing are in. Full service, new tyres, getting the windscreen cleaned. Slick as ever, down it goes, and off Shane is back to rejoin the track.
Reaction down there with you seems very good indeed. I mean, everybody at CP, including Charlie, who's right at the front of the garage, a round of applause there because the team appeared to pull off an absolute blinder.
Incredibly slick, no dramas, no calm, concise that we've seen, you know, throughout the year from that team. I think there's going to be a lot of emotions in there later on.
Well, okay, that's guaranteed either way. Whichever way this result goes, there's going to be a lot of emotions. Let's hope for the emotions of joy and celebration for them with 21 minutes to go. We're still under code 60. That's for the Lamborghini, that's the Utah racing car that's been pulled out of the gravel at on the exit of Le Com.
I've decided on my nomination,
Oh,
by
here
the
we
way.
go.
I'm going to go with CP Racing. No, I'm not. Only because you've nominated them already. E2P Racing to come back from a heavily damaged and I don't think usable car from Mugello. They built up a brand new chassis over 5 days, according to Alvaro Parent. And then today didn't start well, because if you remember, we go back to green now, if you remember, somebody's detected there wasn't enough fuel in the car even to do the first lap, so they had to then get the car to fueling. They knew that would be a 1-lap penalty, but nevertheless that didn't deter them. And after an incident purely down to the amount of puddling on the road, E2P Racing might yet finish in the top 5, certainly going to finish in the top 6, and to come back firing on all cylinders after a horrible incident a few weeks ago. E2P Racing for me. I'm probably rowing against the current here, but, you know, hey, we've got to try and keep it as varied as possible. So that's the spirit of the race. Either E2P Racing, Johnny Palmer's nomination, CP Racing, Peter Snowden's nomination, or Diana Binks, who's nominated herself for being in the pit road for all of the hours in all of the weather.
Not only has she nominated herself, I bet she votes for herself as well.
Yeah. Yeah, we're all allowed one vote now that we've done the nominations. So go on, that's your 3 choices, Binksy. Who are you going to go for?
I'm going with you. Actually, you made a very valid point, and after talking to Alvaro and Pablo, you know, they told me that the guys spent 14-hour days getting that car back to where they wanted it, and they came here with the expectations of, well, we just got to, you know, see what we get when we get the car out on track, and they've just been consistent and pushed their way through. So yeah, I'm swaying to you, Johnny, now.
Wow. So Johnny's now persuaded you more than I have. I'm disappointed, very disappointed. I thought I had some effect there. I would say one of my other nominations would have been the Santaloc Junior team, Elliot Earnhardt and Pierre Caffer, for bringing that Audi all the way up to the top. It won't quite get to where I thought. It's 7th at the moment, unlikely to get to the 5th that it did do. But I will just say, by the way, that we do have a lot more influence than we perhaps would realise. That I've just got a little text message, or a WhatsApp message from no less than Phil Anson, listening in Dubai, who's waiting. He's taking his wellies off now because it's slightly damp out there, to say the least. He's probably in the Irish bar, as he was yesterday, and he's put, I vote for CP, followed by, because we will never see another team that has had the foresight to run with sideburns. Epic. There you go. Thank you, Phil.
Yeah, we still never got to the stage where the car had sideburns of its own. I wanted some Shane Lewis sort of stick-on sideburns for that Mercedes.
Diana, you know what to do at the end of this race.
Yeah, and there would have been room, I'm sure, either side of the roof line, perhaps, but that's definitely a hot topic too. Considering the amount of trophies that CP are about to get and that they've won through the years as well, if I mean, you're going CP, I've now convinced Diana to go E2P, I'm going to go E2P as well. So that actually decides it. It's the Spanish crew of Antonio Sainero, Alvaro Parent, and Pablo Buguera, who we were hearing from earlier on. I hope I haven't gone too early on that, but it's generally the commentators who decide.
Well,
as long as Peter Fry is happy with that.
All I can say is that you two should be politicians. If you're that easily swayed, you just go with whatever the wind. Why don't you stick a wet finger in the air and see what happens? The reason I'm going to go for CP is not because it's the last race. It is for potentially, with 17 minutes to go, providing the absolute fairy tale ending to their time in Creventic Hankook 24-hour series. But the fact of where they started, 24th, they've done it against all the odds. It's been one heck of a challenge for them, Johnny.
Too right. Big challenge, and they have certainly stood up to that nicely. And they are on course to take a victory at their outgoing race. Am I speaking too early with 17 minutes to go? I don't really care, because there's a lap and a half's advantage here, and I just think a man of Shane Lewis and his ability, he'll be driving at
I'd just stop
85,
now. I'd
90%.
just definitely stop now.
But there's no need to go hard at it anymore, is there? With that lead, as you say, of a full, I mean, it's 7 kilometres, maybe even verging on 10 kilometres as a race lead. You don't take any risks. You might push without risk.
But that is one of the problems of when you're driving a race car. That, as our colleague Joe Bradley says many times, you can't teach a racing driver to drive slowly. It's exactly this position, this stage of a race, that gives you the jeopardy, because you know the pressure, you know the results. You don't want to be the one that they'll all say to you at the end, "Oh, it's okay," pat you on the back and whatever and so and so. But we know that the history books say it's one corner, but it's the history books that say you've got to still drive within a certain percentage of the normal pace, because otherwise you're entirely out of your comfort zone, and that's when mistakes happen, because the car does something that you don't expect because it's not driving where it is normally. So I'm not saying flat out, but you don't want to coast it, not yet. Coast it after the line on the slowing down lap.
All right. I know what you're saying. It's very easy to lose concentration, get out of your rhythm, and sooner stick to your reference points. Well, Shane Lewis will know precisely what to do. The rain light is still flashing, which is a legacy of what's gone on today and yesterday as well. And that Mercedes, which had some contact on the nose of the car. I'm just remembering now that one of its dive planes was torn off, and that didn't let the flame from CP Racing be extinguished at all either. Clearing some traffic as they head onto the Kemmel Straight. There's another Porsche a bit further down the road as well, as the ARC Bratislava car is just over Shane Lewis's right shoulder, but doesn't try anything silly into the braking area. Car 44 now with Miro Konopka back at the wheel for ARC Bratislava. Unfortunately, those guys in the Lambo team, again, have had a quick car this weekend, but have had difficulties mechanically, and also that puncture was very costly for Mikko Lasgo only about an hour or so ago, when he got stranded on the grass between the bike cutout at Jackie Ick's corner and the main racetrack that we're using this weekend.
Now the number 4/44, we know why, because it says 4 on one side and 44 on the other side of it, because the number's just worn away a little bit, but not quite sure why. We spotted that earlier. That's the yellow Lamborghini. That's the I don't know which team it is now. Bratislava, isn't it?
Yeah.
Lamborghini. That's coming in, honing in on the race leader, and obviously this is where, as you say, about not driving too quick. Well, Shane Lewis, just let it through. It's so out of context, it doesn't matter. But just let it through.
Well, Miroslav Konopka,
without going offline and going onto a damp bit of the track and being too polite, and that's one of those daft things. You could just do that and just, well, there's no point. This car's lapped down. The team have probably informed him, like, let through, no problem. I'm sure he's aware anyway. But you can get distracted of trying to do the right thing, which actually ends up being the wrong thing.
Yeah. Miroslav Konopka, who effectively is ARC Bratislava. It's his team. He hails from that city, and many years of competition. So will have raced here at Spa through all of these conditions we've had this weekend. Raced in the Asian Le Mans Series at LMP2 level the winter just gone, back end of 2023 and the start of 2024, and he was also in an ARC Bratislava car last year at Le Mans as well. The 11 Hoffer Racing Mercedes caught between a Sla car for MP Racing and a Porsche Cup car looking to try and unlap itself, or maybe it's just been overtaken, in fact, by these two Benzes as they head into the right and left of the final chicane. The Porsche Baltic Cup car is the 993 that they've just put a further lap on. So 36th overall is the leading car in the GTX. No, second place Vortex. It's still a Vortex V8 1.2. And amazingly, remember the 702 had to go in the garage. It was absolutely splattered with grime and mud. But the 702 is still in second place within GTX and has stayed ahead of the dark green 911 Racing Porsche of Tim Scheerbart. So it's looking like a Vortex V8 1.2 into the final 12 minutes. Let's grab this not quite final update from Binksy. You'll be looking after the podium in a bit as well, but what have you got?
I'm down in the other end of the pit lane, the E2P Racing team. Gentlemen, we have a Spirit of the Race award that gets presented to a team that have been outstanding over the weekend. We know what troubles you had after Mugello and how hard the team have worked. Peter Fry from the series would like to present you with our Spirit of the Racing award.
We have here for you Spirit of the Race award for Spa-Francorchamps. Never giving up. This is always award for everybody, for all the people, but I'm handing it over to you.
For the mechanics.
Correct. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Congratulations, guys.
Well done to them. The day really didn't start well either. I don't know who, as I say, worked out there wasn't enough fuel in even to do a lap behind the safety car, but they had to do some quick rejigging at about 10:30 this morning, maybe 10 o'clock, to go, oh, we've got to get to the fueling area first in this frantically built car. It's not a rebuilt car. That's not the car that was crashed at Mugello, is my understanding, but they had to source a new chassis and start it up from basically the base chassis, the shell of the car, and make it ready for this weekend, which was a frantic week leading into Spa, and as Pixie suggested, 15-hour days for a lot of the mechanics. So that was a great comment there from Antonio and Pablo to say this is for the mechanics, actually, not for us. But we're very, very happy, or they were appearing to be very, very happy to receive that award. So E2P for the spirit of race. They may even get a top 5 finish as well. In terms of their Pro-Am position, looking like they're going to win that as well, actually, to stay ahead of Santalok Junior Team and the Utah Racing crew. So again, rewards for their persistence and not allowing the incidents at Mugello to pour cold water on what is going to be an exciting season for E2P Racing, I'm sure. They've got their home race to look forward to at the end of the year as well, with the 24 hours of Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. There's a lot of work going on at the Barcelona circuit, incidentally, preparing for the Spanish Grand Prix, which is the weekend after Le Mans this year. But an awful lot of the paddock is being rebuilt. The famous tower at Barcelona, not quite having an extra story added, but they're certainly adding a terrace on top, and there's a new media building at the very end of pit road as well, plus this huge pedestrian bridge that has been built across the straight between turn 9 and turn 10. So I'm really looking forward to going to Barcelona later in the year with the 24H series to see what it looks like when all that work is finished. It looks like it's going to be nip and tuck to get it ready for the third weekend of June. But that's still to come. 8 more minutes of the 12 hours of Spa, and we're heading to the Iberian coastline next up with the 24 hours of Portimao in less than a month's time. And the other exciting one is Misano at the start of July, because never been there before with the 24H series. And what I haven't done yet is looked at the timing schedule for that to work out where the split is, because it won't be 12 hours in one go. Again, a segment of the race on the Saturday and some of it on the Sunday. If anyone's looked well ahead to work out how many hours we're doing on what days, you've got time to let us know. 7 minutes and 45 seconds, but we're building the anticipation and drama here. Oh, it's in one go. Is it really at Misano? So what day is that being run? On the Sunday or the Saturday? Tim Gray has beaten everybody to it on social media. It's a Saturday race, 10 a.m. till 10 p.m, presumably, yes, rather than starting it in the evening and going all the way through the night.
The omnipotent Tim Gray.
Yes. So, right, okay, so that is a full 12 hours, which adds more variety, again, to this championship. 10 till 10, that's kind of the sort of similar time to the Sebring 12 hours. It starts about 10:30, doesn't it? 11:15 in the morning and runs all the way into the evening on a Saturday as well. 6 minutes, 55 seconds to go. And those at CP Racing will be calling Shane Lewis through each and every sector to make sure that the split times are there or thereabouts. He doesn't have to do anything heroic, just got to get the car to the finish. And, I mean, Shane Lewis has been around the block for far too long now to let this affect him, let the emotion take over. That will kick in when he's on the slowing down lap. I'm sure he will just be focusing on the next corner and the next lap and making sure that that car gets back to the checkered flag safely.
It's a very good point, Johnny, and that's exactly what the driver in this situation should be doing, focusing on the next corner. because if you get the whole thing will just get overwhelming otherwise, and that's when you'll make a mistake because you'll get distracted. Just do the job in hand, which they're more than capable of, but all those little bit of self-doubt come into mind. There was a great remember Russell Brockbank, the motorsport cartoonist. There was a great one he did in the 60s. It was like a 6-frame photo and drawings, and it's sort of an IndyCar type driver or Formula 1 driver, and it's just looking back up the cockpit, and he's turning left, he's turning right, and there's little speech bubbles above, and it's the newspaper, rookie wins first race, all this, that, so and so, and all these, and there's 5 little boxes, and the 6th one is pistons and valves and bits just going out of the back of the engine, and his eyes wide open because he's thinking about everything else, and I've got it, I've done this, and so and so. I'm thinking Nigel Mansell in Canada 91.
Okay.
When he was leading, and it was Piquet's last Grand Prix win. Car slowed down. He was busy waving to the crowds, and James Hunt made some reference to this that might have been something else. Mansell claimed the car had just died. It was taken back to the pits, and there was absolutely nothing wrong with it. And Adrian Newey, who we forget was at Williams in those days, just made the very almost perfect observation a few days later that he said it was an issue with the master switch. We've relocated it on Nigel's cars, not on Ricciardo's. Enough said. Just beautifully said. He went on to do quite well, didn't he, Adrian Newey?
So I hear. Still in work. Shane Lewis in the 85 car is about to complete another lap. The Hankook Porsche also not that far away from doing likewise. Tim Müller will cross the line in the Haas RT car, which is back up to second place. The Hankook car, the BMW, of course, like I said, Porsche. It's been a long weekend as Tim Müller and Antares O for Haas RT and Car Collection looking like that they will populate the overall podium, and they'll all be GT3 AM cars. In fact, the top 4 are all GT3 AM driver combinations. So is that perhaps an indication that the Pro-Am teams who are just not able to get their pros into their cars at the crucial points, were pros actually burning their driver time when the Code 60s were out and when we had that safety car at the start? Well, the safety car wouldn't really have accounted for too much, but many Code 60s. It was, I think, 10 yesterday, looking like 14 in total today. And yeah, when you've got the quicker drivers, we've got the quicker drivers restricted to only 60 kilometres per hour, they really cannot allow their talents to be shown on timing and scoring. And it means that we've got Pro-Ams, their podium stacked up in 5th, 6th and 7th positions, which I wouldn't have expected. The 992s look slightly more conventional in that the non-Am cars are the top 3 in the 992 division, with the 2 Red Ant racing cars ahead of the Porsche Baltic machine, which is the 993 car. So we're doing lap times at the moment of 2 minutes 34 seconds. The clock now reads 2 minutes and 34 seconds. So where's the race leader? Across the line now. This will be the final lap. I think it has to be, because less than a lap time still to go.
Yeah, 10 seconds under. Yeah, 2:36 was his last lap. 2:22 was its best, but 2:32 he said on the clock coming over the line.
Yeah.
So it's not. It's yeah, that one's where you just. So it's 4 seconds spare on that one. Basically, just need to make sure that's enough just to make this your last lap. Not have to do another one. Reduce that risk a little bit more.
Well, Shane Lewis, as he arrives at Eau Rouge and Raidillon, can afford to just lift and coast. Perhaps at Pouhon, perhaps at Le Com corner as well, as they head towards the end of the Kemmel Straight. Have the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini in behind as well, but won't need to allow that past. So this is a chance really to revel in CP racing, not just this weekend, but throughout their career of Charlie Putman and, well, since then, Charles Espenlaub, Joe Foster, and Shane Lewis, who's the current driver as well. They've been a really great combination with so many titles won over the years, Peter Snowden.
Quite extraordinary, and it's if this is going to happen, it's just over a minute to go. We're counting down to the seconds, literally into 1 minute coming up now, and it is fairy tales don't happen that often, and it's this is why it was my nomination for the Spirit. I know it was almost a little bit too obvious, but it largely because, not just because of what they've achieved or about to achieve in less than a minute's time, but from starting from 24th position, that's just an absolutely extraordinary set of teamwork there. 45 seconds to go. The Lamborghini still sits behind. There's no point in unlapping himself because he'd have to go and do another lap. So you may as well sit behind the race leader and take the flag. Then your day's done as well. But bathed in the Ardennes sunshine, the CP Racing number 85 is into its last 30 seconds of its Creventic career. Quite extraordinary, and it's leading.
Amazing stuff. And you can't help but to have a bit of a lump in your throat after
I'm emotional,
so much time.
really.
Yeah. Well, this is sort of written in the stars, the fact that they might be able to get as good a result as this. And the 85 crew then heading up towards the final sequence of corners with the chicane still to go. And they head then into the right and the left. And it's going to be a victory for CP Racing and the crew of Shane Lewis, Charles Putman, Charles Espenlaub and Joe Foster take the race win. Tremendous stuff. Absolutely brilliant. Let's get straight to Diana Binks for reaction.
Yep, we're on the pit wall. It's a lot of hugging, a lot of cheering. Absolutely delighted for the team. And just trying to catch anyone. They're all Charles again.
Now I can't hold them back.
See the tears, the tears in your eyes. What a fantastic end to the weekend.
Yeah, to win at Spa in a 12-hour race. My guys, my last race, I couldn't ask for anything more. It was just so nice.
Wonderful. Well, look, you enjoy the celebrations with the team, and we'll no doubt get Shane when he gets out of the car. Joe, well, this is one for the memory books, isn't it?
Pretty amazing. I mean, what a crazy race the last couple of days with the weather, back and forth, tire choices and everything. It's, strategy and just trying to not make any dumb mistakes. And what an amazing team. Just so grateful for Charlie and everybody.
You've all done an amazing job and a fantastic team to be working with. As I say, we're going to definitely miss you all incredibly.
Well, we'll certainly miss it too. It's been a wonderful several years in the Creventic series, and we're just so grateful.
Great. Thanks, Joe. Enjoy the celebrations. We'll get to Shane when he gets out of the car.
Yeah, and Shane, of course, can't yet celebrate with the team. It's going to be what feels like a long drive all the way back, but he's going to be wiping the tears back, holding them back as well in this final lap, but he'll be enjoying it at the same time, Binksy.
Come back to me, Johnny. Woo!
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Charles Espenlaub has just arrived to join the celebrations. He was a few seconds behind, but he's getting lots of hugs and with the team members here. Charles, what does it feel? How do you feel about this end to this weekend?
It's like a Cinderella story, right? I mean, it's sweet and sad at the same time. Come here.
He's run out of words, I'm afraid, guys, but...
Man, yeah.
I will leave you to embrace and enjoy with the team. Yeah, very, very emotional down here. As you can see, the celebrations between all of the team members, all the crew members who've worked so hard on this. So lots of tears, definitely lots of tears. We need lots of tissues down here for the guys, but I'll let them just celebrate their moment.
The celebrations will go on.
Yeah. Tracy Crone's come by as well with his wife and Nick to say congratulations to the team. That's fantastic, isn't it, Johnny? You know, to see that the other teams coming down to see these guys, to show their appreciation and support and acknowledge this moment.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. The fact that Tracy Crone and Charlie Putman go back so far, 20-odd years, began their careers in a similar way, getting into motor racing later on because, of course, they had businesses to run in their early years and discovering motor racing as a hobby, I suppose, initially, and then it became very, very important. And they got more and more competitive. Charlie Putman has been a regular at the Nürburgring 24 hours, and Tracy Crone with his numbers of years at the Le Mans 24 hours as well. So wonderful to see Tracy straight over to Charles Putman to offer his congratulations and a way to sign off, I think, a first ever victory here at Spa-Francorchamps in the 12 hours as well. And that car is now heading all the way back to the pit road for the biggest welcome party for Shane Lewis, because he did all the hard work in the closing stages to make sure that that car was keeping its head above water. In the end, they win by a clear lap, 224 laps ahead of 223 for the Tim Muller Haas RT Audi. And in third position, the car collection Porsche of the 3 AM drivers from Hong Kong. And we've talked a lot about those guys as well. Antares O, Jonathan Hui and Kevin Tsay. The welcome party setting itself up, though, to see the 85 Mercedes appear out of the chicane and down pit road, showing strong signs that it's been in a real battle. But actually, the timing screen says that that car has won this race convincingly. And when you consider it has come from so far down the order, 24th place, to take the race win.
Yeah, 24th, incredible.
And it's taken 2 days in order to do it. But the driving talents across the piece are so consistent and know one another so well. The final race in the 24-hour series for Charlie Putman and presumably CP Racing as a result of that. But will the other 3 drivers continue on in some other fashion? We'll have to wait and see. I think Shane Lewis isn't done yet, as he now warmly embraces Charlie Putman, Joe Foster and Charles Espenlaub is there as well. And now is the point where the emotion will suddenly start to break out. You couldn't really have had a more perfect victory. And Binksy, you are now meters away from Shane Lewis. It'd be great to grab a word with the driver that brought that over there.
Celebrate with the team very quickly. As you can see, it means an awful lot to them. They've put in an incredible amount of hard work. So great to see that moment. There's definitely lots of tears down here. We'll grab Shane in a second when he takes his helmet off. But the other driver's here to welcome him. As you said, absolutely right, Johnny. The car looks like it has been in a complete and utter battle. It's got war wounds on it, but it's in one piece, which is the main thing, and it's crossed that line in P1. So I am just going to go straight into Shane Lewis. Shane, many congratulations, winner here of the Spa 12 Hours. An emotional day for the team. While you've been busy behind the wheel, there's been a few celebrations going on in the garage, which they'll tell you about later. But how does it feel to take the win here?
I'm just so honored that Charlie, the entire team, entrusted me with finishing the race. You know, fortunately, I could go easy. You know, they got me the big lead. Charles did the heavy lifting. Everybody did such an amazing job. Their pit stops, incredible. We had a few issues at the end. I had the throttle sticking on me about twice a lap every single time, and so I really didn't know if I was going to make it to the end. So I didn't really want to share that with anybody. I was just having to pull my foot up on the gas pedal to get the throttle from sticking, but we brought it home. Just so proud of the entire team.
Well, they're a fantastic team, but it's a testament to you guys as well behind the wheel. You know, it takes talent to deal with these situations that we've been faced with here at Spa. But it's double-edged, really, isn't it? Because it's the end of the team as we know it, which is incredibly sad.
Yeah, it's kind of a fairy tale, though. This is like this is movie type stuff where, you know, the last race for CP Racing out here for Charlie, and you know, to win it overall is like, it's incredible. That's what movies are made of, right?
Absolutely. Well, I'm glad to be part of your movie. Look, I'll let you go and celebrate with the team. But again, many congratulations. Well done.
He's so happy. You can't actually hear him screaming if you're tuned to us purely on radio, but he was 2 clenched fists there, the gritted teeth. The job is done for Shane Lewis, together with Joe Foster, Charles Espenlaub and Charlie Putman in the final race where all 4 drivers will be together. And just before we whip through the rest of the graphics, Binksy, have you got more reaction maybe from the second place car?
Yes, I have. Yeah, the Haas team are here. Gregory, Xavier and Tim are all here ready to enjoy the moment with their team as well. Guys, many congratulations. Second place here in Spa. How do you feel?
Oh, that was unbelievable. You know, yesterday we thought we lost the race, actually. We were 1 lap down. And then there were 2 options. Or, we give up, or we fight all day long. And that's what we did. So that was incredible. I mean, we would never have imagined we could come back to second place. So really, really, really happy, and congratulate to my teammates and to the team Haas. I think that they've done an incredible job to give us a rocket car today, so that was really great.
Javier, great teamwork.
Yes, perfect teamwork. The best team in the world.
And Tim, we spoke to you at the start of the race, the beginning of the grid. Could you have imagined that we'd have gone through these conditions that we've had during this race?
I told you, many surprises to come, and this is one of the biggest surprises I would not have imagined, because as my colleague said, we were so much back, and we were frustrated because of several points, but I mean, this is the 12-hour race, so a lot of things to happen. Unbelievable conditions. Gambling, Russian roulette with the tires, but overall I have to say the team was so cool, because the car was such a nice car to drive, whether in wet or dry, and this is really team. They made a great job, and I love my guys here.
Great team spirit. Thank you guys, and thanks for being so accommodating with us. Enjoy. And
Hassarty. Yeah, go on.
I can get the third place finishes, the car collection number 80. Guys, how are you doing? How do you feel after that? Third place today here after the Spa. Jonathan.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great result. You know, great day for Hong Kong Motorsport. Big thanks to car collection. Big thanks to these guys. You know, we're new to the series. Actually, we've been away for a while, for a few years. And we're just really excited to be back. And this is a great result. Really happy.
Kevin.
These are the true heroes. They drove Mega, and our team had mega car. We really have to thank the team for everything.
Wonderful. And Antarius, you started the race, didn't you? And there was we know there was a difficult situation at the beginning, but look, it's come through. The car looks in great condition. Did you enjoy that?
Well, you guys always run a great series. I did not enjoy the start because we had some technical issues, but I think today we sort of had revenge. In some ways, we were hoping for better, but again, there is no perfect race. In something where you have sunshine, hail, rain, and everything in between, I think we call it lucky that everything's in one piece, no issues whatsoever. Again, like John said, thank you to the team, mechanics, and engineers. Everyone worked very hard for it. Thank you all.
Well, great teamwork. Congratulations on your third place here.
Jonathan Hui, and we also heard from Kevin Say as the middle voice, and Antares O towards the end there. And it says something when you've got 3 GT3 AM driver combinations managing, in fact, 4 cars outpacing the Pro-Am part of the race. And I reckon we can now, as some drivers are heading towards the podium, have a look at the full standings. These remain provisional, of course, before final checks are done, but it is a CP Racing victory for Shane Lewis, Joe Foster, Charles Espenlaub and Charlie Putman, ahead of Tim Muller, Javier Nauf and Gregory Servet, the 2 Belgians at their home race, and the Swiss driver Tim Muller, who we heard from all together from Haas RT. And congratulations to Sandrine Haas, who runs the team as well. Car Collection Motorsport, Antares O, Jonathan Hui, Kevin Say make it a all GT3 AM podium in the number 80 car. Then the 91 Herbert Motorsport GT3 AM entry for Scott Noble, Ralph Bone and Jason Hart. That could have been a lot better for Herbert had Ralph Bone not made his error in the very rainy part of the race and slipped off the circuit at Le Fagnes. E2P Racing, the victors of our Spirit of the Race award, and they make their own category podium as well. Finished top 5 overall, but they're the second-placed GT3 Pro-Am. In fact, no, they're the winners of GT3 Pro-Am. I beg your pardon, after 4 GT3 AMs, as I mentioned. So congratulations to Antonio Sainero, Pablo Buguera and Alvaro Parent, who will also be getting a trophy to accompany their Spirit of Race award. Alea Earhart and Ernst Inderbitzen, together with Pierre Caffer and Michael Doppelmayr, complete the second-place step on the podium for Santalot Junior Team, ahead of Jutta Racing in the 71 Audi. And it's another Audi just off the GT3 AM podium for Lant Motorsport, Tim Vogler, Johannes Kerkhoff, Viggo Dalmo and Max Edelhoff. Red Ant Racing's 992 cars will be first and second at the end of 12 hours of running, so that's a nice home result as well for Red Ant Racing. 903, Ayrton and Yannick Redont and Julius Adomavicius winning and beating their sister car of Brent Verheyen, Peter Gwellinks and Michel Haverens in the 904. Porsche Baltic in the 992 AM class win their subcategory in the 993 for Roberto Kupsikas, Domas Raudonis and Tautvidas Rodokas. And then it is the HRT Performance 992 AM car for 967 ahead of the Hoffa Racing GT3 AM Mercedes number 11. Hans Weiss Motorsports, who had been there or thereabouts, keeping the Red Ant duo honest. They slipped down the order in the closing hours, but it's a good result for a fellow Benelux crew from the Netherlands. RPM Racing 907 finish in 15th position. That's the Tracy Krohn car. And SRS Team Zorg Rennsport in 927 finish in 16th position. 17th place for Bas Kooten Racing, Bob Herbert and Marcel von Berlo in the 925, ahead of Car Collection Motorsports GT3 Pro-Am driver lineup number 12 for Hash, Alex Fontana, Ivan Jacoma and Yannick Mettler. Then it's the MRS GT Racing gang from 988 to finish in 19th place, ahead of MP Racing and the Gosner family in their all-green Mercedes. Orchid Racing Teams Porsche for Lauren Mishbash, Daniel Gilloise and Alexandre Motte in the 917 Orchid Racing Team car of Switzerland, ahead of Speed Lover for Olivier Dons, Will Mulders and Rick Renmans. They finished 22nd. Bugera ZM Racing do eventually win GT4, so we'll see them on the top step of the GT4 podium shortly. David Vasecki, Adam Lashko and Aliyah Koloch 416. Well done to them. Ahead of the 908 Seb Lajou Racing. That's been getting plenty of column inches today because of, unfortunately, a number of off-track moments for the French car. Lion Speed GP finished second in GT4 for Jose Garcia, Daniel Miller, Patrick Kolb and Dennis Bone, ahead of the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini number 44. Hamofa Motorsports 419 numbered BMW, ahead of the GDL Racing number 969 of San Marino. Neuhofer Rennsport 985, a Porsche for Felix and Marcus Neuhofer and Manuel Zloff, ahead of the CWS Engineering Ginetta of Colin White and Daniel Morris. SRS Team Zorg Rennsports Porsche Cayman 31st, and then the NKPP Racing by Bas Kooten Porsche of 992. They finished 32nd. GTX and the 701 Vortex wins that category. Well done to Lionel Amrush, Philippe Bonnel and Gilles Courtois. They're ahead of the 902 Holmgard Porsche from Denmark and the Hankook Competition Porsche, which suffered, sadly, a big crash for Stephen Cho, who was sent to the medical centre. We hope purely for precautionary measures. He will have been fully checked out over the last hour or so. Arnold Gomez, Olivier Gomez and Lucas Suliano in the second of the Vortex finishes second in GTX, ahead of the Alfab Racing McLaren Artura. 911 Racing were leading GTX for a long spell. They do make the podium, but they might be a tad frustrated with that. HY Racing, which was pouring coolant out of the nose of the 169 car with hours to spare, but that finishes 39th, ahead of a troubled Simpson Motorsport BMW, which we saw stopped on the track for a couple of occasions. 41st for Team CMR and Mike Simpson, together with Freddie and Lawrence Tomlinson. That car did not finish, nor did the RD Science Cholet Racing Team Lamborghini. EBM's Porsche had a big crash this morning. The Kessel Racing Ferrari we lost yesterday at Eau Rouge in the really wet conditions, and Red Camel Jordans.nl did some laps today, but only 5. Charles Putman surely going to be coaxed back to a future 24H Series race. It might be as a guest rather than as a driver, but as Peter Fry put it to Charles, the door is always open for everyone associated with CP Racing to visit again the 24H Series paddock, either later on this year or maybe into 2025 and beyond. And a nice gathering now of mechanics, team supporters ready to go for the podium, with the cars assembled on the start and finish straight. And to oversee the all-important trophy presentations, here is Diana Binks.
Well, it's not really Diana, it's me, it's Peter. I will do the podium ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, are we ready for the podium ceremony? And with this beautiful weather, you almost forgot that we had snow, hail, cold, and whatever. But now we're going to start with the first podium, the overall podium. On the third place, number 80, Car Collection Motorsport, Antares Au, Jonathan Wee, and Kevin C. In the second position, car number 1, Haas RT, Gregory Savas, Xavier Knauf, and Tim Muller. And the winners of the Hankook 12-hour Spa-Francorchamps. If it's your last race, you have to do it in style. Number 85, CP Racing, Charles Putman, Charles Espeloup, Joe Foster, and Shane Lewis.
Once again, yeah. Thank you guys. Well done again, gentlemen. Pleasure. Awesome racing, you guys. Gentlemen, one more time. One more time. Thank you. All right.
And now we are going to listen to the national anthem of the winning team. The trophies will be presented by Thomas Baltus on behalf of Hankook and Jean Dubois on behalf of the Spa-Francorchamps circuit, starting with the trophies from the number 3 Car Collection Motorsport. And the trophies for the number 2 Haas RT. And the trophies for number 1 CP Racing. And these are the overall trophies.
Oh, that's nice. Charlie, start this direction.
And as these streams are all from the AM class, we immediately go over to the trophies for the AM class. Starting again with the number 3 Car Collection Motorsport. And the JT3 AM class trophies for the number 2 Haas RT. and the number 1 trophies GT3 Class AM for CP Racing. And last but not least, the big class trophy for the GT3, also for the number 1 CP Racing. Put your trophies high for all the photographers. And then it's time for the champagne. Big congratulations to the number 3 Car Collection Motorsport, Antares Oud, Jonathan Wee, Kevin C. Number 2 Haas RT, Gregory Savas, Xavier Knauf, Tim Muller. And number 1 CP Racing, Charles Putman, Charles Espelaup, Joe Foster and Shane Lewis.
CP! Thank you. Oh, last time up the Creventic podium. Wait, Charlie, one more.
Then we are going to prepare the podium for the next one. After the last pictures, of course. And the next podium will be the GT3 Pro AM. GT3 Pro AM on the 3rd place, car number 71, Utah Racing, Lucas Sundal, Lars Viljoen, Aronas Getsiauskas. On the 2nd place, car number 18, Saint-Elo Junior Team, Michael Doppermeier, Pierre Caffor, Elia Erhardt, Ernst Inderbitzin. And the winning team in the class GT3 Pro AM, number 90, A2P Racing, Pablo Burguera, Antonio Stanero, and Alvaro Parente. And the trophies will be presented again by Thomas Baltus on behalf of Hankook and Jean Dubois on behalf of the Spa-Francorchamps circuit. Starting with the number 3, car number 71 of Utah Racing. In 2nd place, the trophies for car number 18, Saint-Elo Junior Team. And the trophies for the number 1, car number 90, A2P Racing. And of course, also for the number 1, the big class trophy. Hold your trophies high for the photographers on the other side. Hold your trophies high, yes. Thank you very much. And then also for you, it's time for the champagne. Then we're going to prepare the next podium. I started with saying now we have sun, but already it changed, like the whole weekend. The next class will be GTX. In third position, 9 und 11 Racing. Mit Startnummer 719. Georg Göder, Tim Scherbart, Martin Schüttler. In second position, car 702 Vortex V8. Arno Gomez, Olivier Gomez, and Lucas Sugliano. And in first position, also the team of Vortex V8. Now 701 is the starting number. Lionel Amrouche, Philippe Bonnel, and Gilles Courtois. And the trophies will be presented by Thomas Baltus on behalf of Hankook and Jean Dubois on behalf of Spa-Francorchamps. Starting with number 3, 9 und 11 Racing. And the trophies for the number 2, 702 Vortex V8. And the number 1, 701, also Vortex V8. And the big class trophy, well deserved. Drivers, show your trophies to the photographers on the other side and your team. And then it's time also for you, champagne. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much. We're going to prepare the next podium. 992 class. Third position, car number 993, Porsche Baltic. Robertas Kupsikas, Domas Radaunis, Tautvidas Rudokas. And number 2, car 904 Red Ant Racing, Brent Verheijen, Peter Goelings, Michael Haverans. And the team can cheer once again because the number 1, same team, 903 Red Ant Racing, Yannick Redin, Ayrton Redin, and Julius Adamovic. And the trophies will be presented by Thomas Baltus on behalf of Hankook and Jean Dubois on behalf of Spa-Francorchamps Circuit, starting with number 3, Porsche Baltic. And immediately, starting with number 3, and then we're going to the number 2, Red Ant Racing, with the well-deserved trophies. And the number 1, Red Ant as well, car number 903. And the big class trophy, the winners of the 992 class. Drivers, hold your trophies high for the photographers and your team members. Thank you very much. And then it's time for the champagne. That is a real champagne shower. Thank you very much, guys. And then we're going to prepare for the next podium, 992 AM class. In third position, car 907, RPM Racing, Tracy Kroon, Nicolas Johnson, and Philip Hambrecht. Number 2 in the class 992 AM, car number 972, Hans Wijs Motorsport, Paul Meijer, Mark van Eldik, Edwin Schild, and Ralph Poppelaars. And the number 1, car 967, HRT Performance, Nicolas Sturzinger, Amadeo Pampanini, Linus Diener, and Kim André Hauschild. And also for this podium, the trophies will be presented by Thomas Malsets on behalf of Hankook Motorsport and Jean Dubois on behalf of Spa-Francorchamps Circuit. Starting with number 3 RPM Racing. Second place for Hans Wijs Motorsport. And the number 1 trophies for HRT Performance. And next to the class trophies, they will get the big class trophy as well. Show the trophies to your teams, to the photographers. And then also for you guys, it's time for the champagne. Thank you very much, guys. Cheers to that. And then we're going to prepare for the next podium, GT4 class. GT4 class in third position, car number 419 of Hamova Motorsport, Rob Verhoeven, Chris Verhoeven en Mark Verhoeven. In second place, the car of Lion Speed with car number 424, Jose Garcia, Daniel Miller, Patrick Kolb, and Dennis Bone. And the winners of the GT4 class, car number 416, Bugira ZM Racing, Alaya Koloc, David Fresky, and Adam Lacko. And these trophies will be presented, surprisingly, by Thomas Baltus on behalf of Hankook and Jean Dubois on behalf of Circuit Spa-Francorchamps. Starting with the third place, Hamofa Motorsport. Second place, Lion Speed GP. And the winners of the GT4 class, Bugira ZM Racing. And they will get the class trophies and of course also the big class trophy. And when they receive the big class trophy, show your trophies to your team, to the photographers on the other side. And then, also for you, it's time for the champagne! Then we're almost ready for the last podium, TCE class. Thank you very much, guys and lady. In third position, TCE class, car number 169. High Racing with Bruce Pinot, Jacques Deren, Bruno Barbaro, and Brody. Second position, the car of SRS Team Zorg Rennsport, car number 127. Henning Eschweller, Heinz-Jürgen Kroner, Benito Tagle, and Christoph Krombach. And the winners of the TCE class, car number 178, CWS Engineering, Colin White, and Daniel Morris. And also for the last podium, the trophies will be presented by Thomas Baltus on behalf of Hankook Motorsport and Jean Dubois on behalf of Spa-Francorchamps Circuit. Starting with the number 3, High Racing, and at the same time the trophies for number 2, SRS Team Zorg Rennsport. And the trophies for the number 1, the winners of the TCE class, CBS Racing. And not only for them, the class trophies, but as well the big class trophy. It's easier to share it with 2 persons. Hold your trophies high, show it to your team. And then guys, then also for you, it's time for the champagne! And that is a great champagne shower, as it should be. Thank you very much, guys. Hope to see you back soon. And ladies and gentlemen, that was the podium ceremony of the Hankook 12 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps. Thank you for watching at home. Thank you for being here. And already in 3 weeks, we will be back. And we're going twice around the clock with the Hankook 24 Hours of Portimao. See you all back then. Thank you very much.